My brother stalked my girlfriend for 2 years, and our parents tried to bribe her to drop charges before his 18-month jail sentence. My 30 male younger brother Albert, 27 male, has been wrecking my life for years, but my parents refuse to see it. He is now targeting my girlfriend Claire, a 26-year-old woman, and I am at a loss for what to do. We live in a little Ohio town where everyone knows each other. My parents own a successful accounting firm and value their reputation. They had me first, and Albert 3 years later. Albert was perfect in their eyes from the start. When Albert was 7 and I was 10, I saved my allowance for months to purchase a remote control helicopter. Albert asked to play with it, but I declined because he had already damaged 2 of my toys that week. While I was in school the next day, he took it outside and flew it straight into our neighbor's fence, utterly breaking it. When I returned home and discovered the parts, Albert informed our parents that I had flown it carelessly and it had been an accident. My parents made me apologize to Albert for not sharing and bought him his own helicopter the following weekend. When I was 15, I had been with my first girlfriend, Sophie, for about 6 months. Albert, who was 12 at the time, began telling others at school that I had cheated on her with several girls. He made up elaborate stories about seeing me with other girls behind the movie theater and at parties I had never been to. Sophie broke up with me without even asking for my side of the story. When I confronted Albert, he just shrugged and said, maybe I shouldn't be so boring if I wanted to keep a girlfriend. My parents told me I was overreacting, and that guys will be boys. The practice persisted into high school and college. Albert found a way to end every significant relationship I had. He informed my girlfriend Holly that I had a gambling addiction and showed her bogus bank statements. He convinced my girlfriend Megan that I was going to break up with her anyhow, so she should spare herself the embarrassment. My parents either refused to believe me or claimed Albert was only looking out for me. After college, I returned home to help with the family business and save money. Albert also lived at home and worked part-time in a sporting goods store. He'd never had a job for more than a few months. My parents paid for everything, including his car, phone, and clothes. They said he was still discovering himself. Claire and I met 2 years ago in a downtown coffee shop. She was traveling from the next town for a job interview at the local elementary school. She's a second-grade teacher and the nicest person I've ever met. We began dating, and for the first time in my life, I kept my relationship a secret from my family. For 8 months I did not tell them anything about Claire. We'd meet in the neighboring town or drive to the city for dates. I'd learnt my lesson about introducing women into my family. But Claire began to query why she had never met my parents or visited my residence. She assumed I was embarrassed of her, or that I was married. I needed to make a choice. First, decided to inform my parents about Claire first, without Albert present. I went to their house on Thursday evening, when Albert was supposed to be at work. I said that I'd been seeing someone for 8 months, and wanted to take her to dinner on Sunday. My mother immediately began organizing the dinner and questioning Claire about her employment and family. When I stated her profession as a teacher, my father nodded in approval. Everything appeared normal. Sunday arrived and I brought Claire up from her apartment. She had purchased a new outfit and spent an hour styling her hair. She was thrilled to finally meet my family. I told her a few stories about Albert, but they seemed like usual sibling rivalry. I did not want to scare her away. We arrived at my parents' place at precisely 6 o'clock. My mother answered the door with a big smile and a hearty hug for Claire. My father shook her hand and complimented her clothing. Albert arrived from the kitchen and quickly pushed by our mother to reach Claire. He enveloped her in a hug that was at least 5 seconds longer than necessary. Claire's smile faded slightly, but she graciously hugged him back. Throughout dinner, Albert controlled the conversation. He sat directly across from Claire, bending forward to touch her arm while they talked. He told stories about my childhood, but each one was distorted to make me look awful. He described the time I became sick at a school carnival as being too weak to do usual things. He used the tale of me getting lost at a mall as proof that I had always been careless and required constant monitoring. My parents laughed at each anecdote, adding their own comments about how Albert had always been the more dependable brother. Claire kept looking at me, confused. She has heard different versions of the same story from me. The worst moment was when my mother served dessert. Albert insisted on cutting Claire's slice of cake for her and attempted to feed her the first mouthful with his fork. Claire respectfully rejected, claiming she could manage. But Albert insisted. He actually gripped her chin with his free hand and attempted to guide the fork into her mouth. Claire jerked away and exclaimed, "Stop, please." Albert laughed and said he was simply being friendly. Claire excused herself from supper to use the bathroom. I followed her down the hall and discovered Albert standing outside the bathroom door. When Claire emerged, he moved closer to her, effectively trapping her between himself and the wall. Albert was telling her that she seems too intelligent and ambitious for someone like me. He stated I'd always been the sort to hold others back and that she should try dating someone more driven, like him. Claire attempted to step around him, but he moved to block her way. She said, "Excuse me," twice, but he continued speaking. I stood between them, telling Albert to back off. He raised his hands in fake submission, claiming he was only getting to know my girlfriend. My parents emerged from the kitchen, asking what was going on. Albert said I was neurotic and possessive. My father advised me to relax and quit being so territorial. We left soon after that. Claire was quiet as she drove back to her apartment. She finally admitted that dinner had been awkward, and Albert had made her feel uneasy. She inquired whether he always acted this way around ladies. I told her the truth about his pattern of destroying my relationships. Claire listened attentively and did not interrupt. When I finished, she stated she understood why I had taken so long to introduce her. She also stated that she would not allow Albert or anyone else to harm our relationship. We agreed that we would limit our contact with my family and only see them when necessary. For 2 weeks, everything seemed normal. Then Claire began receiving phone calls at work. The caller would hang up the moment she answered. Her principal stated that someone had been calling the school and asking questions about her personal life and work schedule. A parent reported that a man was sitting in the parking lot during pickup time, just monitoring the building. Claire began staying later at school to avoid walking to her car alone. One evening, she called me in tears because someone had followed her home and sat outside her apartment building for 20 minutes before driving off. She had noted down the license plate number. I ran it through a friend who works at the DMV, and it came back registered to one of Albert's high school classmates. I drove straight to my parents' house and found Albert in the garage working on his car. I challenged him over the harassment. He initially denied everything, then smirked and suggested Claire was simply paranoid. He claimed that some ladies couldn't handle attention from actual males. I grabbed him by his shirt and urged him to keep away from Claire. He shoved me back, saying Claire was fair game because I clearly couldn't care for her properly. That's when I struck him. I punched him right in the jaw, and he fell backward into his toolbox. My parents ran out of the house. Albert was grabbing his face and screamed that I had attacked him without reason. I tried to explain about the stalking and harassment, but they refused to listen. My mother stated that I had clearly lost my mind and required anger management. My father advised me to leave the house and not return until I apologized to Albert. I departed and have not spoken with any of them since. That happened 6 months ago. Claire and I moved in together and tried to move on with our lives, but the harassment continued. If anything, things grew worse. I thought things couldn't get worse after my previous post, but I was mistaken. The harassment has grown beyond anything I could have predicted, and my family's reaction has been much more twisted than I expected. After I stopped communicating with my parents and Albert, the number of phone calls to Claire's employment increased. Her principal received daily phone calls from someone pretending to be her ex-boyfriend, alleging she had mental health difficulties and should not be around children. The caller had detailed information regarding her lesson plans and the grades she taught. Someone was certainly paying careful attention to her. Claire's vehicle was vandalized twice in the school parking lot. First, someone poured paint thinner onto her windshield, cracking it totally. The second time, all 4 tires were shredded. The school added more security cameras, but whomever was doing it knew exactly where the blind spots were. The breaking point occurred 6 weeks ago. Claire was working late, grading papers in her classroom at around 8 p.m. The custodian had already left, and she believed she was alone in the building. She heard footsteps in the corridor and believed it was the night security guy on his rounds. When she looked up from her desk, Albert was standing in the classroom doorway. He had managed to get past the closed main entrance and strolled through the entire school to find her room. Claire instantly grabbed her phone and threatened to contact the police. Albert entered the room and locked the door behind him. He explained that they needed to converse without my intervention. He informed Claire that I had been lying about him and that he had never intended to make her uncomfortable. He stated he understood why she had the false idea, but he was really attempting to protect her from my domineering tendencies. Claire stood up and ordered him to go immediately. Albert walked closer to her desk, saying he wasn't done talking. He claimed I had a history of psychological manipulation and that all of my prior girlfriends had left me for the same reason. He claimed I was isolating Claire from her friends and relatives, and that she would soon be left with only me. Claire attempted to walk around her desk, toward the door, but Albert grabbed her wrist. He insisted she listen since he was the only one brave enough to give her the truth. Claire snatched her arm away and dashed towards the door. Albert followed her down the hallway, warning her that she would regret not listening to him. Claire made it to the main office and set off the silent alarm. Within minutes, police came and discovered Albert still inside the building, peering through the windows of other classrooms. He explained to the cops that he was come to pick up his nephew, but had gotten lost while seeking for the main office. When questioned with his nephew's name and teacher, he was unable to answer them. Officers detained Albert for trespassing and obtained Claire's statement. She gave them images of her vandalized car and audio recordings of some of the threatening voicemails she had been receiving. The detective assigned to the case stated that they had enough evidence to charge Albert with stalking and harassment, in addition to trespassing. Here's when things get extremely twisted. My parents hired a lawyer for Albert before he was even arraigned. The lawyer contacted Claire's principal, claiming that Claire was having an affair with Albert and that her claims were retaliation for him discontinuing the relationship. The lawyer sent bogus text messages purporting to be from Claire, imploring Albert to leave his girlfriend and join her. Claire's principal called her into the office and inquired about the claims. Claire showed him the police reports and described the entire situation. The principal believed her, but added that the school board was concerned about the negative publicity. They proposed that Claire take a leave of absence until the criminal case was completed. Claire refused to quit her employment due to false accusations. She hired her own lawyer, who quickly identified the forged text messages as evidence. The metadata indicated that they were created on a computer and not sent from a phone. Claire's counsel filed a complaint with the state bar against Albert's attorney for presenting fake evidence. The most awful thing occurred last week. My mother phoned Claire and asked her to dismiss the charges. She described Albert as a confused young man who had developed affections for her but didn't know how to express them properly. She offered to pay for Claire's car repairs and vowed to keep Albert away from her if she gave him another chance. When Claire declined, my mother's tone altered dramatically. She claimed Claire was destroying their family due to a misunderstanding, and that no jury would trust her testimony against Albert's. She said Albert had acquaintances who could testify that Claire had been flirting with him at family dinner and luring him on. She told Claire that small communities have long memories, and that pursuing the allegations could make it impossible for her to continue working here. Claire recorded the entire conversation and provided it to the prosecutor. Witness intimidation is considered a criminal in our state, so now my mother is also facing criminal prosecution. Albert's trial is slated for next month. His lawyer is attempting to negotiate a plea agreement, but the prosecutor claims the evidence is too solid and the behavior is too terrible to warrant anything less than jail time. The school board unanimously agreed to assist Claire and provide her with additional security measures. Claire and I have been looking for work in various states. We both understand that staying here means coping with my family's hostility for years to come. My parents have made it clear that they will never stop blaming Claire for their son's conduct, even if Albert ends up in jail. I keep thinking about all the warning indicators I've missed throughout the years. Albert damaged every relationship, every lie my parents believed, and every time they preferred his version of events over clear proof. I assumed they were simply enabling terrible behavior, but now I realize they were actively engaged in it. Albert's trial concluded last week and the impact has been more dramatic than I anticipated. The verdict was guilty on all charges, but what transpired throughout? The trial highlighted how severe my family's dysfunction is. The prosecution produced a massive amount of evidence against Albert. Security footage from the school saw him entering through a side door that he had propped open earlier in the day. Phone records showed that he had made over 60 calls to Claire's employer. Albert and his friends used text messages to arrange the harassing campaign. The bogus evidence produced by his counsel was also used as an example of continued witness intimidation. Claire testified for 3 hours on the stalking and harassment. She remained cool and accurate throughout her evidence, even when Albert's counsel attempted to suggest she had encouraged his actions. The judge halted the cross-examination twice, because the questions got inappropriate. Albert took the stand in his own defense, even though his lawyer warned him not to. He immediately began raving about how I had stolen Claire from him, and how she was giving him confusing signals. He claimed Claire smiled at him during the family supper, which he saw as romantic interest. He explained that following her and calling her workplace were merely his way of getting to know her better. The prosecutor questioned Albert about how breaking into an elementary school at night was part of getting to know someone. Albert said he hoped Claire would be impressed by his tenacity and eventually agree to speak with him without my meddling. When asked why he destroyed her car, Albert explained that he was trying to give her an excuse to call him for help. The most painful moment occurred when the prosecutor showed a recording of my mother threatening Claire. Albert stopped the video, yelling that his mother was correct and Claire was destroying their family. He stated that Claire should have been appreciative for his attention, because most women would be fortunate to have someone battle for them the way he had fought for her. The jury deliberated for little than 2 hours. Albert was convicted of stalking, harassment, criminal trespassing, and vandalism. The judge sentenced him to 18 months in jail, followed by 2 years probation. He was also ordered to avoid contact with Claire and me for 5 years. Albert's reaction to the ruling was dramatic. He began screaming at Claire that she would regret ruining his life. He threatened to let everyone in town know what kind of person she was. The bailiffs had to physically restrain him as he was hauled out the courthouse. My parents sat in the front row for the entire trial, glaring at Claire and muttering to one another. Following the verdict, my father stood up and declared that it was a farce of justice. He said that Albert was the true victim, and Claire had twisted the entire thing to make herself appear innocent. My mother's trial for witness intimidation was set for the next week. She accepted a plea deal that included 6 months of house arrest and community service. Her attorney managed to keep her out of jail because she had no past criminal record. But she now has a permanent criminal conviction on her record. The local papers covered both cases extensively. My parents' accounting firm lost several significant clients who refused to work with a family involved in stalking and witness intimidation. My father had to sell his partnership in the firm and take a job with a larger company in the next county. The most stunning revelation occurred following Albert's imprisonment. His cellmate from his brief pre-trial imprisonment contacted the prosecutor with additional information. Albert had allegedly boasted about destroying my prior relationships and had outlined plans to further his harassment of Claire if he was released. Albert told his cellmate that he wanted to follow Claire to her new employment and continue harassing her. He claimed he was confident he could finally wear her down and persuade her that I was the problem. He further stated that he had pals who were eager to help him continue the campaign, even if it meant going to jail. This information was utilized to support the maximum sentence and the extended no-contact order. The prosecutor claimed Albert's own remarks demonstrated he had no intention of changing his behavior and posed a continuing threat to both Claire and myself. Claire and I received employment offers in Colorado the day after Albert was sentenced. We accepted instantly and gave notice at our current positions. Claire's principal and school board issued letters of recommendation, praising her professionalism throughout the ordeal. Several instructors and parents also wrote letters praising her integrity and effort. We've started packing and will be gone before Albert is freed from jail. Claire claims she is not fleeing the situation, but rather preparing for a new life in which Albert's acts will no longer define her. I fully agree with her. The challenges have fractured my extended family. Some relatives say Albert received just what he deserved and have apologized for my parents' actions. Others believe Claire overreacted and that we should have handled the situation privately inside the family. I've decided not to retain relationships with people who believe stalking and harassment are acceptable family actions. We've been in Colorado for 4 months now, and life here has been very different from what we left behind in Ohio. Claire got a job in an excellent primary school, and I work for a marketing agency in Denver. For the first time in years, we can wake up without fear of harassment or family conflict. Albert was freed from jail 2 weeks earlier, having served his entire sentence. His probation officer contacted us to confirm our address and reminded us of the no-contact rule. He broke the injunction within 3 days after being released. Albert found our new phone number and called Claire's school, claiming to be her brother and reporting a family emergency. Claire had expressly warned them about probable harassment from Ohio, which raised suspicions among the school secretary. They called Claire to confirm, and she promptly informed the local police and Albert's probation officer. Because Albert crossed state borders to break the no-contact order, federal charges were filed. He was detained again within a week and now faces more jail time. His probation was revoked, and he faces another 18 months in prison. My parents presumably drove to Colorado to look for us following Albert's arrest. They went to Claire's school and requested to talk with her, claiming they wanted to apologize and resolve matters. The school principal summoned the police, who walked my parents off the campus and warned them against trespassing. That evening, my parents arrived at our apartment building. They managed to get past the security door and were knocking on our door when we arrived home from work. My father instantly began ranting about how we had wrecked their family and Albert's life. My mother cried and begged Claire to withdraw the additional charges against Albert. I told them to leave immediately, or I'd contact the cops. My father stated they had driven 12 hours to speak with us and deserved to be heard. Claire quietly took out her phone and began dialing. My mother grabbed Claire's arm and claimed she only needed 5 minutes to explain everything. This was their second mistake. Putting hands on Claire after everything that had transpired was unforgivable. I went in between them and informed my parents that they had precisely 30 seconds to leave our building before the cops arrived. My father began threatening to sue us for harming his business and family's reputation. He promised to make sure everyone in our new neighborhood realized who we truly were. My mother claimed they had spent their entire life savings on lawyers and court bills because of us. The cops arrived and arrested both of my parents for harassment and trespassing since they had crossed state boundaries to torment us. Federal prosecutors are considering filing further charges. The local district attorney stated that my parents' behavior demonstrated an escalation pattern that called for harsh punishment. Claire and I testified via video link at Albert's federal sentencing hearing last month. The judge sentenced him to 2 years in federal prison and 3 years of supervised probation. He will be ineligible for early release, and any subsequent infractions will result in considerably lengthier sentences. My parents were released on bail, but they are not allowed to leave Ohio while their case is pending. Their lawyer is attempting to reach a plea agreement, but the prosecutor wants jail time because to their history of witness intimidation and physical contact with Claire. The most enjoyable aspect of this whole journey has been seeing my parents face the repercussions of their conduct. For 30 years they tolerated Albert's actions and made excuses for his increasingly serious wrongdoing. They never believed his victims and always tried to blame everyone else for his acts. Now they face criminal prosecution, financial devastation, and a loss of communal standing. Their business is gone, their reputation is ruined, and their only child is in federal prison. The reality they crafted over decades of denial and enabling has finally crumbled around them. Claire and I married last month in a quiet ceremony attended by only a few of our closest friends. We did not invite any family members and did not make it public. We wanted our wedding to focus on our future together, not on the unhealthy relationships we had left behind. Several people have asked if I ever feel guilty for what happened to my parents and Albert. The answer is no. Every decision they made, lie they uttered, every victim they blamed contributed directly to this result. They had numerous opportunities to confront Albert's actions but decided not to. They caused this scenario via years of intentional blindness and enabling. Claire is pregnant with our first kid, due in the spring. We've decided to raise our children without any interaction with my parents or Albert. Our children will grow up knowing they are safe and protected, something I never had in my own upbringing. We've constructed a life around honesty, accountability, and mutual respect. We will not allow harassment, manipulation, or abuse from anyone, even family members. Breaking the cycle of dysfunction was the best decision we'd ever taken. People occasionally ask if I miss my family, or regret cutting them off entirely. I don't miss the endless drama, the gaslighting, or the uncertainty of what Albert will do next. I have no regrets about protecting Claire and our future children from those who refuse to face their own destructive behavior. Claire and our unborn child make up my genuine family. We're creating something healthy and stable together, distant from the toxic environment that defined my first 30 years. That is enough family for me. Story number 2. After being tormented by his family for being poor, I uncovered my husband's secret first marriage. Now I'm divorcing him and launching a business with his sister. Hello everyone. I am Nora, a 28-year-old woman seeking help on a matter involving my spouse, Ethan, a 30-year-old man, and his family. We have been married for 3 years and together for 6. When we first met, everything seemed ideal. Ethan was friendly, attentive, and supportive. His family also appeared decent, particularly his sister Lila, a 32-year-old female. I was raised in a tiny town with working-class parents. My father worked in a factory, while my mother cleaned houses. They worked hard yet battled to make ends meet. I learned the importance of money and hard work at a young age. I started babysitting when I was 12 years old and obtained my first real part-time job at 16, working after school and on weekends at the local cafe. Despite financial constraints, my parents constantly encouraged me to continue my education. They couldn't afford to send me to a nice institution, so they encouraged me to attend community college while working full-time. It was difficult to balance employment and school, but I was determined to make a better life for myself. After graduating from community college, I worked as a marketing assistant for a small local company. I worked my way up by taking on additional assignments and learning everything I could about the profession. 6 years later, I'm the marketing manager for a mid-sized corporation in the city. I'm proud of what I've accomplished and the career I've started from scratch. Ethan's background couldn't be more different than mine. He is from a wealthy family that runs a thriving chain of high-end restaurants. His parents, Margaret, 58, and Charles, 60, began with a small restaurant and have grown it into an empire over the last 3 decades. Ethan grew raised in a home, attended fancy schools, and never worried about money. When we first met at a mutual friend's party, I was frightened by Ethan's pedigree, but he was down to earth and really interested in getting to know me. He stated he respected my work ethic and how I had started my career from nothing. We bonded over our mutual passion of cooking, but his experiences came from sophisticated culinary classes, and mine from assisting my mother in our modest kitchen. Everything went well over the first couple years of our partnership. Ethan's family seemed to welcome me, even if they made occasional remarks about my quaint upbringing. I dismissed these, assuming they were simply attempting to relate to me in their own manner. After we married, things began to alter. Ethan's relatives, particularly his mother, Margaret, made increasingly sharp remarks. They would say things like, "It must be nice to marry into money," or, "I'm sure Nora appreciates not having to clip coupons anymore." I tried to laugh it off at first, but it eventually became too much for me. Margaret began criticizing my clothes, claiming they were cheap or unprofessional. She'd make a big deal about gifting me costly designer stuff for birthdays and Christmas, then get upset when I didn't wear them to family gatherings. I tried to explain that fancy clothing were not appropriate for my position, but she just rolled her eyes and said something about career females. Ethan never advocated for me during these interactions. He'd explain that his mother was simply trying to be polite, and that I should be appreciative for the gifts. He began urging me to quit my job, saying I didn't need to work anymore, but I enjoy my job and I'm not comfortable relying on others for money. Furthermore, I worked hard to get where I am. I'm not prepared to give that up. The issue worsened when Ethan's sister Lila became engaged to a man from a similar wealthy household. Margaret repeatedly compared me to Lila's fiancé, mentioning how nicely he fit in with the family. She'd specifically asked me when I was going to start dressing more suitably for family occasions, as Lila's fiancé had. I attempted to explain to Ethan how his family's behavior was impacting me, but he constantly rejected my concerns. He'd suggest I was overly sensitive, or that I needed to work more to fit in. It appeared that he was more concerned with making his family happy than supporting his wife. The problem came to a head last month. Ethan's family was organizing a large charity banquet to commemorate the restaurant chain's 30th anniversary. Margaret insisted on purchasing me a dress for the event. It was a fashionable gown that cost more than I earned in a month. I was uncomfortable, but Ethan insisted I wear it to make his mother happy and to look like a wealthy restaurateur's wife. At the gala, I felt out of place. Everyone was talking about their recent trips to exotic destinations or the latest fancy vehicles they had purchased. I tried to participate in conversations, but people rapidly lost interest when they discovered I couldn't talk about yacht clubs or private aircraft. I went to the restroom to take a break and overheard Margaret talking with her pals by the sinks. She was giggling as she described how she had to dress up the help to make me acceptable. She claimed Ethan could have done so much better than some girl from the trailer park, and she was embarrassed to introduce me as her daughter-in-law. She even stated that she was attempting to get Ethan to have me sign a post-nuptial agreement to protect the family's assets. I was devastated. I had spent years trying to fit in with Ethan's family, believing that if I worked hard enough, they would embrace me. However, hearing Margaret's words made me understand that would never happen. They would always regard me as beneath them, no matter what I did. I exited the bathroom and found Ethan. I informed him what I had heard and that I wanted to go. Instead of supporting me, he accused me of eavesdropping and claimed I had misunderstood his mother. He demanded we stay at the gala to maintain appearances. I could not handle it anymore. I promised Ethan I would leave with or without him. He merely seemed ashamed and advised me not to cause a disturbance. I removed the beautiful jewelry Margaret had lent me for the event, handed it to Ethan, and departed. I went to stay with my best friend, Paige, 29 female, whom I'd known since high school. She has been my rock throughout this, reminding me of who I am and where I came from. Ethan didn't even try to prevent me from going. He simply appeared annoyed that I was disrupting his family's festivity. It's been a week and I'm still at Paige's. Ethan has called and texted, but only to ask me to come home and apologize to his family. He accuses me of being selfish and immature, and says I should learn to appreciate the life he has given me. He doesn't seem to comprehend or care about how I'm wounded. I do not know what to do. I love Ethan, or thought I did, but I can't keep living this way. His family treats me as if I were beneath them, and he does nothing to stop it. In fact, he appears to agree with them the majority of the time. I feel like I'm losing myself in trying to fit into their world. Part of me wonders whether I should have known this was coming. There were subtle clues early on in our relationship, comments about my automobile being a starter vehicle, or surprise that I'd never been to Europe, but I was so in love that I ignored them. Now I'm wondering if there was an error. I'm also concerned about what divorce would mean. I signed a prenuptial agreement before we married. At the time, I didn't give it much thought because I never intended to divorce Ethan. Now I'm concerned about the implications for my financial future if I leave. Am I overreacting to this? Should I simply accept that this is how things will be if I want to stay married to Ethan? Is it time to contemplate terminating my marriage and returning to my previous life, even if it means facing financial difficulties again? I could appreciate some outside insight on this. Thank you to everyone who responded to my first post. Your encouragement and suggestions truly helped me think things through. A lot has transpired in the last 2 weeks, and I wanted to provide an update. After spending a few days at Pages, I decided to return home and talk to Ethan. I hoped that if we had a real, honest chat away from his family, we could work things out. I was mistaken. When I went home, Ethan pretended nothing had occurred. He did not apologize or mention the incident during the gala. Instead, he informed me that his parents were coming over for dinner that night, and I needed to apologize to them for my nasty behavior at the event. I couldn't believe what I heard. I assured Ethan I would not apologize for standing up for myself. That's when things became ugly. Ethan began ranting at me, accusing me of being ungrateful and failing to appreciate anything his family did for me. He mentioned how they had paid for our wedding, which I had not wanted to be so extravagant in the first place, and how they had assisted us with the down payment on our home, which I had also wanted to be smaller and more modest. Ethan stated I was fortunate to be with him, and that many women would be delighted to take my place. He even hinted that he had other possibilities but had chosen me. In that instant, I understood the Ethan I had fallen in love with was vanished. Perhaps he never actually existed. I told Ethan I was leaving and wanted a divorce. He chuckled, saying I'd never make it without his and his family's money. He reminded me of the prenuptial agreement I had signed and told me that if I left him, I would be left with nothing. Then he said something that terrified me. He threatened to use his family's connections to destroy my career if I tried to leave. I grabbed my luggage and departed, returning to Paige's apartment. Ethan has been phoning and texting incessantly, alternately asking me to return and threatening me if I don't. I've been researching my legal options, but I'm concerned about going up against Ethan's family and their costly lawyers. This is where things take an unexpected turn. 2 days ago, I received a call from Lila, Ethan's sister. She offered to meet me for coffee. I was concerned given what had happened with Ethan's family, but I chose to listen to her. When we met, Lila dropped a bombshell. She informed me that she had wanted to leave the family business for years, but was frightened of being cut off financially. She stated she couldn't bear how her parents and Ethan treated me, and it wasn't the first time they'd done anything similar. Ethan had previously been married, Lila claims, around 5 years before we met. His ex-wife, Isabel, was likewise from the working class. According to Lila, Isabel was handled the same way the family treated me, with continual criticism and attempts to change her. Ethan never stood up for her either. Isabel departed their marriage after only a year. Lila claimed Isabel's family gave her a large sum of money to keep silent about how she was treated. They were concerned about their reputation, particularly because they were growing their restaurant chain at the moment. Lila handed me documentation proving everything, including the settlement agreement with Ethan's ex-wife. I was shocked. Ethan had never discussed his marriage before. When I asked why she was telling me all of this now, Lila explained that she couldn't stand by and watch it happen again. She also stated that she was preparing to leave the family business and requested my assistance. Lila aspires to build her own business that is radically distinct from her family's. She has an idea for a meal kit delivery business that teaches individuals how to prepare restaurant-quality meals at home. She has the culinary skills and business ideas, but she is concerned about the reaction from her family. She asked if I would consider doing business with her, suggesting my marketing skills would be beneficial. I'm not sure what to think. On the one hand, I'm upset that Lila didn't speak up sooner. On the other hand, I realize how difficult it may be to stand up to relatives, especially when there is a lot of money involved. And I must confess, the prospect of beginning a new business is exciting. It would be an opportunity to apply my talents and knowledge in a new context and create something of my own. I have not responded to Lila yet. I am still absorbing what she told me about Ethan and his past marriage. I cannot believe he kept something so important from me. It makes me question what else he could have been hiding. I've chosen to go with the divorce. I contacted a lawyer and began the procedure. The lawyer believes we may be able to contest the prenup due to Ethan's refusal to disclose his previous marriage. Ethan is still unaware of the facts Lila told me. Part of me wants to confront him, but my lawyer told me not to do so right now. I'm worried about the future, yet I also feel relieved. I know I'm making the correct decision by leaving Ethan. I'm just not sure whether I should trust Lila and explore her business proposition. What if it's a trap set by the family? On top of that, my parents found out what had been going on. They are furious with Ethan and his family, and they want me to return home. Part of me wants to accept their offer. It would be an opportunity to regroup and plan my next steps. But another part of me believes that would be going backward. I've worked so hard to establish my life and job in the city. I'm also concerned about the potential impact at work. I'm not sure if Ethan will make good on his threats to damage my career. Should I start looking for a new job just in case, or will doing so make me look guilty? There is so much to think about, and I'm feeling overwhelmed. What are your thoughts, Reddit? Should I take a gamble and start a business with Lila? Is this all too complicated, and I should just leave the entire family? Should I move back to my hometown or stay in the city? Any advice would be greatly appreciated. Hello again to everyone. It's been roughly a month since my last update, and much has changed. I'd like to thank you all again for your help and advice. It's definitely helped me get through this terrible period. First, the divorce is proceeding. Ethan wasn't pleased when I served him with papers. He alternated between asking me to return and threatening to ruin my finances. I'm delighted I had Lila's knowledge regarding his prior marriage since it offered my lawyer some power. We are in the process of challenging the prenup, and my lawyer is positive. Speaking of Lila, I decided to get her thoughts on the business plan. We met several times to discuss her ideas, and I must say, I was impressed. Her meal kit delivery service concept is solid, with a focus on educating people how to prepare restaurant-quality meals at home. It's very different from her family's business, and I can see myself being thrilled about it. After much deliberation, I accepted to collaborate with Lila. We've been working on a business strategy and seeking investors. It's exhilarating, but also frightening. I understand that doing business with my soon-to-be ex-sister-in-law carries some risk, but I believe it is worthwhile. Lila has been quite supportive throughout this entire process, and I believe I can trust her. This is when things become complex. Margaret, Ethan's mother, learned last week of my partnership with Lila. She arrived to my flat, enraged. She accused me of attempting to take her daughter away from the family. Then she made a surprising proposal. Margaret offered me $1 million if I walked away from the divorce and the business with Lila. She promised to make sure Ethan treated me better and that the family accepted me. All I had to do was persuade Lila to rejoin the family business and forget about our venture. I was stunned. I informed Margaret that I needed time to think about it. She gave me a week to decide. I'm not going to lie. The money is attractive. It would alleviate many of my financial concerns and make the divorce process smoother. But I know it would mean abandoning my self-respect and betraying Lila. I can't help but wonder if this is some sort of test or trap. What if I agree and they use it against me later? I wouldn't put it past them at this point. They've already demonstrated how manipulative they can be. I haven't informed Lila about Margaret's offer yet. I'm scared it will jeopardize the trust we've been developing, but I also feel bad hiding it from her, especially because it concerns her. On top of that, I've been dealing with some consequences at work. I'm not sure if Ethan followed through on his threats, but I have seen several of my coworkers treating me differently. My supervisor called me in for a meeting last week and inquired if everything was fine at home. He added that he had heard some worries regarding how my personal life affected my profession. I attempted to tell him that I was treating everything professionally, but I am concerned about my job security. I had been debating what to do. The logical side of me says to decline Margaret's offer and go ahead with my plans, but a small voice in my head wonders if I'm making a mistake by turning down such a significant sum of money. What happens if the business with Lila fails? What happens if I can't find another job? I understand I need to make a decision soon. Margaret's deadline is in 2 days. I'm considering declining the offer, but I'm concerned about the potential consequences. What if they try to undermine my partnership with Lila? What if they make the divorce more difficult? I've also been considering my parents' invitation to relocate back home. It would be a new beginning away from all of this drama, but it would also entail giving up the life and profession I've made here. I am not sure I am prepared to do that. I truly need some guidance, Reddit. How would you handle my situation? Should I accept the money and try to work things out with Ethan and his family, or should I stick to my guns and forward with the divorce and new business? What about my parents' offer to relocate back home? I feel like I'm at a crossroads, and each decision appears to have serious ramifications. It's been a while since I last updated. I wanted to let everyone know how things came out. First, I declined Margaret's offer. It was enticing, but I knew I could not live with myself if I accepted the money. I told Lila everything, and she thanked me for being honest. It actually strengthened our collaboration and increased our determination to achieve. The divorce was finalized 3 months ago. It wasn't easy, and Ethan's family pulled every trick in the book to make things difficult. However, because to the facts Lila supplied about Ethan's prior marriage, my lawyer was able to reach a reasonable settlement. Ethan's omission to reveal his previous marriage rendered the prenuptial agreement unlawful, entitling me to a more equal asset allocation. Regarding the business with Lila, we're off to a good start. We launched our meal kit delivery service 2 months ago and have had a fantastic response. We haven't made millions yet, but we're steadily increasing. Lila's culinary expertise, along with my marketing skills, has proven to be an excellent match. We've even received some local press coverage, which has raised our profile. Ethan's family was upset that Lila was quitting the family business. They tried to pressure her into returning, but she refused. I'm proud of her for advocating for herself. We've had to deal with some sabotage attempts, negative internet reviews that we assume were made by family members, and attempts to damage our supplier relationships, but we're dealing with it. Throughout this, my career suffered somewhat. I ended up leaving my position at the marketing agency. I'm not sure if it was Ethan's threats or the stress of everything interfering with my work, but it became evident that it was time to move on. It was terrifying at first, but now I'm glad I did it. Working on our startup full-time has been both tough and gratifying. Ethan has tried to contact me several times, generally after drinking. He fluctuates between apologizing and blaming me for destroying his life. I blocked his phone number and all of his social media profiles. I'm finished with that chapter of my life. I opted not to return to my hometown. As enticing as it was to have my parents' support, I decided I didn't want to abandon the life I'd created here. My parents understood and were supportive from afar. They also made a minor investment in our company, which meant a lot to me. I will not pretend that it has been easy. There are days when I mourn the financial security of my previous life and question if I made the right decision. Starting a business is stressful, and there have been occasions when I questioned whether we'd make it. But then I recall how unhappy I was with Ethan and his family, how they made me feel, and I realize I did the right thing. I'm currently working on creating my new life. The business keeps me busy, and I've started dating again, albeit casually. I'm taking things slowly and making an effort to emphasize my own happiness and self-esteem. I've also reconnected with some old friends who I had lost touch with throughout my marriage, which has been wonderful. Looking back, I realize how much I've developed from this experience. I've learned to stand up for myself, trust my instincts, and refuse to let anyone make me feel less than I am. It's been a difficult journey, but I'm optimistic about what the future holds. I've also learned the value of being honest to myself. I spent so much time trying to fit into Ethan's world that I almost forgot who I was. Now I am proud of my heritage and the ideals instilled in me by my parents. I'm no longer ashamed of where I'm from, it's part of who I am. Thank you again for your encouragement and wisdom along this journey. It made a big difference knowing I had people rooting for me, even if they were strangers on the internet. I hope that my story might help others who may be in similar situations. I was my sister's ATM for 5 years. When I said no more, she screamed, "Go to hell," and threw cake at my face. Now she owes me $39,000 with interest. For the past 5 years, I, a 32-year-old male, have essentially served as my 29-year-old sister's personal bank account. I will call her Lila. I don't mean, "Hey, can I borrow $20 for gas?" kind of circumstance. I'm talking about full-fledged financial assistance, rent, utilities, groceries, clothes for her children, school supplies, and everything. I work in a facility that produces car parts. It's not glamorous, but it pays well if you're willing to work a lot of overtime, which I've been doing almost non-stop since Lila's husband left her. My social life. What a social life. I haven't had a proper vacation since 2019. Most weekends, I work extra shifts or assist Lila with a broken item in her apartment. It was not always like this. Lila used to be married to this guy named Travis. He was fine. He had a regular job as an electrician. They seemed fairly regular, and they had a child together, my niece Chloe, who is now 7 years old, and actually quite cool. But Lila has always had rage issues. Like she'll appear okay, and then snap over nothing. She'd throw enormous tantrums and shout at Travis over little matters like him buying the wrong brand of cereal, or not responding to her texts quickly enough. It's no wonder that Dad got fed up and left when Chloe was approximately 2. I can recall Lila calling me at 11 p.m., sobbing about Travis being a selfish guy who abandoned his family. I subsequently discovered he had been telling her for months that he was unhappy, but she didn't take him seriously, I guess. Anyway, after the divorce, Lila could no longer afford her flat. Her work at the mall paid little, and childcare charges are exorbitant. This is where my parents, Richard and Margaret, should have intervened, correct? But no, they've been living the retirement dream ever since Dad received his pension. They travel about 4 months out of the year and have refurbished their home with one of those expensive kitchens from TV. When I proposed that they should financially assist Lila, their daughter, Mom looked at me with a patronizing smile and said, "You're young and capable, Finn. You don't have any responsibilities yet. Lila needs help right now." So, like an idiot, I agreed to help Lila temporarily while she recovered. That was in 2020. It is currently 2025. And guess what? I'm still assisting. At first, it was simply assisting with rent. Then there was rent and utilities, as electricity is extremely expensive in the winter. Then there were groceries, because Chloe is developing and requires nutritious food. Then there were clothes for Chloe, school supplies, after-school activities, and a new laptop because she needed one for school. She was a first grader. New furniture since the old stuff makes me think of Travis. And on, and on. Every time I suggested that we cut back on certain spending, Lila would pull one of her famous moves. Sometimes she'd start crying about how difficult it is to be a single mother. Or she'd become really defensive and declare, "I'm being cheap." Her preferred strategy was to use Chloe as a shield. "So you want your niece to go without basic necessities?" she would ask, reminding me how fortunate I was not to have a family to maintain. Here's the thing with me. I've always been the family fixer. Middle child syndrome, perhaps. When things get uncomfortable, I start making jokes. I attempt to keep the peace. I dislike conflict. When I hand over money to Lila that I know I'll never see again, I just make a snarky remark like, "Well, there goes my dream yacht." Or guess I'll just have to win the lottery now. Everyone laughs, the matter is resolved, but I am still broke. I truly had a dream once. I was saving for a down payment on a home. Lila had approximately $15,000 saved up when her life crashed. That money was spent within the first year of assisting her. I intended to attend some community college programs in order to advance in my career or obtain a better position. Cannot afford it right now. I've even tried dating on occasion, but it's difficult to go out with someone when you're counting pennies after paying 2 sets of bills. Jordan, my pal, is constantly reminding me that I'm being used. Dude, she's a grown woman, she should figure it out like everyone else. However, when children are involved, things are not so straightforward. Chloe did not ask for any of this. And I adore that little kid. She's smart and humorous, and she likes to draw dinosaurs wearing hats. How can you say no when you know your niece will suffer? Uncle Henry is the only member of my family who can see through Lila's act. He drew me aside at Thanksgiving last year and said, "Kid, you're setting yourself on fire to keep someone warm who's just going to complain it's not hot enough." Henry has always been direct like that. He offered to loan me money once, but I declined. This problem is already hard enough without including more family members in the financial picture. Lila finally found a good job as an administrative assistant at an insurance company, full-time and with benefits, about 8 months ago. I hoped things would finally change. Maybe I could just help with Chloe's expenses or pay a portion of the rent instead of the entire amount. However, the financial obligations continued, often much more so than before, because changing jobs is expensive in various ways. She required a professional wardrobe and networking lunches, among other things, which sounded uncomfortably similar to, "I want to buy new clothes and go out to eat." Meanwhile, I'm still driving my 2008 Honda with 187,000 miles on it, going to discount grocery stores and using my phone until it practically dies because I can't afford a replacement. But I kept paying. Because I'm a sucker, I suppose. Because it feels impossible to say no after saying yes so many times. Because I'm worried about what will happen to Chloe if I cut Lila off. Because my entire identity in the family is the dependable Finn, who solves everyone's issues with a smile and a joke. But after Lila acquired her new office job, I started seeing strange things. Not all at once, but in small increments that simply did not add up. First and foremost, her financial situation deteriorated, rather than improved. When she was working part-time at the mall, I could understand why she needed assistance. But now she is making money. Not fantastic, but certainly better than before. And she's still asking me for money, sometimes even more. One week she called and said she couldn't pay her rent because she had to pay for Chloe's school pictures. School photos cost about $50, but her rent is $1,200. Make sure it makes sense. When I went over to her flat, I started seeing new things. Nothing fancy, but definitely not a bargain. New throw pillows and brand-name makeup on her bathroom counter. She even got one of those robotic vacuums. Who would buy a robot vacuum if they couldn't pay their electricity bill? The big red flag was when she arrived at my folks' house for Sunday dinner wearing these fancy shoes. I only recognized the brand because the person I was dating was infatuated with it. They cost a minimum of $300. When I cocked an eyebrow at her, she simply shrugged and claimed they were on sale. On sale for $250 rather than $300. That's still crazy when I'm over here buying work boots at Walmart. Then she started acting strangely about her phone. She used to just leave it on the table or something, but now she's carrying it everywhere, including the restroom, and she jumps anytime it alerts her with a notice. I once went in when she was texting and she practically flipped her phone over as if she was hiding nuclear codes or something. Her routine also became weird. Previously, she would spend the evenings at home with Chloe, but she started asking me to babysit more and more. Typically last minute. Emergency work thing, she'd explain, or girls' night. I really need this for my mental health. Now, I understand the necessity for social time, especially as a single mom. But it was happening about 2 to 3 times every week. I saw Chloe expressing things that didn't make sense given Lila's story of being a broke single mom. One day, I was picking her up from school, and she told me about this wonderful restaurant with a table where they cook in front of you. It's obviously a hibachi place. When I asked who took her there, she replied, "Mommy took me last week." So I'm sitting there thinking, I gave Lila money for groceries last week since she mentioned they were eating ramen every night. However, she was able to afford hibachi. That's about $60 to $70 for 2 people, easily. Another time, Chloe was playing with my phone and unintentionally launched my Amazon app. She saw a toy and replied, "I have that. Mommy ordered it for my good grades." The toy cost $40. Not the most costly item ever, but certainly not what someone who cannot pay their water bill should purchase. I began paying greater attention to Lila's social media accounts. She wasn't posting anything suspicious directly, but she was identifying herself in locations like fine restaurants, wineries, and performance venues. She was always with a bunch of work pals she hadn't mentioned previously. When I casually mentioned one of these outings, "Hey, how was that Italian place you went to Tuesday?" she became defensive right away. "Are you stalking my Instagram now? Wow, Finn, controlling much." I backed away because it is what I do. Make a joke, smooth things over and pretend everything is all right. Just making conversation, sis. Glad you're making friends at your new job. But I began to wonder where my money was going. If she can afford girls' nights, hibachi and high-end shoes, why can't she pay rent? Something was not adding up. Uncle Henry also observed. We were helping my father repair his deck. Well, Henry and I were working as Dad observed when Henry just asked me, "You still bankrolling Lila's life?" I gave him a non-answer like, "You know how it is. Family helps family." Henry just shook his head. "That girl's taking you for a ride, Finn. You don't see it because you don't want to, but everyone else does." That ached because deep down I knew he was correct. Even my friend Jordan had stopped asking me to go out because he was tired of hearing I can't afford it, while seeing me Venmo hundreds of dollars to my sister. I tried discussing it with my parents once. We were at their house for Dad's birthday, and Lila had just begged me for money to fix her car the day before, an $800 repair that I'm pretty sure was fabricated. "Don't you think it's strange that Lila still needs so much help despite her new job?" I asked Mom while we were alone in the kitchen. Mom just gave me that look, like I'm being difficult. "She's a single mother, Finn. Do you have any idea how expensive it is to raise a child? You're lucky you only have to worry about yourself." There it was again. I'm lucky to be trapped paying for 2 families on one paycheck when everyone else may live their lives. When Lila began receiving deliveries, I became very suspicious. I knew because Chloe mentioned it. "The delivery man comes to our house a lot now. Mommy says it's because she deserves nice things." Goodness. While I'm over here contemplating whether I can afford to repair my car's air conditioner or if I should just sweat through another summer, I still didn't know what was going on. Part of me wondered if she had a shopping addiction or was in some sort of problem she wasn't telling me about. In any case, I resolved to discover the truth. The following time she asked me to babysit last minute for a work event, I consented as usual. I didn't intend to spy through my sister's belongings that day. I'm not that type of person. But when I arrived to babysit Chloe, strange things were happening on. First, Lila was completely dressed up for a work event on a Thursday night. She was dressed in a tight black dress that I'd never seen before, had fancy makeup and hair done, and was wearing perfume that clearly cost more than the body spray she used to buy at the mall. When I asked about it, she became really defensive. "Some of us care about our appearance, Finn. Not everyone wants to look like they just rolled out of bed." For the record, I was wearing regular jeans and a clean t-shirt. Not quite, just rolled out of bed, but whatever. The second strange thing was that Chloe appeared perplexed about where her mother was going. When Lila remarked, "Mommy has to go to a work thing," Chloe replied, "Is Mason going to be there?" Lila's face went white almost instantly. She yelled at Chloe, "Go brush your teeth right now," and nearly shoved me into the kitchen, stating we needed to talk about Chloe's bedtime ritual. Now I am not stupid. "Who's Mason?" I inquired. "Just a coworker," she replied hastily. "We're all going to this team building thing." She lied. I've known Lila my entire life, and she has this habit of touching her earring while lying. She was virtually ripping on her earring by this point, but I let it go since Chloe returned to the room, and I didn't want to start a fight in front of her. Lila went quickly, asking me not to wait because these work things can go late. After I settled Chloe into a movie, I decided to look around a little. Not full-fledged snooping, just observation. I was not opening drawers or anything. When I went to put away Chloe's sweater, I noticed a men's jacket hanging in the hall closet. Not like a unisex jacket, but a standard men's leather jacket in size extra large. Travis, Lila's ex, was best described as a medium. In the restroom I noticed men's body wash in the shower, not the cheap type either. The premium sort, which costs around $15 each bottle. There was also a men's razor on the countertop. However, the true proof was in the living room. While Chloe was putting on her jammies, I saw some mail on the coffee table. One envelope was addressed to Mason Jennings, the same address as Lila's flat. This guy was receiving mail at her residence. That is not a casual thing. That is not a co-worker. That's someone who spends a lot of time there. When Chloe returned for the movie, I casually said, "Hey Pops, who's Mason again? Is he one of Mommy's friends from work?" She gave me that adults are so dumb look that only kids can pull off. "No, Uncle Finn, Mason is Mommy's boyfriend. He sleeps over lots of times and makes pancakes in the morning." Okay, there it was. My sister had a hidden boyfriend who allegedly spent enough time at her house to receive mail and prepare breakfast. "Does Mason buy you things?" I inquired, attempting to sound casual. "Sometimes," she responded, concentrating on selecting a movie. "He got me the robot that cleans the floor, and he took me and Mommy to the restaurant where they cook in front of you. He has a cool car too." So this guy was purchasing gifts for my niece, taking them to expensive places, and allegedly driving a cool car, while I was still paying Lila's rent and utilities because she couldn't afford them. I felt sick to my stomach. For 5 years, I'd been sacrificing everything to support Lila, thinking she was struggling, and now she had a man who was spending money on her and Chloe while I was still paying the bills. The more Chloe talked, the worse things got. Mason had reportedly been around for at least 6 months. He took them to the zoo after Lila informed me that she couldn't afford Chloe's field trip. He even took them on a weekend excursion to a water park, the same weekend Lila informed me she needed additional money because her hours were reduced. I maintained my composure in front of Chloe. We watched the movie, I told her a tale, and I tucked her down as if everything was fine. But internally, I was angry. After Chloe fell asleep, I examined around more carefully. In Lila's room, I discovered shopping bags in her closet with receipts for luxury clothes, and even an iPad. All acquired within the last few months while I was eating ramen for dinner to save money. In her nightstand drawer, there were weekend vacation brochures and a handwritten note that read, "Happy 6 months, babe. Can't wait for many more. Love, R." 6 months. She'd been dating this guy for half a year and was still receiving my money. I grabbed my phone and began photographing everything. The men's items in the bathroom, the mail, the shopping receipts, and the card. I even took a photo of the dude's jacket. I sought evidence when she tried to deny everything. Then I looked over her Instagram. She wasn't posting images with any guys, but when I looked closely at her girls' night out shots, I noticed the same guy in the background of numerous of them, not labeled, but clearly present. In one photograph, you can see his hand on her waist. Subtle, sis. Very subtle. I was still sitting there looking through her social media when I heard her key enter the door at about midnight. I immediately put everything back where I found it and attempted to appear relaxed on the couch. She came in still dressed up, little tipsy, and shocked to see me awake. "Oh, you're still here. How was Chloe?" "Great," I answered, my tone bland. "We had a nice talk. She told me all about Mason." The expression on her face was nearly worth the thousands of dollars I had squandered on her. Then she moved from denying everything, "He's just a friend," to downplaying it. "We've only been dating a few weeks," to ultimately admitting they had been together for almost 6 months. But the worst thing was when she tried to explain keeping him hidden from me. You're so judgmental, Finn. I knew you'd make a big deal out of it. A big deal? You've been taking my money for emergencies while spending it on dates with this guy. It's not like that. Mason's going through a tough time financially right now. I've been helping him out sometimes. That's when I totally lost it. So, let me get this straight, I responded, attempting to remain calm. I work overtime every week so you can pay your bills, but instead you're using that money to support some grown man who should be supporting himself. She burst into tears then. Classic Lila move. When logic fails, activate the waterworks. She went on about how I didn't understand, how Mason was wonderful with Chloe, how she was happy for the first time since Travis left, and how dare I attempt to ruin it for her. I told her I was finished. There's no more money, no more bailouts, no longer being her personal ATM. She was capable of paying her own bills, just like any other adult on the earth. Of course, she called me every name in the book, selfish, uncaring, and jealous because I didn't have anyone. That last one stung because it may have been true. It's difficult to date when you're continuously working and broke from helping your sister. I left her place that night, assuming it was the end. Boy, was I mistaken. The next morning, my parents called. Guess who contacted them at 1 a.m., weeping about how mean I was. They lectured me on the need of family support and how ridiculous I was. When I tried to explain Mason, they brushed it aside as if it were nothing. So she has a boyfriend. What's the big deal? She deserves some happiness after everything she's been through. Did everyone forget that I've been through a lot too? That I had put my entire life on hold for 5 years? For the next week, Lila continued texting me about invoices that were due. I disregarded them all. My parents called repeatedly, leaving guilt-ridden voicemails about how Chloe shouldn't suffer because I was stubborn. I also ignored those. I was finally standing my ground, which felt great. Then came Saturday. I was at home washing laundry when the doorbell rang. It was Lila, with a fancy-looking cake box. "Can I come in?" she inquired, appearing regretful for once. Against my better judgment, I allowed her in. She placed the cake on my kitchen table and began giving an obviously scripted speech about how sorry she was for not telling me about Mason and how she understood why I was unhappy. But couldn't we figure things out? Maybe I could still contribute with the rent while she sorted things out. I looked at her in bewilderment. You still don't get it, do you? This isn't just about your boyfriend. It's about the lying, the manipulating, using me for 5 years while hiding how you were really spending the money. That's not fair, she responded, becoming defensive again. I did need help with necessities. Sure, not with fancy date nights and gifts for your boyfriend. Do you have any idea what I've given up for you? I've been living like I'm broke because I am broke after giving you all my money. It wasn't all of your money, she murmured. Don't exaggerate. I laughed, really laughed. Lila, I've given you over $35,000 in the past 5 years. I calculated it. Her eyes bulged. I do not think she had ever done the math. Look, I told you, I'm not even asking for the money back. It's gone, but I'm done. You have a job, you have a boyfriend. Figure it out between the two of you. That was when she pointed to the cake box. I got your favorite carrot cake from that bakery you like as a peace offering. When I opened the box, there was indeed a lovely carrot cake inside. But something about it felt odd. What's this really for? I inquired. You've never brought me cake as an apology before. She fidgeted with her earrings. Just wanted to make things right. I saw some writing on the cake, which was partially visible under the box top. I opened it fully to see. Happy 6-month anniversary, R. The rest was smudged. It clicked right away. This is for Mason, isn't it? Today is your 6-month anniversary with him. Her face turned crimson. Well, yes, but I thought we could share it. I'm trying to include you in my life. Include me? I asked, my voice growing louder. You didn't even buy this for me. You bought it for your anniversary, and what? He canceled so you thought you'd use it to butter me up instead. Mason didn't cancel, she yelled. He's meeting me later. I just thought. You thought you'd smooth things over with me so I'd keep paying your bills, then go celebrate with him using my favorite cake that I'm guessing you paid for with money I gave you for your electric bill last month. It's not like that, she cried. God, you're impossible. This is why I didn't tell you about him. You're so judgmental and controlling. Controlling? I've let you walk all over me for 5 years. I'm not trying to control you. I'm just done being used by you. Fine, she exclaimed. Keep being a bitter, lonely loser jerk. Mason loves me, which is more than anyone can say about you. That hurt more than I cared to admit. If Mason loves you so much, I replied with a grimace, then congratulations. You finally found someone else to be your ATM, though I'm guessing he doesn't know that's his role yet. Maybe check if his credit score can handle the Lila attacks before you get too attached. Her face distorted with wrath, and before I could respond, she snatched the cake and smashed it right in my face. Carrot cake got everywhere, in my eyes, up my nose, down my shirt. The hefty cake plate struck me hard enough to cut my lip. Go to hell, Finn, she exclaimed. You think you're so much better than everyone. At least Mason isn't a pathetic loser who has no life outside of work. I stood there in awe, icing streaming down my cheeks. I was 29 years old, and my sister was flinging cake at me like a baby having a temper tantrum. She grabbed her purse and raced toward the door before turning back. Don't expect to see Chloe again if this is how you're going to be. The threat to use my niece as a weapon was the final straw. Get out, I murmured calmly, despite the cake on my face. And don't come back until you're ready to act like an adult. After she went, I stood in my kitchen, cake dripping on the floor, wondering how my life had come to this. After 5 years of sacrifice, all I got was a cake to the face and a threat to prevent me from seeing my niece. I took a shower, washed the frosting off my ears and hair, and made a decision. This was not over. If Lila wanted to play nasty, I could too. My phone started filling up with text messages from my folks. Apparently Lila had already contacted them with her version of events, in which I was cruel and unreasonable, and she was the victim again. This time, I did not ignore them. I snapped a picture of my still red face with the cut on my lip, and sent it to the family group chat with the following message. This is what your daughter did when I said I wouldn't pay her expenses anymore. Do you still think I am the problem? Dad's response. You know how emotional she can get. You should not have pressed her buttons. Classic. Lila acts like a lunatic, and it's my responsibility for pushing her buttons by refusing to pay her expenses any longer. I tried to explain about the boyfriend again, how she had been lying for months, and about the shopping sprees, restaurants, and excursions. Their response was basically, well, that's between her and her boyfriend. Number. It's between her, her boyfriend and me, the guy who's been funding it all. Uncle Henry was the only one who was on my side. He called. Are you pressing charges? Was his first question. I wasn't, obviously. She's still my sister, and Chloe would be traumatized if her mother were arrested. But the fact that someone finally admitted how bad the situation was meant a lot. Meanwhile, Lila had launched a full-scale public relations campaign against me. She was telling everyone who would listen that I had abandoned her and Chloe because I was envious of their love. She even made some weird comments on Facebook about toxic family members and finding out who really loves you. I could have simply walked away at this point, cut communication, nursed my wounds, and attempted to restore my savings. But something about me had changed. I had had enough of being the kind person who takes the hit for everyone else. Uncle Henry and I met for lunch a few days later. We were just finishing our burgers when he gave me a serious look. Have you thought about what you're going to do next? Because your sister isn't just going to let this go. I shrugged. What can I do? The money's gone. Henry smirked. Maybe not. My buddy Alex works at a debt collection agency. The legit kind, not the scammy ones. You got records of all the money you gave her? Every penny, I replied. I've been tracking it in a spreadsheet for years. 3 days later I was sitting across from Alex, sliding a folder full of statements, Venmo receipts, and text screenshots across his desk. So your sister asked for money for rent emergencies while buying $300 shoes, he inquired, thumbing over the proof. And taking secret boyfriends to fancy restaurants, I mentioned. And you have texts where she explicitly acknowledges these were loans? I pointed to the highlighted part. Lila. I swear I'll pay you back when I get on my feet. Me. You said that last month. Lila. I mean it this time. Perfect, he replied. I can work with this. I walked out of his office with a bounce in my step for the first time in weeks. The official notification was delivered to Lila's flat 2 days later. Total owed, $39,423.27 plus reasonable interest. Payment is needed immediately. Failure to answer might result in credit reporting, possible wage garnishment, and other legal action. My phone rang around 18 minutes later. Are you freaking serious right now? Lila's voice was so harsh that I had to move the phone away from my ear. Hello to you too, sis. You sent a debt collector after me? Well, I said with a smile. You know what they say, when someone throws cake in your face, send a professional to collect what they owe you, or something like that. This isn't funny, they're threatening my credit score, that is serious. Maybe you could ask mom and dad for help. Or Mason, he seems to enjoy funding your lifestyle. Though I guess he thought he was dating an independent woman, not someone who's been mooching off her brother for 5 years. The yelling that ensued was remarkable. I waited approximately 30 seconds before interrupting. Look, it's simple. You borrowed money, you didn't repay it, now you have a debt. Welcome to adulthood, Lila. Those weren't loans, they were family helping family. Funny, I have about 50 texts that say otherwise. She hung up. I laughed and shut my phone, knowing that the family nuclear meltdown was about to occur. It did not disappoint. Mom and Dad made 17 calls in the next hour. I finally responded while making myself a meal. Have you completely lost your mind? Dad exclaimed without hesitation. Hi Dad, I'm doing well, thanks for asking. A debt collector against your own sister? Since she's allergic to personal responsibility, I thought I'd introduce her to professional responsibility. Mom cut in. Finn, you need to call this off immediately. Lila is absolutely distraught. So was I when she smashed cake in my face, and when she spent the money I gave her for rent on her secret boyfriend. But please, tell me more about how I'm the bad guy here. This isn't who we raised you to be, Dad remarked sadly. You raised me to be a doormat? Weird. I must have missed that lesson. The conversation then deteriorated. They alternated between guilt, threats, and pleas to familial loyalty. You know what's really funny, I ended by stating. I'm the only one who's ever held Lila accountable for anything. Maybe if you'd done that years ago, we wouldn't be here. They hung up on me. Progress. Alex called the following day. Your sister and her boyfriend came in, he remarked, amused. Quite the performance, I bet. Let me guess, tears, screaming, threats to call the police? All of the above, but the boyfriend pulled me aside and asked how much it would take to make this go away immediately. I almost dropped my phone. Seriously? He seemed very concerned about her credit score, almost like he was planning something that required good credit. I told him a significant good faith payment would show seriousness, and he wrote a check for $5,000 on the spot. I burst into laughter. You what? Yep. And they signed a payment plan for the rest. $500 a month until it's paid off. Congratulations, you'll be getting about $350 a month after our fee. I hung up and performed a victory dance in my living room. The best investment in a debt collector ever. Lila's social media accounts became oddly silent after that. No more posts about toxic families. No more victim narratives. Just radio silence. The first payment came into my account the next week. I quickly used it to fix my car's air conditioner, which had been broken for 2 summers. The following month, I paid off one of my credit cards. The month after that, I opened a savings account. My parents continued to give me the cold shoulder, certain that I had committed some unforgivable transgression against the precious institution of family. Uncle Henry found it hilarious. They'll come around, he told us during our fishing trip. Or they won't. Either way, you're not bankrupt anymore. What is the best part? For the first time in 5 years, I can buy decent coffee at the grocery store without worrying about how many of Lila's expenses the money will cover. Freedom tastes like a quality dark roast, which is excellent. Since several people have asked, yes, the debt collector way is legal if you have adequate paperwork showing the money was a loan, not a gift. Text messages in which someone acknowledges that it is a loan and agrees to repay you are legally binding in most places. Do your research and save your receipts. My mom and sister made me reject my dream job to support them, but I later discovered that my mom had illegally drained the college funds Dad left. Have you ever felt like your own family is purposely sabotaging your future? That is exactly what I, 22F, am struggling with right now. My mother, 45F, and sister, 19F, recently pushed me to turn down a fantastic job offer at a major tech company in San Jose, and I'm still trying to absorb what happened. Let me paint you a picture of how we arrived here. 2 years ago, my father died in a vehicle accident on his way home from work. He was the type of father who never missed any of my coding competitions or academic events, even when he was overburdened with work. Every Sunday morning, we had this custom where he'd cook his famous pancakes, which were simply regular pancakes with chocolate chips, but he was so proud of them. He'd tell us stories from his college days while flipping them and cracking us up with his bad dad jokes. Prior to the accident, our family life was not perfect, but it was stable. My parents had troubles, as do all couples, but they balanced each other out nicely. Dad was the calm, analytical kind who could settle any issue with his careful reasoning, whereas Mom was more emotional and impetuous. They made it work, and our home felt secure and predictable. Everything changed following Dad's death. It wasn't simply the evident loss, it was as if our entire family dynamic had collapsed. Mom became emotionally dependent on my younger sister Ashley, or perhaps the other way around. Regardless, they created a tight, even smothering bond that made me feel like an alien in my own family. Ashley became the focus of Mom's universe, while I was consigned to the role of the responsible one, expected to give up everything for the family's sake. I should clarify about Ashley. Even before Dad died, she was always the most theatrical member of the family. I was the quiet kid who spent hours coding in my room, while she was the social butterfly who required constant attention. Dad used to balance Mom's tendency to accommodate Ashley's every desire, but now he was gone, there was no one to provide a reality check. Their relationship evolved gradually but unmistakably. Ashley's little crises escalated into family emergencies. When she didn't make the cheerleading squad in her senior year of high school, her mother let her miss school for a week and maxed up her credit card with comfort items. When she didn't get into her first choice institution, Mom spent 2 weeks calling administrators and even applying for a loan to make a donation to the school. Meanwhile, I tried to keep everything together. I maintained a 4.0 GPA in computer science, worked part-time at the university's IT department to help pay bills, and cared for my younger brother, Tommy, 10 million. Tommy is such a sweet kid. He's the only one who still sees me as a real person, rather than a tool to be utilized when necessary. I graduated from college this year with a computer science degree, and against all chances, I received an incredible job offer from one of San Jose's top IT businesses. The interview process was harsh, with 6 rounds of technical interviews, coding challenges, and behavioral tests. I prepared for months, staying up late to learn algorithms and data structures while also fulfilling my family responsibilities. When I received the offer letter, I couldn't believe my eyes. The base salary was $125,000, plus a signing bonus and stock options that made my head spin. This wasn't simply a job. It was an opportunity to establish a legitimate career and possibly even aid my family financially. Once I was established, I could finally repay all of my student loans, which Mom couldn't co-sign for because she was too busy paying off Ashley's shopping bills. But last week, Mom entered my room with that expression on her face, as if she were going to explode a bomb that would destroy everything. She sat on my bed, took up the plush penguin Dad bought me for my 16th birthday, one of the few things I still have from him, and said, "Olivia, we need to talk about your job offer." My stomach immediately sank. She went on to tell me that Ashley was struggling with her first year of college and needed to take a vacation. She apparently has anxiety and needs to return home. This entails additional expenses, which Mom cannot handle alone. She advised me to ignore the San Jose offer and seek a local job instead so that I could help with the finances and care for Tommy. Ashley's worry manifests itself mysteriously when things don't go her way. She had no issue performing in a 3-hour dance showcase last month, but when her teachers required her to attend morning courses, she experienced crippling social anxiety. She can spend hours at parties with her friends, documenting every second to Instagram, yet she supposedly has panic attacks when it comes time to study for tests. I tried to reason with Mom. I spent hours showing her my financial plans, explaining how I would send money home once I had settled in, and even promising to assist Ashley in finding resources for her purported mental health difficulties. But Mom would not hear it. Family comes first, she kept stressing, as if my desires and goals were not important to the family's well-being. What is the worst part? While I was talking with Mom, Ashley was in her room, sharing images of her recent shopping trip on Instagram. The same sibling who claims she is too anxious to continue college spent hundreds of dollars on new clothes and makeup. I saw the receipts in her email. Yes, we have a family computer. She spent $876 at Sephora last week. That's more than I've spent on groceries in 2 months. When I pointed this up to Mom, she became defensive. Ashley is sensitive. She needs these things to feel better, she told me. You've always been the strong one, Olivia. You can handle disappointment better. That's when it struck me. I was the strong one in this family, which meant that my feelings and dreams were irrelevant. The following days were a flurry of anxiety and desperate planning. I contacted my college advisor, who was outraged by the scenario but couldn't provide much assistance. I called the company's HR department to explain my predicament and request additional time, but they could only extend the deadline by a few days. Without family assistance or a co-signer for an apartment contract in San Jose, my options were quickly dwindling. I even attempted to appeal to Mom's sensible side. I produced a detailed spreadsheet demonstrating how my San Jose salary will benefit the family more in the long run than a local job paying half the amount. I looked for local therapists that could help Ashley cope with her anxiety while still allowing her to attend school. I volunteered to schedule regular video conversations with Tommy to keep involved in his life. Nothing worked. How did Mom respond? Your father would be so disappointed in you for being so selfish. It stung more than anything else. Dad was the one who bought my first computer, stayed up late to help me debug my first programs, and always encouraged me to dream big. Using his memory to control me seemed like a new low. That's when something unexpected occurred. My Uncle James, 42 million, Dad's younger brother, arrived abruptly at our doorstep yesterday. He's always been the cool uncle who pays attention, but we hadn't seen much of him since Dad's burial. He'd apparently been trying to call Mom for weeks, but she was ignoring him. He looked at my face and knew something was amiss. While Mom was preoccupied with Ashley's current crisis, she was crying because someone had unfollowed her on Instagram. Uncle James and I sat on the back porch, where Dad used to educate me about constellations on clear evenings. I told him everything. I told him about the job offer, Mom's demands, Ashley's spending habits, and how I felt as if my future was slipping away. Tommy came out to join us as I was speaking, cuddling up next to me as he often does when he notices I'm angry. He's incredibly perceptive for a 10-year-old. Tommy acquired Dad's quiet brilliance and empathy, whilst Ashley inherited Mom's dramatic tendencies. Since Dad's death, he has been my primary source of genuine affection in this house. Instead of simply sympathizing, Uncle James had a determined expression in his eyes, similar to how Dad would appear when he was solving a problem. Your dad would never have wanted this for you, he replied, his voice firm but gentle. Then he made me an offer that would change everything. He has a guest home near his business in a city about an hour from San Jose, and he's prepared to let me stay there for free until I get established. He even offered to co-sign any required loans. While we were conversing, I received a text from my probable future manager at the IT company. She stated she was impressed with my interviews and was excited to have me on the team. They are working on several cutting-edge AI initiatives that are completely aligned with my interests. Reading that message while sitting next to the lone adult who seemed to care about my future felt like the universe was sending me a signal. For the first time in weeks, I felt hopeful. However, when we informed Mom about this possibility, she exploded. The transition was sudden and frightening. She transformed from the passive-aggressive manipulator I had become accustomed to into someone I hardly knew. She accused me of leaving my family, called me selfish, and then dropped a bombshell I didn't see coming. You're just like your father, always putting yourself first. Uncle James intervened quickly, telling Mom she was out of line. He reminded her that Dad had worked tirelessly to support this family. That he had taken the late shift at work, the one he was driving home from when the tragedy occurred, in order to pay for Ashley's dance lessons. The fight that followed was heated, with Ashley joining in to call me selfish and Tommy crying in the corner. The things Mom said during that dispute indicated a lot about how she truly regards me. Apparently, I was always difficult, even as a child. My concentrate on academics rather than socializing was unusual. Even my decision to study computer technology rather than something more suitable for a girl was indicative of my defiance. It seemed as if years of animosity had finally been released. I'm currently sitting in my room, surrounded by half-packed boxes. Uncle James demanded I begin packing just in case, and I'm now trying to figure out what to do next. On one side of my laptop screen, there is a job offer letter, and on the other, there are San Jose apartment ads. The deadline is tomorrow at 5 p.m., Pacific Standard Time. Uncle James is downstairs, ready to assist me if I decide to move out. But Mom's warning to cut me off completely if I leave still rings in my ears. Tommy left a note under my door a few minutes ago. In his shaky handwriting, he wrote, "I love you, Olivia. Dad would want you to be happy." I'm trying not to cry on the page while I type this. I realize this is long, but I needed to get it out. I understand that this is tricky, but am I wrong in wanting to take advantage of this opportunity? Should I give up my work to keep the family at peace, or should I accept Uncle James' offer and risk ruining my connection with Mom and Ashley? I've spent my entire life being responsible, dependable, and willing to make sacrifices. For once, I'd like to select myself. But my guilt is eating me alive. What if Mom is correct? What if I'm being selfish? I will provide an update after I have reached a decision. My hands are shaking so terribly that I can hardly type this. Thank you for reading. If you've made it this far, any advice is welcome. Update 1. First and foremost, I'd want to thank everyone who left positive comments on my previous post. Your remarks provided me the strength to make a decision. I chose to accept the job offer and seek Uncle James' assistance. But what occurred next completely surprised me. The morning after I made my decision, I got up early to begin transferring my belongings. Mom and Ashley weren't talking to me, as I expected. I didn't expect to see my laptop missing from my desk. Following a frenzied hunt, I discovered it in Ashley's room. She attempted to send an email denying my employment offer from my account. Thankfully, she was unaware of the two-factor authentication I had set up. When confronted, Mom defended her. Ashley was just trying to protect our family. That was the moment I knew I had made the correct decision. Uncle James helped me load everything into his vehicle while Mom and Ashley watched from the window, not even coming down to say goodbye. Only Tommy ran out to hug me, putting his favorite action figure in my pocket and murmuring, "For good luck." The drive to Uncle James' house was relatively peaceful. He didn't force me to communicate, just let me analyze everything while my favorite indie rock station played softly in the background. It reminded me of drives I used to take with Dad to clear my mind. Getting situated in the guest house was weird. It's little but ideal for me, a studio with a tiny kitchen and a workstation by the window. Uncle James had already set up a workstation for me, complete with 2 monitors. "Your dad would have wanted you to have the right setup," he told me. The true shock occurred as I was organizing my documents for the new employment. I discovered an old envelope in Dad's work briefcase that Uncle James had kept in storage. Inside were letters from Dad to each of us kids, intended to be opened when we turned 25. I know I shouldn't have opened mine so early, but with everything going on, I needed some connection with him. The letter altered everything. Dad described his own experiences with family pressure. When he was younger, his parents wanted him to take over their modest business, but he chose to study engineering instead. He wrote about how happy he was of my interest in technology and hoped I'd have the fortitude to pursue my aspirations, even if it meant making difficult decisions. But there was something else in the envelope. Bank statements indicating that Dad had established a separate savings account for my college tuition. I never known about this account. It had enough money to cover at least 2 years' tuition. When I showed these to Uncle James, his expression worsened. He made several calls and discovered that Mom had somehow gotten access to this account after Dad died and fully depleted it. I started a new job yesterday. The staff is great, and the projects are even more exciting than I anticipated. My boss personally led me around and introduced me to everyone. During lunch, she mentioned that she had been pulling for me since my interview, especially when I solved a particularly difficult coding problem in an unusual manner. Mom has been phoning non-stop since I left, leaving voicemails alternating between guilt and rage. Ashley wrote a lengthy diatribe on social media about how I had abandoned the family. I've blocked them both for now. I need room to concentrate on my fresh beginning. Uncle James helped me open a separate bank account from Mom's, and I'm learning about financial independence from a coworker who also offers personal finance classes. I am also looking at therapy choices that are covered by my new health insurance. The toughest part is missing Tommy. We video chat every night before his bedtime while Mom attends her evening yoga session. He had been telling me about his science project, and his eyes brightened up when I offered to help him code a simple game for it. I keep rereading Dad's letter anytime I'm feeling guilty. One line in particular stands out. Sometimes the bravest thing you can do is choose your own path, even when others try to hold you back out of their own fear. There's more to look into with the education fund, and Uncle James is assisting me in gathering information. I'll provide another update once I have more information. For the time being, I'm focusing on learning my new work and creating my new life, one day at a time. Update number 2. It has been 3 weeks since my previous update. I regret for the delay, but what I discovered necessitated thorough investigation and legal consulting before I felt safe publishing. Remember the college fund that I mentioned discovering in Dad's papers? Uncle James and I have spent the past few weeks trying to figure out what happened to that money. What we discovered was far worse than we had feared. With the help of Dad's old bank colleague, we discovered that Mom had not only accessed one account, but had systematically depleted multiple accounts Dad had set up. There was a college fund for me, another for Tommy's future schooling, and a general emergency fund. All were emptied within months following Dad's death. Last week, Mom sent me a lengthy email. She sought to get ahead of the narrative, indicating that she was aware we were investigating. The email began with a half-hearted apology for possibly being too harsh, but gradually evolved into something else entirely. She left a message. "There's something you need to know about your father. When I was pregnant with you, he had an affair." The note went on to explain how she uncovered the affair, how Dad begged forgiveness, and how she graciously accepted him back. She said that this was why she was always aloof from me, because I reminded her of that difficult time. She concluded by offering that if I discontinued my research into the accounts, we could focus on repairing our relationship. Here's the thing, her story didn't add up. Uncle James and I dug through Dad's old records and discovered something unusual. While Mom alleged Dad was having an affair, he was actually working double shifts to pay off Mom's credit card debt. We discovered old credit card statements with enormous charges from that time period, all made by Mom. The major surprise occurred when we realized Dad's old email address was still operational. We discovered years of correspondence with his lawyer discussing his concerns about Mom's spending habits. He had been recording everything, safeguarding valuables, and opening separate accounts for his children's future. He was not having an affair. He was attempting to shield us from Mom's fiscal carelessness. The emails also revealed something heartbreaking. Dad had planned to leave Mom, not for another woman, but because he was concerned about her influence on the kids. The accident occurred only 2 weeks before he planned to file for divorce. I took all of this material to the lawyer that Uncle James recommended. She was appalled. Apparently, what Mom did with the accounts following Dad's death was not only immoral, but unlawful. She had fabricated documents to obtain access to accounts that she was not permitted to touch. The lawyer discovered something else concerning Ashley's alleged college fees, which Mom had stated as the reason she required my assistance. The majority of that money went toward shopping sprees and luxury things. We discovered credit card bills indicating purchases at high-end retailers, spa treatments, and even a secret spring break trip to Cancun, all while Ashley was allegedly too anxious to attend lectures. I spent hours scrolling through Ashley's social media posts, chronicling every extravagant purchase, luxury vacation, and shopping spree. The time frame coincides exactly with the loss of monies from Dad's accounts. Mom wasn't just allowing Ashley's behavior, she was sponsoring it with money that was legally intended for all of us. The lawyer claims we have a good case of financial fraud. The data left by Dad, together with the paper trail of Mom's activities following his death, creates a clear picture of systematic theft and deception. Tommy's predicament is what concerns me the most right now. He's still living in that toxic environment, seeing Mom and Ashley spend money that should have gone for his future. Uncle James is exploring our options for obtaining custody. The lawyer believes we may have a case, particularly given the financial malfeasance. I have not responded to Mom's email yet. The lawyer advised against any direct communication at this time. But Mom and Ashley must have sensed something is amiss because they've launched a social media smear campaign against me, portraying me as an ungrateful daughter who abandoned her family for a high-paying tech career. The truth is that learning of Dad's impending divorce has been both painful and validating. Painful because Dad died before he could shield us from Mom's destructive actions. Validating, because it proves he witnessed what was going on. He was not immune to Mom's manipulation and financial abuse. He was actively attempting to stop it. I'm preparing all of the documentation for legal action. Uncle James has been great throughout this process, spending countless hours assisting me in building our case. My employment is going well, and my team has been understanding of my need for occasional personal time to deal with things. The coming weeks will be critical as we move forward with legal processes. I'll post another update when I can, but for the time being, I need to focus on constructing our case and staying emotionally healthy through it all. My company's health insurance provides therapy, so I started seeing someone to help me digest things. At least I now know the truth. Dad was not the villain in Mom's story. He tried to be our hero to the end. Update 3. The previous 6 weeks have been a blur of legal proceedings, life changes, and final decisions. What began with discovering Dad's buried letter has resulted in a full overhaul of our lives. The court case moved quickly, thanks to the tremendous evidence we had. The judge was particularly concerned about Mom's methodical depletion of Tommy's education money. The most incriminating evidence came from Mom's scrupulous record-keeping. She had documented every unlawful transfer in her personal planner, most likely never expecting anyone to discover it. When Mom was presented with the evidence in court, her veneer finally shattered. She admitted to everything. Forging paperwork to get into Dad's finances, misusing the insurance funds, systematically concealing financial records. The judge's decision was straightforward: full restoration of all diverted cash, plus interest. Mom is currently facing criminal charges for fraud. Ashley's reaction was revealing. Instead of supporting Mom, she quickly distanced herself, claiming she had no idea where the money for her shopping spree came from. Her Instagram influencer hopes were dashed when the court ordered her to return all products purchased with misappropriated monies. The biggest success, however, was not a financial settlement, it was gaining custody of Tommy. When the judge recognized Mom's record of financial abuse and manipulation, As well as evidence of her continuous destructive conduct, she granted me interim custody, with Uncle James serving as co-guardian. Tommy moved in with me last week, and the difference is already evident. He's smiling more, sleeping better, and is enthused about the coding projects we're working on together. My career has accelerated in ways I never expected. My initiative has piqued the interest of high management, and I have been elevated to team leader. The steadiness of my employment and income played a crucial role in the custody decision. Mom made one final attempt at manipulation, vowing to forgive everything provided I dropped the accusations and returned Tommy. Her lawyer instructed her to stop when I provided recordings of her threatening phone calls. Ashley has been posting passive-aggressive posts about toxic family members and treachery, but her power has diminished since she was forced to return her costly outfit. She's moved in with a friend, refusing to live with Mom now that the money has run out. Uncle James has been my rock throughout this. He's helped Tommy set up his new room, located him a terrific school nearby, and even opened a new college fund for him, which Mom can't access. We have weekly family dinners where we talk about Dad's pleasant memories, which are slowly healing after years of manipulation. The guest house has become our home. Tommy's room is filled in science posters and programming flowcharts that we created together. He's joined a robotics club at his new school, and his passion reminds me of Dad. I started therapy to analyze everything, and it's helping me realize that none of this was my fault. Dad tried to protect us. And now I'm completing what he started. Looking back at my initial post, I can't believe how far we've come, from nearly giving up on my aspirations to now completely realizing them while providing Tommy with the secure home he deserves. Mother and Ashley's true colors were shown. But by losing them, we gained something far more valuable. Truth and freedom. To those who may be in similar situations, believe your intuition. If something feels off, it probably is. Sometimes the family you choose is more significant than the one you are born into. Thank you for giving me the courage to research while my world was collapsing. Your encouragement gave me the courage to fight for justice, not just for myself, but for Tommy and Dad's memory. You transformed our life. I was left at the altar when my fiancée ran off with my brother. 2 years later, she asked for my help, claiming she now saw the toxicity of my family. 2 years ago, I stood at the altar, ashamed and heartbroken. My fiancée ditched me an hour before the wedding and took off with my brother. I never saw it coming, or perhaps I overlooked the warning signs because I adored her. We had been together for 5 years, and I assumed we were happy. However, looking back, it is evident that I was unaware of many things. My family never treated me as a priority. My parents always favored my brother. He was the golden child, attractive, wealthy, and the type of guy everyone gravitated toward. I was the quieter one, always being compared to him, making me feel like I didn't measure up. Growing up, I was always asked why I couldn't be more like my brother. Or your brother did it, why can't you? I expected things to change as we got older, but they didn't. If anything, things grew worse. My fiancée had everything I wanted in a partner: intelligent, attractive, and determined. However, she had a selfish side. It wasn't clear at first. It manifested itself in little ways, such as insisting on always getting her way or never apologizing when she wounded my feelings. I dismissed it because I loved her and believed we were creating a life together. I never expected her to betray me the way she did. The wedding was meant to be the best day of my life. Everything was ready: the venue, the food, and the guests. I awoke nervous yet delighted, knowing that I would soon begin a new chapter with the lady I loved. Then, 1 hour before the ceremony, she called me. Her voice was calm, almost frigid, when she told me she couldn't do it. She stopped loving me. Then she revealed the true bombshell. She had been dating someone else. That person was my brother. She didn't even appear guilty about it. She stated she didn't want to hurt me, but she felt compelled to follow her heart. I didn't even have time to digest what she said before hanging up. My parents, who had already arrived at the event, knew. My brother had told them earlier in the morning. Instead of supporting me, they tried to keep things calm to avoid humiliating themselves. When I addressed them, they defended her. They said things like, "Maybe it's for the best, and you don't want to marry someone who doesn't love you." My mother even had the arrogance to advise that I be happy for them. My father was no better. He simply stood there and ordered me to keep it together. It wasn't until later that I discovered my parents' involvement in all of this. My brother had always been interested in her, and they seemed to think she was too good for me. They decided she would be a better fit for him. They had been urging her to select him for months, even offering her financial support if she left me for him. I had no clue my family could be that deceptive. I walked out of the venue that day without looking back. I left everything behind: including my family, friends, and hometown. I couldn't stand being near any of them. I went to another state and started again. I got a job, a little apartment, and spent the next 2 years repairing my life. At first, it was difficult. I knew no one, and the loneliness was overwhelming. But as time passed, I discovered serenity. I met new people, began treatment, and concentrated on myself for the first time in my life. I did not inform anyone where I was or how to reach me. I didn't want anything to do with those who had deceived me. Then, 2 years later, my ex-fiancée arrived at my home. I had just returned home from work, and when I opened the door, I could scarcely recognize her. She appeared fatigued and worn out, as if she hadn't slept or eaten properly in days. Her once confident and polished manner was gone. She shook and her eyes were red from sobbing. She told me that living with my brother had become a nightmare. He was manipulative, emotionally abusive, and disloyal. Behind closed doors, the beloved golden child turned out to be a monster. They had married shortly after our wedding catastrophe and had a child together, but their relationship had crumbled. My parents, who had previously been so willing to assist her, turned against her when she failed to achieve their expectations. She stated that she felt caged, alone, and terrified. She intended to divorce my brother but was scared of what he may do. He possessed money, contacts, and a vicious streak. She was afraid he would wreck her finances and take their child away. She approached me because she believed I could assist. She asked me to testify in court about how toxic and manipulative my family was. She believed my testimony would boost her case and help her keep custody of her child. I stood there, listening to her, angry. She had made her decisions. She knew exactly what kind of person my brother was, yet she picked him over me. She allowed my family to manipulate her and went away without looking back. And now, after everything she has put me through, she expects me to come to her rescue. I told her no. I did not yell or quarrel, I just said no. I closed the door. It felt nice. But it did not last. A few days later, the texts began. She managed to spread the news about her arrival. Old friends and even mutual acquaintances began reaching out to me. They labeled me selfish, spiteful, and cowardly for refusing to assist a woman in need. Her former maid of honor, the same girl who was meant to support her at our wedding, sent me a lengthy note about how I was not man enough to step up. She claimed I was confirming my family's point. That I was weak and did not deserve my ex in the first place. I couldn't believe their arrogance. These people had departed from my life following the wedding. None of them had spoken up for me back then, but now they believed they had the right to lecture me. I disregarded the majority of it, but it still stung. They had no idea what I had gone through. They didn't care. They simply wanted me to fix a situation that was not mine to fix. Now I'm wondering if I did the proper thing. I owe my ex-fiancée nothing. She created her bed, and now she must lie in it. But there's a youngster involved. An innocent child who didn't pick this situation. Part of me wonders if my refusal to assist will harm him in the long run. At the same time, aiding her would mean reintroducing my family and her drama into my life. And I am not sure I am willing to do it. Reddit, what would you have done in my position? Did I make the right decision, or am I also selfish? Update 1. I honestly didn't anticipate my post to get so viral. To be honest, when I originally started penning things out, I had no idea if anyone would care. But now I'm reading through hundreds of comments, some helpful, some difficult to read, and it's been a lot to comprehend. Thank you to everyone who has offered advice or simply expressed their thoughts. Whether you agree with me or not, I appreciate your support and diverse viewpoints. Writing all of this out has definitely helped me go through a lot of emotions and gain some clarity. But it's also brought out a lot of feelings I thought I'd buried deep down. After posting, I spent the rest of the evening reading the comments. Some individuals brought up points I hadn't considered, such as the possibility that getting engaged in my ex-fiancée's legal difficulties may exacerbate the situation. Not only for me, but for the child as well. Others were more direct, instructing me to keep as far away as possible. She created her bed. Now she may lie in it. Those statements helped me feel better about my first reaction to her turning up at my home. But then there were the ones who mentioned something different, the child. I know I don't owe anything to my ex-fiancée. But hearing so many people say, the child is innocent in all of this, really got to me. Many of you suggested that I try to do something for the kid without being drawn back into the poisonous mess that is my family. And it is what I have been struggling with ever since. I don't want anything to do with her or my brother again. I don't want to be the hero or decent guy in a situation where I'm only setting myself up for further heartbreak. But at the same time, I feel compelled to do something, even if it isn't for her. It's funny though. After reading so many of your comments, I began to wonder if there was anything I could do that wouldn't need me to communicate with her again or get dragged back into the drama. I even pondered phoning a lawyer to see what would happen if I testified or aided in some manner. But the more I thought about it, the more I realized it's still not my responsibility to change anything. And especially not if it involves interacting with my poisonous family again. However, the guilt of knowing that the child is trapped in the center of this chaos persists. Then, like clockwork, my brother reappeared in the image. The email. Yesterday morning, I received an email from him. Yes, my brother, the one I haven't spoken to in 2 years. The last time we did this was when I canceled my wedding. His email was frigid, and simply reading it made my stomach plummet. It was short and to the point. I heard our ex-fiancé asked you for aid. This is a tremendous error. If you become interested, keep out of family matters. You'll regret it. I stared at the message for much too long. I was inclined to respond, but then I thought, why the hell should I? This guy is the one who forced me out of my own life. He was the one who perpetrated all of this manipulation with my ex. And now he believes he can tell me what to do? The arrogance. To be honest, I'm not sure if the word audacity is strong enough to describe how I feel about him. But I did not answer. I could not be bothered. It's almost funny how entitled he still feels. He has no idea what I've been through or what I've had to deal with over the years, and yet he believes he gets to decide how I should handle things. Thanks. That was when the phone rang. An unknown number. And I am sure you can guess who it was. Yep. My mother. After 2 years of silence, she finally decided to phone me. The moment I picked up the phone and heard her voice, I was reminded of all the reasons I'd cut ties with her and my father. I didn't even get a "how have you been?" or "I miss you" before she got right into it. She began discussing the divorce, my brother, and how I needed to be the bigger person and maintain peace for the benefit of the family. That's when I snapped. I don't recall what I said, but I know I told her I didn't want to hear it anymore. She went on, however, about how difficult things were for my brother and how I was punishing the child by not intervening. I told her I didn't care and wasn't going to fix their mess anymore. I hung up after that. That conversation made me numb. For some reason, it reminded me of everything my parents had done to me, how they always favored my brother, how they tolerated his worst conduct, and how they always expected me to be the quiet one who simply accepted everything they threw at me. It has never been about me. Not once. I've always been the backup son, expected to deal with whatever trash came my way. Hearing my mother defend my brother again was like getting slapped in the face. It made me realize that nothing had changed, not with my parents or with him. And to be honest, it is why I am not returning. As tempting as it is to take the moral high ground, I know I'd only be perpetuating the toxic cycle. So, I'm finished. I've made peace with going away, but this situation has resurfaced many old scars that I thought were healed. As much as I want to block everything out and pretend it's not happening, I can't ignore the reality that the child is caught in the center of it all. I keep thinking about how helpless he must feel as he watches everything unfold. I know he is innocent, but what if he is being emotionally manipulated, as my ex was? It kills me just thinking about it. Still, I keep telling myself that this is not my struggle. I've already been through enough, and I'm not about to be drawn back into their drama. I've been sitting with these emotions for a few days, trying to figure out what to do. Part of me wants to just move on, leave them to their mess, and walk away forever. But there's another part of me that wonders if I can aid the child without getting sucked back into the fray. I'm not sure what the correct move is yet. But I do know one thing: I cannot allow myself to return to the person I was before. The one who was always trying to make everything better for everyone else while ignoring my own needs. I worked way too hard to get here to be dragged back in. But the remorse over the child? Yes, it is still there. And it isn't going away anytime soon. How would you handle my situation? Would you help, or would you just walk away? I'm having trouble finding the right balance. Update 2. I figured things would calm down following my last update, but I was mistaken. Instead, things have become even worse, and I'm honestly wondering how I put up with these individuals for so long. I feel like the universe is putting my determination to the test. Every time I believe I've erected a tall enough wall to keep them out, someone finds a way to sneak over it or slip through a crack. Since my mother's call, I've been completely inundated. It began with a few texts from my extended family, including aunts, uncles, and cousins. And now it appears that they have all established a single front. They're coming at me from all sides, accusing me of damaging the family by not supporting my brother, or, worse, by remaining out of his family problems, despite the fact that I am doing just that. It's as if they believe I'm bound to get engaged simply because we share blood. Some of them have even accused me of holding a grudge and not being a man about it. I've been working hard over the last 2 years to restore my life and move on from the toxic disaster they created. They now believe I should abandon everything in order to return to the drama. It is exhausting. They don't understand that leaving away was not a choice made out of spite, but out of necessity. I couldn't keep living in that familial dynamic. It was suffocating. But they do not want to hear that. To them, family means unwavering commitment, even if it means sacrificing your happiness and well-being. On top of all the familial drama, I've begun receiving emails from my ex-fiancée. She's been sending them every few days now. I initially ignored them but ultimately caved in and opened one. I almost wished I hadn't, because they were all identical. She begs me to reconsider, emphasizing how much I can help her and her child. Each email is more urgent than the last, and she has even started sending photos of the child. I understand she's in a bad predicament, but the entire situation feels exploitative. She knows I'm not heartless, and I believe she's attempting to use that against me. She seems to know that if she tugs on my heartstrings, I will give in. The thing is, I am not stupid. I see what she is doing. But I can't deny it makes me feel guilty. I did not ask for those photos, and I did not want them. But she knows I'll look at them, and the child's face in those photos, with his little eyes looking up at me, guilt trips me more than anything else. I can't shake the feeling that I'm letting him down, although knowing that not becoming engaged is the correct thing to do. And just when I thought things couldn't get worse, one of my old acquaintances contacted me unexpectedly. He's someone I haven't communicated with in years, but he obviously heard about the scenario through the grapevine. He called me late one evening, and when his name appeared on the screen, I almost didn't respond. I wasn't in the mood for another, "you should do the right thing" conversation, but I answered anyway. He didn't even waste time exchanging pleasantries. He stepped straight in, telling me to be the larger person and aid my ex-fiancée, even if it was simply to safeguard the child. He went on to say that I couldn't just let a child suffer because of my brother's actions. I'm not sure if he didn't comprehend the whole picture or if he just didn't care, but it was evident to me that he expected me to help simply because it was the moral thing to do. He depicted me as a monster for not immediately going to her rescue. I told him I couldn't help and that the matter was between her, my brother, and my family, not me. But he didn't hear it. He accused me of being stubborn, carrying grudges, and neglecting this child's needs. He made it sound as if I was abandoning someone who was obviously in need. But here's the thing, she's not the only person in need. I've spent so many years in this toxic environment, dealing with everyone else's problems but never my own. I am done with that. I quickly stopped the call, but it only made me feel more conflicted. I wanted to defend myself and explain why I wasn't going to get involved, but I didn't. I understand it is not my obligation to clean up this mess. I understand she and her family made their decisions, and they now have to live with them. But the guilt is still there. No matter how hard I try, it's been difficult to focus on anything else lately. I find myself questioning everything. I went out with some friends the other day to distract myself from the situation, but I couldn't stop thinking about it. One of them even joked that I was being a good Samaritan by not getting involved, which made me laugh. But it wasn't amusing. It only made me feel even more alienated. My buddies don't truly comprehend what I'm going through. The few friends I have left from my old life are either too afraid to speak up or simply believe I am doing the right thing. However, it does not feel right. Especially when a child is involved. I've also been thinking about how my ex-fiancée's situation could worsen if my brother and parents continue to press for full custody. I'm honestly not sure what could happen. My family has always been adept at manipulating the system, and I've witnessed them do so previously. I'm concerned that the youngster will be placed in a circumstance that is as horrible, if not worse, than what he is now suffering with. Despite these sentiments, I can't bring myself to get personally involved. So, I am still stuck. Part of me continues thinking that remaining out of it is the proper decision. But another part of me is questioning if I'm making the wrong decision. Will I live in regret if I don't help? And if I do help, would it only lead me back into their toxic world? This is a no-win situation. What would you do in my shoes? Would you aid the child, even if it meant reconnecting with your poisonous family again? Or would you keep your distance and let them sort things out for themselves? Update 3. After reading more of your comments and reflecting on the situation, I realized I couldn't sit back and do nothing, for the sake of the child. While I owe nothing to my ex-fiancée or my family, I understood that the child did not choose to be born into this situation. He is innocent. And if I have the means to help him escape the toxic environment that my brother and family have created, I should try. But I also realized that if I was going to do something, I needed to keep my peace in the process. I will not let them take me back into their world. I've worked too hard to rebuild my life and set boundaries, and I'm not going to give it all up for something out of my control. So I spent a lot of time thinking about it. Eventually, I came up with what I thought was the best compromise. I submitted an anonymous report to Child Protective Services, CPS. At first, I was unsure whether this was the proper decision. But as I thought about it more, it seemed evident that this was the only way I could possibly help without getting dragged back into the pandemonium. One evening, I sat down with all of the information I had. What my ex-fiancée had told me about my brother's behavior, how my parents treated her, and how toxic and manipulative the family dynamic had always been. I added all pertinent detail I could think of. I didn't simply talk about the physical and mental trauma my ex-fiancée had experienced. I also discussed how my brother's dominating behavior had impacted everyone around him, particularly her. I detailed how he had always used his charm to trick everybody, including my parents, into turning a blind eye to what he did. I made sure to explain how my parents had always supported him, making excuses for him and putting me aside in the process. I realized that if CPS was to investigate the incident, they would need to grasp the entire context of the child's surroundings. My brother's behavior was not the only issue. My family had always opted to enable his acts rather than hold him accountable. I also attached screenshots of some of the emails my ex-fiancée sent me. She had expressed her fear for herself and the child, her sense of being imprisoned in the marriage, and her lack of a support system. I knew I didn't have first-hand evidence of abuse against the child, but I hoped CPS would find enough in what I presented to launch an investigation. They might not be able to locate enough to intervene, but they would at least be aware of the situation. I needed to know that someone was watching out for the child, even if it wasn't me. Filing that report felt like a weight was lifted off my chest. It was the proper thing to do, but I didn't have to return to the craziness of my old life. I informed CPS that I wanted to remain anonymous and did not want to be contacted for follow-ups or participate in the case in any way. I did not want my name mentioned. I just wanted to make sure the kid was secure, and I felt if CPS thought my report had merit, they'd look into it further without my involvement. I did not expect immediate feedback or closure. CPS was unlikely to provide me with updates, and if they did, it would most likely be after they had done an inquiry. I was at ease knowing that I had done everything I could. I didn't have to reopen old wounds from my family's dysfunction, nor did I have to get caught up in their drama. At the end of the day, the report was the most effective thing I could do without jeopardizing my mental health or the life I'd worked so hard to rebuild. In the days that followed, I attempted to concentrate on moving forward, which is easier said than done. My family is relentless, and every time I think they'll leave me alone, another message or email appears. This time, it wasn't simply my mother and a distant cousin. This time, my brother reached out. And honestly, I didn't know how to answer. He sent me a short email accusing me of betraying the family and acting vindictively. He told me I was making a major mistake and would regret it. But there was something else about the tone of the message that made me pause for a moment. It wasn't simply anger. He was concerned. I did not even bother responding. The more I thought about it, the more I realized that everything he said was pure manipulation. It was not about him. It was about control. And I wasn't about to fall for it again. I've done this song and dance previously. It is always the same. They try to make me feel awful about setting boundaries and doing the right thing. But, in the end, they're the ones who caused this mess. I don't owe them an explanation anymore, for anything. I hadn't heard from my ex-fiancée in a few days, which was a relief, until yesterday, when I received one final email from her. It was short. Just a simple message that read, "Thank you. And I'm sorry for what I put you through." There are no details. No explanations. Only those words. It left me with mixed emotions. On the one hand, I'm relieved she acknowledged the pain she caused. But on the other hand, it made me realize how much she is going through. Perhaps something has changed in her situation, or she is finally recognizing the truth of her predicament. Regardless, it's evident that she's still battling. I don't know what will happen next in her custody struggle, but if there's even a slim chance she can get the child out of that harmful atmosphere, I hope it goes well for her. But I have to tell myself that I cannot get back engaged. I can't solve her problems. And I've already contributed significantly. Now it is up to the authorities. If CPS investigates and finds sufficient evidence to act, I will have done my part. If not, I'll have to admit that I can't control everything, no matter how much I want to. Final update. Thank you to everyone who has provided advice, encouragement, and even tough love. Your words helped me understand the big picture and gave me the confidence to act without second-guessing myself. And to anyone reading this who may be in a similar situation, it's okay to keep your peace. You can care for others while still maintaining your boundaries. Doing the right thing can sometimes entail taking a step back and allowing the system to work. You don't have to repair everything yourself. Do what you can and leave the rest to people who are more qualified to manage it. I'm not sure what will happen next, with my ex-fiancé, my brother, or any of this mess. But I know one thing. Whatever happens, I will be fine. My mother-in-law and sister called me a freeloader while I secretly paid their bills. They threw me and my son out. They'll regret it. My life was rather straightforward until Jake came around. I worked as a fitness trainer at a neighborhood gym, where I helped others get into shape. It kept me busy enough not to think about the absence of drama in my personal life. Everything changed the day Jake stepped into my gym. "Hey, I'm looking to switch up my routine. Got any killer moves to start with?" he inquired, his tone light but his stare serious. I gave him a once-over. He wasn't your typical rookie, unsure which machine to try first. No, he appeared to know his way around a gym but was looking for something more. "Sure," I said, directing him to a set of weights. "Let's see what you've got." The initial session turned into a week. Then a month. Our casual conversations became longer and more personal. Jake owned a modest family restaurant known for its authentic Italian cuisine. "It's all about the sauce," he'd explain. "And nobody makes it like my mom." He spoke about his mother with admiration and frustration, hinting at strong family ties. He surprised me one afternoon as we finished a particularly strenuous workout. "Listen, Emily, I've been thinking, how about dinner at my place? You can meet my mom and try that sauce I keep bragging about." I paused, more out of surprise than disinterest. "Yeah, why not? I'm curious if it's as good as you claim." Dinner was cozy. The food was fantastic, and the company was surprisingly comfortable. His mother, Anna, smiled warmly and laughed heartily, but her eyes seemed to size me up with each glance. Sophia, his younger sister, also stopped by. Her presence was more prickly, her remarks crisp and rapid. "So, Emily," Sophia began, a sneer flashing on her lips as she examined the muscles I had worked so hard to develop. "Jake tells us you're quite the fitness guru. Ever deal with hopeless cases, or do you just make the fit fitter?" I chuckled and took her jab in stride. "I believe everyone has potential. It's all about finding the right motivation." Jake became a continuous presence in my life. He consistently arrived at the gym at the same time and always found an excuse to talk a bit longer. "You know, I never believed in fate or any of that stuff," he admitted one evening as we closed the gym together. "But meeting you, maybe I was wrong." His statements were a combination of gruff charm and clumsy earnestness. It was refreshing. Despite the niggling voice in my head telling me to take it slowly, I found myself falling for him, hard and quick, like a rookie carrying too much weight without a spotter. One frigid evening, as we went to our cars, he came to a halt and turned to face me, his demeanor solemn. "Emily, I'm not good at this fancy talking, and I don't have a smooth line to throw your way, but I like you, a lot. What do you say we make this official?" It was abrupt and honest. No games. There will be no delaying the inevitable. That was Jake, straightforward and all in. I grinned as my heart pounded in my chest. "I say yes. Let's see where this goes." And with that, I was no longer merely a fitness trainer at the neighborhood gym. I was Jake's girlfriend, and eventually, his wife. Moving into Jake's mother's house shortly after we married was not exactly what I had envisioned for our happily ever after. Jake explained that it was essential to him because of his familial links. But living with his mother, Anna, and sister, Sophia, was difficult from the beginning. They did not hide their unhappiness with my entering the family, and things became more tense by the day. The house was usually busy, yet I somehow ended up with more than my fair share of responsibilities. After a long day at the gym, I'd go home to an endless list of responsibilities. The old washing machine was a nightmare. It broke down so frequently that I half joked it was personal against me. Nobody else seemed to notice or care, particularly Anna and Sophia. I recall one evening after dinner, I was attempting to fix that dreaded machine when I overheard them conversing in the kitchen. "She doesn't even know what she's doing," Sophia said, laughing without lowering her voice. "Watch, she'll flood the basement next." Their laughter rang down the corridor, wounding more than I cared to confess. I bit my tongue and concentrated on the task at hand. It was not just the washing machine, it was everything. From cooking to cleaning, my efforts were simply another source of fun for them. Cooking was the worst. Italian cooking was revered in this household, and my attempts were deemed blasphemous. I tried to follow Anna's recipes exactly, but nothing seemed to work. Sophia lurked in the doorway one night while I was struggling with a seemingly simple spaghetti recipe. "Is that supposed to look like that?" she inquired, a sneer crossing her lips. "It's nothing like Mom's." I gritted my teeth and stirred the sauce, which wouldn't thicken. "Well, I'm trying my best here." Sophia snorted. "Maybe your best isn't good enough. Did you ever think of that?" I wanted to respond, to defend myself. But what was the point? Everything would remain the same. Jake appeared to shrink slightly whenever his sister or mother chastised me. He never stood up for me. His quiet was as audible as their laughter. "Hey, Emily, just leave it," Jake said quietly later, attempting to avoid confrontation. "It's not worth it." Dinner time was a hassle. I had arranged the dishes on the table in the hopes of having a tranquil supper, but it seemed like I was sitting in a lion's den. "You know, in Italy, they'd probably ban you from the kitchen for this," Anna joked as she tried my food, and the others laughed along. "Yeah, maybe stick to what you know, gym stuff," Sophia would say, distributing the salt as if it were a peace gift I did not deserve. I'd nod, grin, and swallow the hurt, my irritation simmering like the sauce that never worked out. Living with Jake's family made each day feel like a war I was unprepared for. As my pregnancy progressed, the housework, which already felt like it was all on me, became increasingly stressful. Instead of receiving assistance or sympathy from Anna and Sophia, I sensed their hostility grow worse. One afternoon, I attempted to sweep the living room while moving slower than normal due to my increasing tummy. Anna strolled in, regarded me for a bit, and then gave out a sigh of displeasure. "Emily, you missed a spot over there, and look at how slow you're moving. This house is going to fall apart at this rate," she observed, pointing to a corner I hadn't yet arrived at. I straightened up, feeling a tightness in my back. "I'm doing the best I can, Anna. It's a bit harder with the baby," she scoffed, shaking her head. "In my time, we didn't let a little thing like pregnancy slow us down. You need to toughen up." The lack of sympathy hurt, and I bit my tongue to avoid snapping back. Sophia fared no better. Later that day, as I was folding laundry, she entered the room and began flipping through the clothing I had just carefully put. "You do know these aren't folded right, don't you? They should be able to stand up on their own, like how Mom taught us. Here, let me show you again." She tossed the shirt she was holding back into the pile, undoing what I had previously done. Then, with precise movements, she refolded the same garment. I felt my frustration increase. "Sophia, I appreciate the lesson, but I've folded clothes before. I'm not an idiot." She only raised her brow, a cold smile flashing on her lips. Could have fooled me. But hey, if you're okay with being mediocre, who am I to argue? Her words felt like a slap. For a time, I just stood there, watching her make my efforts appear futile. It was the same with cooking. Every dish I tried was met with criticism or downright ridicule, especially if I tried to create something Italian. One evening, I decided to try again, this time with a basic pasta dish that I believed I had nailed. Sophia arrived into the kitchen just as I was stirring the soup. "What's that supposed to be?" she inquired, staring into the pot with a doubtful expression. "It's spaghetti carbonara." "I thought it might be nice for dinner," I added, hoping for a difference in her typical gruff tone. She took a fork, tossed some pasta on it, and tasted it with an exaggerated distaste. "Nice? This is what you call nice? I wouldn't feed this to the dog, it's all wrong." I banged the pot's lid down slightly harder than necessary. "Well, it's what's for dinner. If you don't like it, you're welcome to make something else." Every day, the tension in the house increased, and Jake's absence exacerbated the situation. He was usually at the restaurant, always busy. When he was at home, he avoided all conflicts. When I tried to tell him about how his sister and mother treated me, he would just sigh and say something like, "I know it's tough, Emily, but try to hang in there. They'll warm up to you eventually, just give it time." After giving birth to my kid, I hoped things would improve. But the truth was quite the contrary. I had gained a significant amount of weight during my pregnancy, which became their new source of mocking. "Look at how much she's eating," Anna would chuckle as I tried to fuel myself for breastfeeding. "Are you feeding a child or a small army?" One day, as I was feeding my kid in the living room, I heard Sophia imitate a cow mooing from the kitchen. The sound cut through me. Tears stung my eyes. It was obvious that they considered me as nothing more than a cow, a utility for my son. I reached a breaking point. The relentless ridiculing and frigid treatment at home became unbearable. I needed a place for myself, where I wasn't just the scolded daughter-in-law or the underappreciated wife. That is when I decided to create my own YouTube channel and Instagram page. One morning, while Jake was at the restaurant and Sophia was out shopping, I put up my old camera in the corner of our tight guest room as my new impromptu gym. I'm doing this, I whispered to myself while adjusting the angle. For me. Not for them. I began filming easy training videos that could be done at home, particularly appealing to moms like myself who couldn't always get to the gym. Talking to a camera felt strange at first, as if I were addressing an audience who was interested in what I had to say. However, it soon became my haven. The first several videos were amateurish, with stiff commentary. Hey everyone, it's Emily here, bringing you a quick 10-minute workout, perfect for busy moms. Let's get started. But as time passed, my follower count increased, as did my confidence. I bought a better camera, watched online courses on lighting and editing, and my little project began to take shape, something wholly mine. Sophia barged into the room one afternoon while I was filming a low-impact exercise sequence for a new video. "What the hell are you doing?" she said, her gaze jumping from the camera to my. "You turning our home into your personal TV show now?" I paused the tape, my heart racing, not from the workout, but from the confrontation. "Yes, I am actually. It's something important to me. I need something of my own." Sophia grumbled and looked about with scorn. "You think you're some kind of star? Please. Get over yourself, Emily." Her words stung, but I was getting better at dealing with her jabs. "Well, it's not like I have your approval for anything else around here. I might as well do one thing I enjoy." Sophia rolled her eyes and marched away. But I didn't stop the camera for long. I resumed my session with a stronger voice than before. My digital profile rose, and so did the prospects. Brands began contacting me, offering free things to include in my movies. Then came the offers to sponsor posts. The first time a brand offered me money to promote their product, I was taken aback. "I can't believe they're paying me for this?" I said to Jake over dinner one night, eager to express my delight. "That's great, Emily," he said, his tone preoccupied by his restaurant issues. "Just keep it quiet, okay? Mom and Sophia don't need to know about this." As I returned to the dishes, a notice appeared on my phone. Another comment. Another follower. Another step away from their disdain, and toward something perfectly commonplace yet utterly mine. "You're doing amazing, Emily. Thanks for sharing your journey." The comment reads, "My channel was no longer just a hobby, it was a thriving business, generating more revenue than Jake's floundering eatery." Soon, I was sending him $2,000 each month to cover household expenses, making it appear like his contribution. Despite my accomplishments, Anna and Sophia continued to treat me as a freeloader. "She does nothing around here, just prances about making her silly videos." Anna would spit when she thought I was out of earshot. Sophia repeated her mother's thoughts, adding her own remarks about how I should do more housework, like a real woman. Then Jake's restaurant had a hard period. One evening, he approached me, looking more weary than I'd seen him in months. "Emily, the restaurant needs a cash injection, badly. Can you help out?" His eyes were begging. I did not hesitate, transferring $10,000 for what he described as urgent developments. He was truly thankful. But it wasn't long before he started begging for more. "Just another $55,000 for the bills this month," he remarked quietly, almost humiliated. I consented because I could afford it, and he was still my son's father, whom he adored. But, deep down, I sensed the imbalance deepening. Not just financially, but also in our relationship. Life at Jake's family home was always difficult. But it became awful when Sophia married and brought her husband, Mark, into our home. The house was full. The house was full, and any sense of solitude or tranquility I had created for myself and my baby evaporated suddenly. Anna, never one to mince words, began calling me lazy and a parasite right in front of my face. "You do nothing around here," she'd say, as I struggled to balance my online business and keeping an eye on my baby. "Just taking up space." It didn't help that Sophia was expecting her first child, and Anna made it apparent that they wanted more space, hinting that my kid and I were in the way. "Soon there'll be another baby in the house, and we can't have freeloaders taking up space," Anna remarked one evening, her gaze drawn to my direction. The atmosphere became cooler, and then, just when things couldn't get much worse, Jake stated that he needed to leave town for a few weeks to handle essential restaurant affairs in another city. He packed up and went, hugging me and our baby goodbye, ignorant to the storm he would leave behind. I attempted to keep things normal by taking my son to school and finishing my videos in the park. However, the day everything actually went apart began like any other, until it didn't. After picking up my son from school, we walked home and spoke about his day. But when we turned the corner, my stomach fell. Our stuff was stacked up on the front doorway, including suitcases, bags of clothes, and even my son's toys. Confused and heartbroken, I rang the doorbell. Anna and Sophia approached the window with chilly looks, unmoved by the sight of a mother and kid stranded outside. They opened the door just enough to speak through, but not enough to let us in. "You need to find somewhere else to stay," Anna stated, her voice stern and uncompromising. I looked at her shocked. "What are you talking about? What about Jake? What will I tell him?" I asked, my voice rising with fear and rage. Sophia chuckled in a nasty, cutting tone. "Tell him whatever you want. He's not here to care, is he?" I frantically tried phoning Jake, but my calls remained unanswered. I had no alternative but to sink deeper into despair and hatred. With no other options, I gathered our belongings and secured a room at a neighboring motel. Sitting in that sterile, darkly lit room with my confused and upset son, I felt something shift inside me. This was more than simply a brief getaway. It was a forced eviction from a life I could no longer bear. I had just finished unpacking our things when my phone vibrated with a new message. It came from Sophia. That was strange, we rarely interacted directly, especially since the fallout. Her message was surprisingly cheerful. "Thought you might want to see what your beloved husband has been up to. A link is also provided." My curiosity piqued. My anxiety increased in my chest. I clicked the link. It redirected me to a social media page with images of Jake. But not on a work trip. The photos showed him cozying up to another woman, having candlelight meals and strolling down the beach with his arms wrapped around her. What is the newest photo's timestamp? Just yesterday. I sat there numb, my phone slipping slightly from my grip as the realization dawned on me. Jake wasn't only away for business. He was living a completely different life, without us. Anger, hot and bitter, welled up inside me. But before I could drown in it, I felt a gentle tug on my sleeve. "Mommy, are you okay?" My son's sweet voice, filled with sincere compassion, drew me back from the edge. I feigned a smile and scooped him up in my arms. "Yeah, buddy, I'm okay. Just a little tired, that's all." I sat there, staring at the television, a mix of rage and betrayal running through me. All this time, I had been the financial backbone for Jake's faltering restaurant and his ungrateful family, who had essentially discarded me and my baby like garbage. And here he was, leading a double life, at my expense. My phone buzzed nonstop for the next week with Jake's calls. When I eventually spoke, his voice was filled with false worry. "Emily, where are you guys? I heard about what happened. You should come back. We have bills to sort out, and the restaurant needs more funding." His statements made my blood boil, but I maintained a neutral tone. "Sure, Jake, we can discuss it. I'll come by tomorrow." "Great, I really think it's best to handle these things in person," he said, relieved. After hanging up, I felt a chilly determination descend over me. He had no idea I knew about his affair. And he had no idea I had no intention of being the forgiving wife who paid his debts. Tomorrow's meeting would be pivotal, and I was prepared. Dropping up my son at school that morning felt like the quiet before the storm. As I traveled to my mother-in-law Anna's house, where Jake, Anna, and my pregnant sister-in-law Sophia would be waiting, my stomach churned with nervousness and determination. When I arrived, Jake appeared relieved, if not delighted to see me. Unlike Anna and Sophia, whose expressions were filled with dissatisfaction. I quickly dug out the divorce papers from my suitcase and presented them to Jake. As he scanned the paperwork, his eyes widened in disbelief. Anna and Sophia smirked, believing it was their victory. But when I turned to face them, the smirk evaporated instantly. "Don't be too quick to celebrate," I cautioned, my voice calm but sharp. "You've been living off my efforts all this time." Jake's face dropped as he confessed to them. "The restaurant, it isn't doing well. It hasn't been for a long time." Anna and Sophia's joy faded, replaced by horror and rage. They immediately turned on him, their earlier delight transforming into wrath. "You've been keeping this from us?" Anna yelled. Sophia yelled, "How could you let this happen?" They were angry not at Jake's lies, but at the loss of their financial safety net. Sophia, the arrogant one, scoffed at me. "Well, since Jake makes less than you, he'll just have to file for alimony. How's that for justice?" Jake perked up and nodded enthusiastically, as if he had just discovered a way to win. I nearly chuckled at the stupidity. "That's where you're wrong, Sophia," I corrected, turning to face them both. "And Jake, you won't see a cent from me, not for alimony, not for anything." Jake's arrogant grin vanished. "What? That's not how this works." "Oh, but it is," I answered. "Because I know about the affair." His face lost its color. "How did you?" I tilted my head, pretending innocence. "Your sister sent me everything, pictures, dates, and locations." I gestured to Sophia, whose face had turned pale. Thanks to her, I have all the evidence I need. The room burst in turmoil. A flurry of accusations, denials, and frantic explanations flew between them. I let them sink in their own muck for a time before I spoke out. "Oh, and one more thing," I said, my voice frigid. "I'm taking back everything I paid for." The room became silent. Every appliance, every piece of furniture, everything. As truth dawned on them, their arguments came to an end. I'd previously arranged for movers. Anna and Sophia worried as they began carrying away the refrigerator, washing machine, flat-screen television, and even the beautiful blender I had purchased for them last Christmas. "You can't do this?" Anna exclaimed, gazing helplessly. "We need those things." I caught her gaze, my tone steady but not harsh. "I did this? And I need them too." The movers kept working, cleaning out about half of the house. As I watched them remove the last of my belongings, I felt lighter than I had in years. A weight lifted from my shoulders. I was no longer obligated to this house, these people, or their deception. I returned my gaze to Jake, who appeared little and forlorn, his hopes for quick money dashed. "Take care of your sister and mother, Jake. That's your job now," I murmured politely, turning to go. As I walked away, I realized it wasn't just a physical departure. It was my final step out of their deceptive clutches, a step toward regaining my life and ensuring a better future for my son and me. Overall, the divorce was a relief rather than a hardship. I battled for compensation for Jake's adultery and obtained alimony for our son. My lawyer handled everything, making the procedure run as smoothly as possible given the circumstances. Jake's family's lives changed considerably as well. Without my financial backing, his restaurant went bankrupt and couldn't survive. The family house was sold to pay off debts, demonstrating their unsustainable lifestyle. Meanwhile, Anna and Sophia scrambled to contact me, their messages a combination of apologies and desperate begs for aid. Despite everything, I couldn't allow myself to be drawn back into their madness. I immediately blocked their numbers. Sophia's husband abandoned her, and now the entire family, Jake, his mother, his sister, and her child, is crowded into a small rented apartment. They created this difficult position for themselves. In contrast, life for me and Alex is improving. We've fallen into a comfortable routine in our own rented flat, which feels more like home every day. My YouTube channel and Instagram page have taken off, resonating with women, particularly new mothers, who are striving to get back into shape. Seeing the beneficial impact of my work has sparked a new idea. Create online fitness courses designed exclusively for postpartum mothers. I'm enthused about the possibilities and the opportunity to assist others who have been in my position. There was a lot to accomplish, but for the first time in a long time, the future appeared bright and full of possibilities. I had a deep feeling of serenity here, in our tiny sanctuary, with my son's laughing booming off the walls. We had made it through the storm. And now was our turn to shine. I exposed my half-sister for cheating and revealed my father's infidelity, making him lose everything in the divorce as revenge. Edit. Hello. To anyone coming from those other subs, I will remove any comments on my posts that are harsh and intended to bully me. I've already received some, and I see my post has been shared in other areas. I know the sub since I was tagged by an automod. I didn't share my experience of being bullied or called a liar, so screw it. I never asked to be posted on subreddits dedicated to mocking others because you enjoy bullying others. Get a dang life. Here's a life lesson for you neckbeard idiots. Get away from the keyboard. Did the post get removed? It is all here now. So, I, 20 female, have a sister. I'm going to call her Freya, because why not? She's 22. She has cheated often since she began dating, creating an unending circle of infidelity. Her first romance occurred when she was 15, and I was 13. She introduced me to Brad. Sweetheart. Great guy. 2 days later, she spent a significant amount of time in her room with her study buddy. I was not foolish. I figured out what she was doing. Heck, she informed her friends. She boasted to them about it while sitting on our living room couch. As soon as she did it, I realized she wasn't a good person. She disgusted me. When she and her study partner returned to her room, I took a picture via the keyhole in her door. They were simply kissing, gross, but nothing worse. I waited. The next day, I took her phone and obtained Brad's number. I texted him, explaining who I was and why I was messaging him. He did not believe she was cheating. I texted him the picture and begged him not to tell her how he discovered it. He agreed. They broke up. Obviously. She was heartbroken and blamed her pals for telling him. She never suspected me. Why should she? I was the sister who clung to her, imitated what she wore, and observed everything she did. I admired her. I kept up the pretense. I didn't want her to know what I knew or had done. I hoped she learned her lesson. However, she didn't. The next true boyfriend arrived when she was 17 and I was 15. I'd been watching her like a hawk, waiting for the next boyfriend. Nobody would date her for a while after Brad. She was a cheater after all. Even her study companion didn't want to date her because he already had a girlfriend. That condition did not continue longer than a month. After Brad broke up with Freya, someone informed his study partner's girlfriend that he was a cheater. Weird. Anyway, let's introduce Steven. Trusting, maybe a little dim. He saw the best in everyone. She convinced him that she and Brad had only ever kissed, nothing else. I didn't believe it, but whatever. This naive church lad believed she had transformed after only 2 years. Okay. Sure. After a month, I still had no dirt. I started to wonder if she had changed. Bam! She boasted to her buddies about cheating on Steven. I remained hidden. I needed the specifics. I wish I had documented the confession, but I did not. What I did hear was that she was going to meet her side piece at the park the next afternoon. We were both old enough to leave the house whenever we wanted. All we had to do was tell our mother where we were going. The next day, she stated that she was heading to the mall. I stated that I was hanging out with buddies. I waited till she was a few minutes ahead of me before going to the park. I took images of them hugging under a tree. Kissing. Rinse, repeat. Steven pledged to keep the information secret. He handed her the photos, but this time there was no proof of who took them. She would have caught me if I had taken them up close, but those images could have been shot anywhere. They were in the midst of a park. Relationship number 3. Enter the bad dude. I despised him? He was rude, disgusting, and disrespectful. This one was tricky. He was obviously on the rebound, only a few weeks after Steven, but I got a nasty feeling. I suspected he would be the type to hurt her if she cheated on him. I had to persuade her to end the relationship or have him leave her without blaming her. Even if she was terrible, I needed to plan carefully. I waited for evidence. Do you believe it? They were cheating on each other, with the same guy. I felt calling them out would merely transform them into a throuple. I was mistaken. Bad lad despised the thought of someone knowing he was gay. When he discovered that Freya knew he was bisexual, he fled so quickly that his tires caught fire. 3 down. My sister still didn't know who was exposing her, but she was becoming suspicious. She was ranting about me without realizing it, so I knew. Then she told me her strategy. She planned to tell each of her friends a different narrative and see which one her next boyfriend would get. I helped her make up phony names, descriptions, and locations. It was honestly quite enjoyable. Boyfriend number 4 was not a boyfriend, but rather a guy acquaintance of hers who was involved in the conspiracy. He wanted Freya so desperately that he would do everything to get her attention. She informed friend A she was cheating on 4 with a blonde guy and would see him at the ice cream shop tomorrow. Friend B has brown hair, beach. Friend C has red hair, house. Friend D got bald, Starbucks. Freya wanted me to check out the ice cream shop. Freya stayed at home, while 4 went to Starbucks. No one was on the beach. She reasoned that if none of us observed anything at the sites, then friend B was responsible. We did exactly that. It was hilarious to receive her continuous texts wondering whether anyone had seen someone. She was in a panic. Buddy B had been her best buddy since she was in diapers, and she did not want it to be them. In the end, nobody came up. She yelled at B in a text, accusing them of being a poor friend and alerting her ex-partners about her adultery. B disputed this heavily. But their friendship was in ruins. I supported B, claiming Freya was insane for suspecting them. Friend C supported Freya, saying it was suspicious that A, C and D did not show up at their assigned locations, and reasoning led to B. D felt they were all mad and even blamed me, claiming that if I was the snitch, why would all of the pals have turned up anywhere? They were unable to prove anything because no one was present on the beach. Freya felt offended. She said she would never hurt me, that she loved me too much to do so. We were sisters after all. In the end, D supported A and B because they believed Freya was insane. C remained with Freya. 4 and Freya never became a pair. Freya began dating Freya after believing the rat had disappeared. Poor, sweet Freya. His was the most terrible story since she cheated on him with his twin brother. This occurred when she was 20 and I was 18. Perhaps I was too old for this, but I wasn't finished yet. I was not going to let her ruin a nice guy's life. It took me longer to figure out this one. Twin brothers never question photos on Snapchat. Never question the guy's appearance. Why should they? They were twins. Then Freya shaved his head for a cancer-stricken buddy. His twin didn't? That is how I caught her? I obtained a video of them kissing in his car. Send it to Freya. I wiped my hands clean. He showed her the footage, and she freaked out. She had not informed anyone about the infidelity this time. Not me. Not C. Not 4. And since they were twins, she assumed no one would notice. Finally, she dated 4, the only guy remaining in our small town who was foolish enough to take her seriously. Of course, she did what she always did. She cheated. Here's the problem, I wasn't sure he'd break up with her over it, or if he'd believe it at all. So I waited. Collected evidence. In an unexpected twist of events, I discovered C and 4 cheating. They cheated on her. I submitted 4 images of Freya cheating. I emailed Freya photos of 4 cheating. It burst. She had no pals. Not one. She'd pushed them all away. And now, everyone in our small town knew she was a cheater. You might be asking why I'm telling this story right now. Why are you destroying my sister like this? I detest her. I've loathed her since I was a child. See, we're only half-sisters. Same father, different mothers? Our father cheated on her mom with my mother. My mother, whom I loved, was crippled. And my father had a superior attorney. When I was 5 years old, he abducted me from her. Legally, I assume. But my mother was only permitted visitation, nothing else. I have to see her once a week, for 1 hour. She was not considered safe to have children. When I got older, I would sneak over to her house after school to spend more time with her. My beloved older sister caught me and informed our father. We returned to court. And as a foolish 8-year-old, I told a judge that I despised my father. That he cheated? That guy was filth. That I wished he didn't know me. It was determined that my mother was isolating me from my father. And my visitation was restricted. I was sent to therapy to fix my feelings toward my father. Now, yes, I understand. She was just 10. But she never apologized. Even when I brought it up years later, she found nothing wrong with her actions. My mother died a year later. My father forbade me from attending her burial. My maternal grandparents attempted to push his hand, went to court. But they were shut down. They were instructed that unless they had proof that my father was a bad dad, they should not waste time. My father's wife forgave him. Not too bright in my opinion. She reared me with him. And I had my sister, who I despised. I pretended not to. Because the best retribution is best served cold. So, why tell this story now? Because my adorable half-sister uses this subreddit. I don't believe she has ever posted, but she lurks. And I'm moving out. I am going to live with my maternal grandparents. Why now, at 20, rather than at 18? Because today, the final nail in my revenge was driven into the coffin. I left photos all throughout the house. Photos of my father cheating on my stepmother, with several women. All are date-stamped, dating back to when they took me in approximately a week ago. Walmart's photo print service was quite helpful. I only want to destroy my father, and my sister. My stepmother, whom I honestly feel awful for, has a prenuptial agreement. If he cheats on her, he will receive nothing. She owns the home. The autos. The summer house. They have a shared bank account, which he may drain. However, to my understanding, the majority of her money is in a separate account. She's super rich. She was wealthy enough to pay for whatever I needed as a child, and she smiled the entire while. I'm not sure if she ever resented me. But she never revealed it. She treated me exactly like my sister. In addition, I left documentation that my sister was aware of our father's infidelity. Proof that my darling sister knew her mother was being cheated on but said nothing. Chat logs. Vocal recordings. Even physical invoices for presents he purchased to keep her quiet. It is all there. Waiting inside the home. Today, both my sister and father are away for the weekend. My stepmother will arrive home in a few hours. And I'll be gone. Even if Freya sees this 10 seconds after I hit post, she won't be able to clean up the mess in time. Okay, I see a lot of questions concerning the keyhole. To explain, my house is really old. Built by the residents of this town, back when dwellings were made by hand. You would just yell, "Help me build," and I'll buy the beer for the day. Unfortunately, they made several poor style decisions. Every bedroom door has a huge hole beneath the handle shaped like a keyhole. It was integrated into the metal plate connecting to the doorknob. The keyholes had no lock-like function. That house was so old that when we renovated it, we discovered knob and tube wiring. What about the insulation? Newspaper. Old bedsheets, Bible pages were torn, and more. There was also a frightening doll. Other unusual design decisions included what my sister dubbed a Coraline door. It once connected to a barn beside the house. But the barn had been gone for several years. And the real kicker? The basement light switch was in a restroom, not near the basement door. The bathroom light switch was located outside the bathroom. The cloth washer drain is linked to the shower, and when the washer is turned on, the shower bubbles up occasionally. To get rid of it, turn on the shower. In the basement, on the ceiling, there are several jar lids tacked to a piece of board because the previous owners used to nail the lids up and screw the jars in to retain nails, screws, and shattered glass. According to my father, the house is filthy, and strange things make little sense. There were other things I can't recall right now, but you assume the keyhole was more prevalent. It turns out it isn't, which surprises me. Edit. Many of you believe that a wealthy lady should live in a nice home. The house we lived in was purchased while she was pregnant with Freya. My father's grandparents and her great-grandfather were the builders, I believe, maybe not. All I know is that it was his family's home for years. He grew up there, but they lost it and had to relocate. He met and married my stepmother, and they stayed with her parents while searching for a home. He saw his old house for sale and begged my stepmother for it. She agreed on the proviso that they only hire labor when absolutely necessary, as her parents trained her to spend money wisely. They had Freya. He made minor repairs to one of the rooms, but no major renovations occurred at the time because they had a baby and were very busy. When they got me, the only repairs I knew about were that mine and Freya's rooms were cold. He opened the wall to inspect the insulation, which was old newspapers. The plan was for me and Freya to remain in their room while my stepmother and father slept on the couch until it was repaired. While doing this, he discovered the knob and tube wiring. We left the house while an expert repaired the wiring throughout the house. Then he finished insulating. When it comes to antique keyholes, my stepmother felt 3 were adorable. The bathroom was the only one that had been fixed. He removed the old-style handle, replaced it with a lockable one, pushed something into the hole, and plastered or painted over it, I'm not sure. We also tore up the 2 layers of carpet and removed the wallpaper from every room. While doing this in the living room, we discovered the Coraline door, as we named it. My father informed me that there used to be a barn immediately next to the home, and he assumed that was where it led. If you opened it now, you'd find nothing because the barn was gone. They hadn't just left an open hole in the wall, there were around 6 layers of wallpaper covering the door. These repairs and changes were always going on, all my father's work, because it was his paper and he understood what he was doing. I don't remember what happened when I was a kid. Also, you appear to believe that children aged 8 to 10 are stupid and incapable of holding grudges, which is absurd. I believe I mentioned that the revenge began at 13. Sure, the problem began at 8, but I had till 13 to stew and be outraged. No, I did not do this because a 10-year-old made an error. I did it because my sister never realized what she was doing was wrong. She told me I had a better family because of it, that my mother was a R, and that she did what was best and right. I despise her for never apologizing or acknowledging how much she damaged me. Edit. You want an update? I promise to give one, but things are hectic right now, so please wait. Question. Should I make a new post for the update or just add it here when I believe it's time? I keep seeing folks enter update me. How does this work? Question 2. Someone advised posting this in the Revenge subreddit. I do not want to copy and paste this. Does anyone who reads more than me know how to share the post or something in such subreddits so that more people may appreciate it? Question 3. I notice now that there has been a cross-post. Is that what I asked you about above? If so, how can I see where it has been cross-posted? I've been enjoying reading comments on Reddit and TikTok and don't want to miss out while waiting for things to settle down. Edit. Whoever dared to send Reddit care after me, sucks to be you. I'm already in therapy, and I learned a long time ago that you don't have to notify anyone until the act is completed. So it's too late for a therapist to try to quell the raging fire in your heart. Edit. I believe you will receive an update sometime today. I was going to update immediately, but I received a call from my therapist a few minutes ago, so I now have an appointment. Is it possible that this is because the video was shared on TikTok? Is there any dread in it? Or is this a coincidence? Update. I have wrecked my sister's relationships and friendships. Now I'm tearing apart her family. Am I pleased about it? Okay, hi everyone, you all requested an update. The original is growing too long, so I'm writing a second post on it. I'll start with my stepmother's reaction. Around the time she would have arrived home, I sat in front of my phone, waiting like a child on Christmas. To my disappointment, all I received was a text message. It said, tomorrow. Lunch, Favorite pizza place. It didn't say the exact name, but you get the idea. That was all. I wondered whether she was going to take my life. After some discussion with my companions, I left. Dumb? Possibly. Am I still alive? You could say that. So I met my stepmother at my favorite pizza shop. We ordered, and she smiled at me. It was sort of creepy. She inquired if I understood why she had invited me out. My response was obviously idiotic, but I said, "To murder me?" She laughed, shook her head, and told me she had spent too much time keeping my dumb buttocks alive to kill me now. She said she invited me since she no longer has a need to keep my father's secrets from me. I, the theatrical dung beetle, asked for information. She provided. I still do not like her, but damn. She inquired whether I knew how my parents met. Obviously, I said no. She said that her cousin, Annie, was hosting a party for her friends and family. Adrian was acquainted with my mom, but she had never met my stepmother or father. My mother was born blind but enjoyed parties anyhow. There was alcohol there, but my mother simply drank pop in a glass with ice. My mother departed early because she didn't want to be away from Freya for too long, while my father stayed. Adrian presented my father and mother. Adrian had no reason to believe anything would occur. Adrian had already become intoxicated. Adrian, according to my stepmother, is unaware of what transpired next. She wasn't sure if my father had brought my mother a fresh cup with something other than pop, if he had dropped something in her drink, or if she had taken the wrong cup. Adrian glanced over and noticed my mother wobbling. In Sam's drunken view, my mother was plainly inebriated. There were a lot of cups on the table, so Adrian imagined Mom had grabbed the wrong cup too often. She brought my mother upstairs to sleep it off. That was the last time she saw my mother that night, though she did see my father a few times. Adrian continued to hang out with my mother, and one day, she revealed that she was pregnant. At the time, my mother was single. Adrian did some mental math and blew out, asking my mother a lot of questions, but my mother laughed it off, claiming she became pregnant after a one-night stand, not at the party. Adrian agreed hesitantly. Adrian cared for both me and Freya when I was born. Her red flags went up again when she saw us side by side, so she took a DNA test, one with me and one with Adrian, figuring that if it was a family member, we would be a slight match. We were not a good match, and she was relieved. Adrian babysat for us again when I was 3 and Freya was 5. According to my stepmother, Adrian couldn't stop staring at us and conducted another test on me and Freya. She received the results, and her heart fell. Freya and I were a match. She remained silent for a while, periodically asking my mother questions, but she couldn't keep it a secret and eventually told my stepmother. My stepmother exploded at my father. He said he was inebriated and confused my mother for her. He claimed there was consent, but it was a mistake that occurred only once. My stepmother agreed to forgive him on the condition that he be a part of my life. She expected him to concede that my mother would not want to be near him, but he and my mother settled in court. My stepmother expressed her dissatisfaction with this, but she accepted it. When I became increasingly alienated from my father, she handed him money for family therapy and playdates. He used this money, plus his own, to hire a lawyer and essentially take me. She couldn't stop him once she knew what he had done. She continued to have little to no interest in me and refused to become involved. My mother died, and she understood something. If she left him now, she would be leaving me with an imbecile who would most likely sell me for a pair of shoes. If she left, she could take Freya, but she had no claim to me, and I never allowed her to adopt me. That was not helping. She attempted to assist my grandparents in fighting for me, but they were silenced. She decided she'd put up with him to protect me. Her words. I don't know if this is real. She claimed she didn't care now that I knew the truth. She was divorcing him and wouldn't have to think about him anymore. I asked her about Freya, and she shrugged, saying her daughter resembles her father too much for her liking. She planned to give Freya a couple options for addressing the issues she observed in her, such as therapy or cutting off contact with her father. But she was going to steal everything from my father, because the prenuptial agreement they signed stated that the cheater gets nothing but the clothing on their back. This is just what I wanted. We left it there. She held me and apologized for not being better, for making so many mistakes, and for making me dislike both her and Freya. She said that if I needed anything, I should let her know. I'm starting to believe I misjudged her. I don't know yet though. We parted ways, and I returned home. I waited and waited before getting a call from my dad. I did not respond. He texted me, stating I was a terrible daughter, that he wanted me out of his house, LOL, and that he never wanted to see me again. He said I destroyed his marriage for a deceased lady he barely knew. He was furious about it, But I texted him back and told him that he had years to stop cheating on my stepmother and not let me catch him. He could have lived the picture-perfect life he believed he deserved. On my mother's behalf, I also used some strong language toward him. Next up came Freya. She did, in fact, locate the post. And did they apologize? Not. She texted me paragraph after paragraph, calling me a manipulative boonies and claiming I spent my life lying to her face about a mistake she made when she was 10. That she did not have to apologize or feel awful. That I should have enjoyed being a member of a new rich family. That I did not need to notify her mother about her father's bribery or her dishonesty. During the discussion, I told my stepmother that it was my fault that she gave Freya the ultimatum to go to therapy, break off contact with Dad, or find another place to live. I merely replied with a laughing emoji and blocked both her and my father. That was all yesterday. It doesn't end there. As some of you know, my therapist phoned me this morning. He inquired whether I had time to meet today. I did, and so I met with him. When I stepped in, he turned his laptop towards me and showed me a TikTok video about me. He questioned, "Is this you?" I couldn't stop laughing. He only shook his head, saying he had a lot more work to do than he expected, but he was smiling. I noticed the smile. He just didn't want to tell me that he felt my retribution was fantastic. I know it. We talked briefly about the problem and how far it was. I disagree, but whatever. I left. Later, my stepmother called and begged for assistance with something. I went to her residence out of curiosity. She told me that her lawyer recommended her to allow Dad time yesterday to come get his belongings and leave. He gathered what he could, and today we were going to make a campfire. I questioned if this was lawyer approved, and she shrugged, stating it was her property regardless. Dad didn't buy any of it and probably couldn't afford a lawyer to fight her. So we tossed a lot of stuff in a mound and let it burn. It was kind of fun. She summoned Auntie Adrian over, who cried and held me because she felt guilty about not telling me. But she despised my father and refused to be near him. I showed my stepmother the text from Freya, and she called Freya, telling her she had only herself to blame. She told her not to blame me since she couldn't stop chasing nice guys away. If she wanted to stay with a wonderful guy, she should stop acting like her unfaithful mess of a father. She informed Freya she had a week to make her decision. She's an adult, and my stepmother can leave her whenever she wants. Then she hung up. My stepmother, Auntie Sam, and I ordered pizza. My stepmother's father called to find out what was going on and why Freya had shown up at their house crying. My stepmother went inside. I'm not sure what she said, but she walked out looking smug and told me not to worry about Freya because he was no longer my concern. I brushed it off and replied, "Whatever. Anyway, the day isn't finished yet, but I've blocked Freya and Dad." My maternal grandparents have confirmed that after my mother died, my stepmother was ready to slip them money to hire a lawyer and fight for me. I confronted her about not assisting them when Mom was alive, but she maintains that she was unaware my father was bringing them to court the second time until it was too late. She also expressed reluctance to contact my mother after assisting in the kidnapping. My stepmother's parents have also advised me not to worry about my father and Luca. If they do anything further after this, they will wish they had licked their wounds and moved on. I'm not sure what my stepmother's parents told Luca, but they appear to be strongly opposed to cheating of any type and believe Freya should do as my stepmother advised. Cut off Dad, seek therapy, and apologize to me. That, I believe, concludes things. It was chaotic for a while, but I'm getting on with my life, washing my hands of Freya and Dad. My stepmother said she entirely understands if I don't want anything to do with her. She said she made a lot of mistakes when I was younger, but she still wants to help me with expenditures and other things. In any case, everyone in my small town is aware of what they have done. Some individuals in my town, not just my therapist, discovered the post, and drama travels quickly. Apparently, I also own it. When people ask me about it, I tell them because I want them to understand what they did to me. I don't believe my stepmother is facing much blowback. She delivered all of the images I printed off to her lawyer, who laughed at the pile and claimed that my mere existence was enough proof for the divorce, but the pile didn't matter. Especially since I wrote dates on many of the photos, some of which were extremely recent. I don't believe this is as nice as the previous post because I never expected to make an update. I kind of just wrote it as it happened. I hope this calms down the drama fans in the comments. If anything more happens, I will probably post it here. There will not be any further updates. After 12 years building my father's company to $75 million, he gave it to my brother. Did they really think I'd just accept that? After 12 years of operating my father's company, I finally increased its value to $75 million. At a family supper, my father glanced at me and smiled. Your brother will take over now. My heart dropped, but I smiled back. The following morning at work, everything changed. I vividly remember my father's smile that night, his hand resting proudly on my brother's shoulder, as if he had already made up his mind before saying the words that would change everything. Your brother will take over now. I felt my stomach plummet, but years of skill kept my expression calm. I smiled back, like if his words hadn't pierced right through me, unraveling 12 years of my life's work in an instant. The dining room was alive with the clinking of glasses and the gentle hum of talks among extended relatives and close business associates. This was more than just a family dinner. It was a celebration. A minute to honor everything we had built. Everything I'd built. My father founded Harper & Company when I was a child, a small logistics company that struggled to stay alive during its early years. I grew up watching my father fight to keep things going, working late hours, forgoing family holidays, and always pursuing the next contract to make ends meet. When I was 24, fresh out of business school, he eventually let me in. Though I had to fight for the opportunity. And I had done more than simply step in. Harper & Company had grown from a struggling regional logistics concern to a nationwide powerhouse under my leadership, with operations expanded, million-dollar contracts secured, and cutting-edge technology integrated. What was once a small, virtually bankrupt company has grown into an industry leader valued at $75 million. But, at this moment, none of it mattered. My father had already made the decision. My brother Ethan would take over. Not me? A gentle wave of approval rippled over the table, with murmurs of congratulations directed toward Ethan. I watched as he lowered his gaze, pretending modesty. Though I knew better. Ethan had never completely invested in the firm. He'd spent the last decade jumping from one failed business to the next, never quite finding his feet. He was not interested in logistics. He was not interested in operations. However, he was interested in power. I'd spent 12 years proving myself, starting Harper & Company from the bottom up, making every difficult decision, late-night strategy call, and contract negotiation. Ethan hadn't done any of it. And yet here we were. Nonetheless, I swallowed my emotions. I'd learned a long time ago that exhibiting pain was considered a weakness in this household. I reached for my wine glass and steadied my hand before lifting it. Lisa? Smile. Smile. To Ethan, I replied, my voice smooth and controlled. The visitors raised their glasses, unaware of the tempest developing behind my eyes. My mother looked at me from across the table, an unreadable expression on her face. But I knew she understood. Unlike my father, Mom had always recognized the effort I put in. But she refused to interfere. She never did. Then there was my father, smiling with the same unflinching assurance, fully oblivious that his decision had put something in motion. Ethan met my eyes from across the table, a smirk barely visible on the corner of his lips. That was the moment I knew. This was not solely my father's decision. Ethan had waited for this. He had carefully positioned himself, portraying the loyal son who had finally discovered his purpose. My father, a staunch conservative, saw no problem in his rationale. The kingdom should be passed down from father to son. A daughter's efforts were always viewed as temporary, a footnote in history, no matter how hard she worked to show different. But what they didn't realize, and none of them had considered, was that I had spent the previous 12 years not only developing a company, but also consolidating my position inside it. And the next morning, they'd figure out what that meant. That night, I hardly slept. My thoughts replayed every sacrifice I'd made for Harper & Company, late nights, missed birthdays, and relationships strained under the weight of my desire. I had given everything to this company. And now they expect me to just step aside? They'd underestimated me. By 3 a.m., I was in my home office, typing furiously on my keyboard. Each contract, every share, all executive agreements. Nobody knew how this company worked better than I did. Ethan expected a smooth transition, that by next week, his name would be on the office door, and his employment would be guaranteed. What he didn't realize was that while my father was busy making public appearances and my brother was busy pretending to understand the business, I had secured something much more valuable. Control. I entered Harper & Company headquarters at exactly 8:45 a.m., as I had done for the previous 12 years. The same walls. The same polished floors. The same hum of efficiency persisted as staff settled into their routines. But today was different. Today, I didn't walk into my office, I was walking into a battleground. The reception area was unusually quiet, the type of silence that comes before a storm. They knew. The whispers had already begun. The story of my father's declaration during dinner had circulated quickly. Employees looked at me with uncomfortable looks, avoiding direct eye contact, unsure where their loyalty should rest. I did not acknowledge them. I strolled confidently, my heels tapping on the marble flooring, my stance solid. Never show them you are disturbed. I entered my office. Shutting the door behind me, I had exactly 15 minutes until my father and Ethan arrived, expecting them to take over as CEO and heir apparent respectively. 15 minutes before their entire strategy disintegrated in front of them. I sat at my desk, inhaled deeply, and then turned on my computer. The screen displayed a list of sensitive documents and contracts that they had never considered looking at and assumed did not matter. I opened my ownership records, lingering my hands over the keyboard for a moment before clicking on the file labeled Executive Shareholder Agreement. And then I waited. A strong knock on my door came at precisely 9 a.m. I did not bother answering. The door opened, and my father and Ethan strolled in, both exuding confidence. His, inborn. Ethan's, carefully crafted. My father walked in like a monarch surveying his realm, and Ethan, dressed in an expensive navy suit, flashed me a smug, triumphant grin. It took everything I had not to laugh. My father said, "Lisa," in his customary forceful tone, as if acknowledging me was a favor. "I assume you're aware of the transition happening today?" Transition. Interesting wording. "I'm aware," I replied easily, reclining back in my chair. I looked at Ethan, whose smirk became wider. "Good," my father said, nodding as if we all agreed. "Ethan will be stepping in as the new CEO. We'll need you to help with the handover, get him familiar with the operations before you officially move on." I raised an eyebrow. "Move on?" I repeated, faking ignorance. "Dad, I think you're mistaken about something." His face twitched with annoyance. He was used to my silent cooperation and ability to follow instructions. He was unprepared for this. "Lisa," he murmured, his voice tight, like if addressing a child. "This isn't up for debate, we've already made the decision." I smiled, a slow, knowing smile. "Oh, I know, Dad," I answered softly. "The thing is, you don't have the authority to make that decision." Ethan scoffs quietly and shakes his head. "Lisa, don't make this difficult, we're trying to do this the easy way." I did not respond. Instead, I went for my remote and clicked a button. The enormous screen on my office wall displayed a document that I had been examining earlier. Executive Shareholders Agreement signed on August 17, 2015. Signatories, Lisa Harper, James Harper, father, and Ethan Harper. My father's face paled somewhat. I turned to Ethan. "Do you even know what this document is?" He crossed his arms and shifted in discomfort. "A shareholders agreement?" he wondered. I nodded. "Yes. And do you know what it says?" I tapped the screen to highlight an important clause. This document was drafted when Harper & Company was restructuring. It clearly states that any transfer of executive power, such as appointing a new CEO, requires the approval of all majority shareholders. I caught my father's gaze. "And I, Dad, hold 60% of the company's shares." The hush that followed was smothering. My father's expression darkened. "That's impossible," Ethan whispered as he moved forward to examine the page. "Actually, it's very possible," I replied calmly. "You see, over the years, while you were busy failing at every startup you touched, and Dad was busy playing the role of business patriarch, I was doing something else." I leaned forwards. I was securing my place. I turned back to face my father. "Remember when you needed capital for expansion in 2017? You agreed to give me an additional 15% of your shares in exchange for my investment. And in 2019, when we had that court dispute, another 10% was transferred under my name as collateral, which you never bothered to reclaim. That, plus my original 35%, gives me the controlling stake." My dad's jaw clenched. "But, Ethan..." Ethan was in a panic. "You have to be bluffing," he exclaimed. I took out a second document. "This is the most recent legal filing with the state. Want to verify?" Ethan took the paper and scanned it, his face losing color with every passing second. "You can't do it," he muttered. "Dad, tell her she can't do this." My father stayed silent. Because he knew. I had lawfully outmaneuvered him. And he couldn't do anything about it. I sighed softly and stood up. "I'm not firing you, Ethan," I explained. "I don't want to force you into the real job market, but you will report to me and work under my guidance. Otherwise..." I motioned to the door. "You're free to leave." Ethan looked at my father, his eyes begging, but for the first time in his life, my father had no response. There was no way to fix it, because it wasn't his company anymore. That was my. The silence in my workplace felt oppressive. Ethan still held the official document in his hand, his fingers white from holding it too firmly. My father remained motionless beside him, his expression unreadable. But I knew better. He was calculating, trying to figure a way out of this. There was not one. I had spent years preparing for this moment, not because I expected treachery, but because experience had taught me never to presume loyalty in situations of authority. For the first time in my life, my father didn't recognize me. Maybe he never had. Is that it? Ethan eventually spoke, his voice tinged with resentment. Are you just taking everything? I laughed softly, without humor. Are you taking everything? I repeated, moving closer to him. Ethan, I created this company from nothing. I made every contract, expansion, and innovation a reality. While you were busy failing above, I was keeping this company running. So no, I am not taking anything. I leaned in slightly. I'm just keeping what's already mine. Ethan's face contorted in rage, but he had no response. He knew I was correct. And worse, so did my father. He had spent years believing that bloodline was more important than skill. That his son would receive what was properly mine. He'd underestimated me. And now he had to pay for his folly. My father eventually ended the hush. You're making a mistake, Lisa. His voice was calm and calculated, but I could sense the pressure underlying. Families should stick together. Do you truly want to end this relationship? I met his eyes unflinchingly. Dad, I said. You burned this bridge the moment you made your decision without me. His lips form a thin line. Business is larger than one person, we can develop a solution that benefits everyone. I cocked my head slightly, simulating interest. Oh, I agree. I let the words hang in the air before proceeding. That's why I'm offering you both a choice. I went to Ethan first. You can stay with the company, I added, keeping my voice smooth and professional. But you will not be CEO. You will serve as an advisor with limited authority. Your compensation will be generous, but you will report to me. Ethan stiffened, but I did not stop. Or, I added, you can walk away. I will acquire your shares at market value. You can take the money and start working on a new project. My dad scoffed. You're acting like you hold all the cards. I smiled. I do. My words were followed by a dense hush. I let them sit in it, let them experience what it was like to be powerless. Finally, my father breathed, shaking his head in astonishment. I never thought you'd do this, he grumbled. Not to your own family. At his comments, I felt a searing pang. Not for your own family. I wanted to tell him he was the one who did it. That he chose to cast me aside, as if I were only temporary. But I did not. In the end, it didn't matter. What was important was that I would not let them remove what I had built. Not now. Not ever. Ethan was the first to storm out. Good riddance. I knew my brother well enough to anticipate his next action. He would approach our relatives and family acquaintances, presenting himself as a victim of corporate deception. I didn't care. I was not here to win their approval. I came here to win my future. My father waited for a while longer, as if expecting me to alter my mind. When I didn't respond, he nodded slowly. You've changed, he stated gently. I met his gaze. No, Dad. I just finally stopped pretending. Then he departed. I breathed and returned to my chair. I should have felt victorious. I had fought for my position, and won. But as I glanced at the vacant doorway, I sensed something else. A soft, lingering aching. A part of me had always wished for my father's approval. Some small, desperate part of me believed that if I worked hard enough and proved myself repeatedly, he would eventually see me. But he never truly looked. So now he had no choice but to see me for who I truly was. Not his daughter, not his temporary replacement. The genuine boss of Harper & Company. I returned to my computer, my attention changing. I had spent 12 years creating this business. Now I'd spend the next 12 years making it untouchable. My father and brother attempted to take everything from me. But in the end, they were the ones who had lost everything. For the first time in 12 years, my workplace felt empty. There were no phone calls from my father. Ethan sent no passive-aggressive emails, just silence. But silence did not indicate serenity. It meant the struggle had started. I knew my father wouldn't leave peacefully. And Ethan? He would fight tooth and nail to restore what he believed was his birthright. I wasn't naive enough to believe this was over. It had just begun. By the next morning, I could detect an undercurrent of discomfort in the company. Employees who had greeted me with confidence last week now appeared nervous. as if they were terrified to choose a side. Several department heads avoided eye contact. I knew exactly what was going on. My father and Ethan were using the Whisper network. Old family pals, board members, senior executives. They were spreading doubts, painting myself as frigid, ruthless, disloyal. Ethan, in particular, had taken on the character of the wounded son, betrayed by his sister. I could see him now, seated in a high-end restaurant, pretending to be sorry as he told our investors how I had taken the firm from him. And what about my father? He would not need to say much at all. Just a deep sigh. A shaky head. The neatly arranged words. I only ever wanted the best for my children. It was calculated. And risky. Because, if they could turn my board members and senior executives against me, they may force me out of my own company. At the very least, make my leadership impossible. I wasn't going to let that happen. That afternoon, I scheduled an emergency executive meeting. As I entered the boardroom, I could feel the tension in the air. Half of the room averted my gaze. The other half observed me too closely, waiting for me to slip. I took a seat at the head of the table. My seat. Let's not waste time, I added, my tone steady. I know there have been conversations, behind closed doors, over drinks, in hushed voices. I let my gaze sweep the room, pausing on each individual just long enough to cause them to squirm uncomfortably. I'm also aware that some of you are asking if my leadership is sustainable. Several folks tensed. Nobody spoke. I tapped my fingers on the polished wooden table. Let's clear that up now. I displayed a presentation on the screen behind me. Numbers, data, facts. I transformed this company from a struggling regional business to a $75 million industry leader. Under my leadership, we've increased sales by 300% over the last 5 years and entered 6 new markets. I turned to the CFO. Paul, do we have a single financial indicator suggesting this company is in trouble under my leadership? Paul hesitated before shaking his head. In fact, projections show another 20% growth in the next quarter. I nodded. So let's be honest about what's happening here. I leaned forwards. My father and brother are not unhappy because the business is faltering. They are not upset because I am failing to lead. They are furious because they expected me to step aside and let Ethan take over. Regardless of qualification. Regardless of the outcome. The room was silent. Then I dropped the true bombshell. I also know that some of you have been contacted in the last 24 hours, offered incentives to push for my resignation. I tilted my head slightly. If anyone here would like to disclose those conversations now, this is your chance. Several folks shuffled uncomfortably. Then, after a lengthy period, one of the senior executives cleared his throat. I received a call, he said. From your father. He said he was considering making an official appeal to the board. I nodded, not surprised. And did he offer anything in return for your support? A pause. Then, a slow nod. There it is. I breathed and stood up. My father built this company, I replied. I will not dispute that. But I went further than he could have. And I will not let him manage it from the outside. I let my voice drop slightly, controlled and threatening. If he wants a fight, he'll get one. I gathered my papers and looked each executive in the eyes. If anyone here believes my father and brother deserve control, now is the time to make your move. Silence. Nobody moved. Good. I turned and went away, head held high. It wasn't just about keeping my company. This was to ensure that they never imagined they could take it from me again. That night, I made my own call. Not to any board member, not for an investor. But what about the media? By morning, the business section of every major news outlet featured the following headline. Power shift at Harper & Co., Lisa Harper outmaneuvers family in boardroom battle. I'd made my move. Now it was their turn. And I waited. My inbox burst the morning after my story went to publication. Emails. I missed calls. Messages from reporters, investors, and board members. Some were supportive. Some were cautious. However, most of them had one question in common. Is it true? I let them wait. I knew what game my father was playing. He had spent decades mastering the art of public perception. He understood that reputation was important in business. If he couldn't beat me in the boardroom, he would undercut me in public. And that was exactly what he was attempting to do. By lunchtime, the first counterattack had arrived. A press release is nicely made, precisely phrased, but full of lies. Harper & Company has always been a family-owned business. We are disappointed by recent occurrences, but we remain dedicated to sustaining the ideals that have driven this organization. Changes in leadership are unavoidable, and we expect to transition seamlessly as we move forward. It was subtle. But I knew what it was actually saying. Lisa is irresponsible. Lisa is unstable. Lisa isn't a team player. I was not surprised. I was, however, incensed. I sat in my office, watching the news as industry analysts argued over my leadership. Was Lisa Harper too aggressive in her takeover? Will her lack of cooperation hurt the company in the long run? Can she recover from this PR disaster? They spoke as if I wasn't watching. As if I hadn't already planned my next move. Because if my father and Ethan desired a public conflict, I was planning to give them one. I did not release a statement. I did not call a press conference. Instead, I placed one phone call. To an old buddy in investigative journalism. I have something for you, I explained. But you'll need to move fast. An hour later, I emailed over documents. Emails. Financial reporting. Internal records. Evidence. Harper & Company, under my father's guidance, had engaged in unethical business activities throughout time. I had spent the previous decade quietly cleaning up. The news broke within 24 hours. Behind the scenes at Harper & Company, a legacy of hidden debts and financial cover-ups. The piece was brutal. It applauded my leadership for improving the company's financial situation. It was critical of my father's mismanagement, but most importantly, it proved that I was the sole reason Harper & Company had survived. Just like that. The narrative changed. The board has stopped doubting me. The investors stopped hesitating. And what about my father? He had nowhere to hide. 2 days later, my father finally contacted me. I let the phone ring 3 times before answering. Lisa, he murmured in a tense voice. We need to talk. I slumped back in my chair. Do we? Silence. Finally, a sigh. You didn't have to do that. I gave a tiny laugh. Neither did you? This company was supposed to be a legacy, he told me. For the family. For both of you. I had a familiar pain. A small, naive part of me had once desired that, but not anymore. Dad, I spoke gently. If you wanted me to safeguard the legacy, you should have trusted me with it. Instead, you attempted to steal it from me. Another prolonged stillness. He asked, almost reluctantly. What happens now? I breathed slowly. Now, I'm going to make sure you never touch my company again. The conflict was over. My father had lost. Ethan had vanished. And I'd won. However, when I sat in my office, staring out at the metropolitan skyline, I felt no happiness, no victory, just emptiness. I had spent the last 12 years fighting for Harper & Company, building it, safeguarding it, and making it stronger than ever. Nonetheless, the cost of that win outweighed my expectations. Because I had secured my position, I had misplaced something else along the road. My family. The next day, I came into the office as if nothing had happened. But everybody knew the truth. The whispers had ended. The doubt had dissipated. I was no longer simply Lisa Harper, CEO. I was Lisa Harper, the lady who outmaneuvered her father and brother and emerged victorious. Some people appreciated me for it. Some scared me because of it. And some were still waiting for me to fall. I let them wait. At midday, my father and I convened in the conference room for our final conversation. He seemed exhausted. Older, as if the weight of what had happened had finally fallen on his shoulders. I waited for him to speak first. When he finally spoke, his voice was softer than I'd ever heard it. I'm retiring, he announced simply. Effective immediately. I did not react. I had anticipated this. I'll sell my remaining shares, he added. I'll keep a small percentage as an investor, but I won't be involved anymore. I examined him attentively. And Ethan? His jaw stiffened. He's gone, my father admits. Took the buyout, he won't be back. A part of me knew it would end like this. Ethan had never been strong enough to face his own difficulties. When he realized he had lost, he did what he always did. Run. Still, hearing it out made something inside me ache. No regret. Not guilty. Simply the finality of it all. I nodded. Understood. My father exhaled and rubbed his temples, as if he had a headache. Then, after a long gap, he said something unexpected. I underestimated you. It was not an apology, but it was as close as I'd ever come. And strangely, I realized I didn't need it anymore. A month later, Harper & Company looked nothing like it did previously. Who were the previous board members who supported my father and Ethan? Gone. What about the executives who had questioned my leadership? Replaced? The company had always performed well under my leadership. But now, it was absolutely mine. And with that control comes a new perspective. I introduced proposals that my father had consistently rejected. He has described modernized systems as unnecessary. He ventured into industries that he had previously avoided. Within 6 months, profits skyrocketed. Within a year, we had reached the $100 million milestone. For the first time in my life, I wasn't battling solely to prove myself. I was fighting to create something that no one could take from me again. A year later, I met my father for dinner. It was the first time we had talked since his retirement. He looked different. Quieter. He wasn't angry now. Simply accepting. I read about the latest deal you closed, he continued as he drank. It was a smart move. I smirked faintly. I know. A shadow of a smile appeared on his lips. There was no longer tension between us. There is no war left to fight. Just the simple, undeniable truth. He'd tried to push me aside. And I had proven him incorrect. He lifted his glass. To Harper and Company, he stated. This time, as I clinked my glass with his, I did not feel angry. I didn't feel resentful. Only tranquility. Because I'd already won. And I no longer needed his permission to know it. As I sit in my office now, overlooking the city where I built my empire, I reflect on the lessons this trip has taught me. That family might be your greatest adversary. Loyalty is a currency, not a promise. That power is never given. It's taken. But more importantly, sometimes, the finest method to prove your worth is to quit seeking validation and create something so powerful that they can never ignore you again. I don't have any regrets. Harper and Company are now mine. And I aim to make sure that no one forgets it. Paid rent to parents, as they hid my $50,000 college fund and gave it to sister. I called Grandpa. Now they're out of the will, and I own the bakery. For context, I recently graduated from college, but my route was not simple. It all began when I was 18 and my parents pulled a stunt. Let me break it down for you. It was the summer following high school. I was excited to start community college in the fall. I chose a school near to home because, let's be honest, college is expensive, and commuting seemed like the sensible option. Plus, I had some savings from my part-time cafe work and was counting on my parents' help to get through this, so I believed I'd be fine. My parents sat me at the kitchen table one evening. I assumed it would be one of those normal, "we're so proud of you" conversations. But no. Instead, I received the, "you're an adult now" speech. You know the one. It's time to live on your own terms. You need to understand the value of money. Blah blah blah. Then my mother said, "We've decided not to pay for your college. You'll have to figure it out on your own." My stomach fell. It wasn't like I expected them to pay for everything, but not a single penny? No assistance with tuition, books, or even gas for commuting? It felt like a slap in the face. But wait, things get better. My father, who is usually the quiet one, said, "If you want to live here, you'll need to start paying rent and your own groceries. It's only fair." I just sat there thinking, what the hell? I mean, I was still in my childhood bedroom, sleeping under middle school posters, and now they wanted rent from me on top of everything else? To set the stage, my folks are not in financial difficulty. My mom is an accountant, and my father is a project manager. They are doing nicely. They weren't having me pay rent because they needed the money. They were doing so to teach me responsibility. Meanwhile, my younger sister Lux, who was 16 years old at the time, was living the life of a princess. Lux has always been the golden child, a straight-A student, captain of the cheer squad, and everyone's favorite. My folks almost worship her. I'd want to say I confronted my parents right then and there, but I didn't. I didn't want to create drama or appear ungrateful. I reasoned, all right, I'll pay the rent and work my way through college. I've always been independent. But deep inside, I was outraged. Rent was not the only thing I had to worry about. Tuition, books, gas, and groceries all mounted up. I started taking on extra shifts at the cafe, often working late into the night. In addition, I took on modest baking jobs, such as creating cupcakes and cookies for parties. It felt like I was always working, and no matter how much I earned, it was never enough. But I kept going because I wanted to be ready when school started. Moving out crossed my mind more times than I can remember. I've even started looking for apartments near campus, but the rent in my region is outrageous. Like, how can people afford this? Every place I looked at was out of my price range, even if I got roommates. I rapidly realized that moving out was not an option. Not yet, anyhow. So I struck a pact with myself. I would stay at home till I graduated. I'd keep my head down, save as much money as possible, and then cut them off totally once I had enough. That became my motivation. Every late-night shift, every dollar saved, every missed outing with friends, it was all part of my plan to leave and never look back. However, sticking around proved difficult. Mom and Dad didn't make things any better. They began asking for rent before I even started lessons. They would frequently remind me of my rent due date, even if I was only a day or two away from paying it. It wasn't like I was late or anything. They simply loved to put it over my head. Meanwhile, they were showering Lux with presents as if it was Christmas every week. They once took her shopping for a new cheerleading uniform and ended up buying her entire wardrobe. She returned home with bags full of clothes, shoes, and accessories, grinning from ear to ear. I asked Mom if they might at least help me with my textbooks for the semester, which was starting soon. She just looked at me and said, "Ellie, you need to learn to budget better. Lux doesn't have these kinds of expenses." That hurt. It wasn't just the money. It was how unconcerned they seemed about what I was going through. Lux did not make things any easier. She is not a nasty person, but she is clearly spoiled. She gloated about her new clothes or griped about how difficult cheer practice was, while I was surviving on 3 hours of sleep, juggling a job and saving for college. One night I got home fatigued from a double shift and found her sitting on the couch with her new AirPods. "Oh, Mom and Dad got these for me," she answered nonchalantly, as if it didn't matter. "You should get some too. They're amazing." I simply looked at her and replied, "Yeah, maybe when I don't have to pay rent." She rolled her eyes and returned to scrolling through TikTok. There were times when I wanted to scream, telling my parents how unjust it was. But I knew it wouldn't make any difference. They had a golden child and I was just paying the rent. So I remained silent and concentrated on my escape strategy. College was meant to be an exciting new chapter in my life, but it seemed more like survival mode from the beginning. I expected to have enough time to find my feet, establish a rhythm, and perhaps even have some fun. But, nah. Between school, work, and my parents continually harping on me about rent, I was pretty much running on empty all the time. I was awake at 6 a.m. Every day, I'd get out the door at 7 a.m. and attend morning classes at my community college. I'd try to study between lectures, but by noon, I'd be hurrying to the cafe for my shift. Most days I'd work until 9 or 10 p.m., then head home and slump into bed. And on weekends? Forget about relaxing. That's when I'd start baking for little catering orders, because, surprise, working part-time wasn't enough. I'd want to claim I handled everything professionally, but that would be a lie. The cafe was usually somewhat chaotic. We were usually understaffed, and the pandemic had made folks especially antsy. So each shift felt like a marathon. I'd be behind the counter preparing lattes, then racing to the drive-thru, then dealing with Karen number 87, who thought her coffee wasn't hot enough, all while knowing I had a backlog of projects waiting for me at home. To make matters worse, my parents were of no help. They watched me dragging myself home late at night, but instead of offering support, they'd hit me with, "Don't forget your rent's due Friday," or, "We noticed the electricity bill went up, are you leaving your light on?" I wanted to scream every time. And of course, while I was struggling to make ends meet, Lux had no responsibilities. She has no employment, and all the leisure in the world to go to cheerleading practice, hang out with her friends, or spend hours scrolling TikTok. I'd come home to find her sitting on the couch with her favorite munchies, watching whatever new Netflix show she was infatuated with, while Mom made her a smoothie to keep her energy levels up. It was like living in two separate universes under one home. The financial hardship was unbelievable. The rent wasn't terrible compared to what I'd pay if I moved out, but it still seemed like a smack in the face to be paying for the luxury of being in my own home. Add in additional expenses, and I was continuously broke. There were weeks when I'd open my bank app and just stare at the balance, wondering how I was going to stretch $42 to my next payday. And begging for assistance? Forget it. I once asked Mom if she could pay groceries for a week because I had to buy a $200 textbook for class. She looked at me as if I had just asked her to mortgage the house and said, "Ellie, we're already doing so much for you by letting you stay here. Let me stay here," as if I weren't paying rent. As if I wasn't already contributing more than Lux, who continued to receive her stipend every month without being asked for a penny. Midterms were a particularly difficult period. I was drowning in assignments, not sleeping, and my hours at the cafe had been reduced because business was slow. I tried to compensate for the lost money with extra baking gigs, but there were only so many hours in a day. One weekend, I received a large order for a birthday party, 100 cupcakes and a personalized cake. It was excellent money, but it also required pulling an all-nighter to complete everything. I spent hours baking, icing, and decorating, and finished just in time to deliver the order and get to class. By the time I arrived home that afternoon, I was absolutely exhausted. I stepped into the kitchen to find Mom and Lux baking cookies for fun. Lux looked up and said, "Oh hey Ellie, you should join us. It's so relaxing." I wanted to throw the entire tray of cookies out the window. Instead, I murmured something about being weary and went into my room. I didn't wake up till the following morning. By the conclusion of the semester, I was absolutely exhausted. My grades weren't bad, but they weren't terrific. I was barely able to keep my head above water, and every time I considered how hard I was working just to get by, I felt a deep, boiling fury. It was unfair. I was doing everything I could to stand on my own 2 feet, as they desired, and they wouldn't acknowledge it. Meanwhile, Lux had everything delivered to her on a silver platter. I'm not sure how I made it through the first year. It felt like I was always sprinting uphill with a rucksack full of bricks. But I kept assuring myself that it wouldn't last forever. I just had to make it a little longer. What I didn't comprehend was that things weren't simply unjust. They were completely stacked against me. And when I eventually learned the truth, it hit me like a truck. By the time Lux reached her senior year of high school, it appeared like my parents were launching a full-fledged campaign to declare her the family's golden child of the century. Don't get me wrong, I knew they favored her, but this was next-level crap. My parents treated Lux's college plans as if they were a life-or-death mission. They took her on university visits months in advance, transforming them into small family holidays. Every time they returned, Lux had a new bounty of university merch: hoodies, water bottles, planners, as if she had already won the lottery. Meanwhile, I was simply trying to survive. My finances were so tight that I was always behind on something: tuition payments, books, car upkeep, you name it. I couldn't afford to take as many classes as I wanted, so my graduation date began to grow longer and longer. At this pace, I'd be fortunate to graduate before Lux. Mom walked into the kitchen one night as I was studying. I was already on edge since I had just learned I had forgotten to submit an online assignment. Again. She dropped it without even saying, "How's it going?" "We're thinking of getting Lux a car for college." I stared at her, attempting to process. "She's going to need something reliable," Mom replied, as if it were the most reasonable thing in the world. "You know how hard it is to get around without a car?" I nearly laughed. "You wouldn't even help me get a bus pass when I started college, and now you're buying Lux a car?" Mom gave me the "don't be dramatic" look. "Ellie, you've always been more independent. Lux needs more support to succeed." I did not say anything. I simply returned to my notes, pretending I wasn't seething inside. But here's the thing. It wasn't just the car. That was only the cherry on top. My parents had made it apparent that they were going all in on Lux's college education. Tuition, covered, rent, paid, monthly allowance? Of course. The same parents who told me I needed to learn the value of money were essentially giving Lux a blank check. It was like seeing someone live out a dream you never got to have. The favoritism did not end there. Mom began spending hours studying dorm decor with Lux, purchasing bedding sets and matching storage containers. Dad was suddenly a technology expert, assisting her in selecting the ideal laptop. They even went down to create a college prep budget, which resembled a shopping list for a spoiled teen. I'll never forget the night they gathered in the living room, hunched around the coffee table with campus brochures and spreadsheets. Lux was showing off a Pinterest board of dorm ideas, while Dad was jotting down notes like he was organizing a corporate merger. "What is going on?" I inquired, already knowing the response. "We're assisting Lux in choosing between schools," Mom added, without glancing up. "This is a huge decision. We want to ensure she is prepared." Prepared? Correct. When Lux began receiving acceptance letters, it was as if my parents had won the lottery. She was accepted into her top-pick school, and they threw her a celebratory dinner complete with her favorite cuisine and a cake that read, Congrats Lux in pink frosting. I didn't even acquire a good job after enrolling in community college. Throughout the evening, Mom kept saying how proud she was and how hard Lux had worked for this. She turned to me and said, "Ellie, you must be very proud of your sister. She's really going places." I wanted to shout, "Did you work hard?" Lux had no idea what hard effort was. She had been coasting through life on genius and family favoritism, whilst I was drowning in student loans and caffeine. After that, I began avoiding family dinners entirely. It was easier to concentrate on my own life than to see them raise Lux's pedestal higher and higher. The final straw arrived a few weeks before Lux's move-in date. I returned home from work one night to see a shiny used SUV parked in the driveway. At first, I assumed one of their friends had stopped by. But then Lux dashed outside, squealing. "They bought me a car," she exclaimed, literally jumping up and down. I just stood there and stared at it. Later that night, I overheard Mom and Dad discussing Lux's monthly stipend. Apparently, they intended to give her enough to cover food, gas, and a little extra for fun. I couldn't afford anything else, so I ate ramen and peanut butter and jelly sandwiches. I considered saying something, calling them out for how unjust it all was. So what was the point? They'd simply say the same thing they always did. Lux needs more support. Or, it's not about favoritism. I kept my mouth shut. Lux, of course, was totally unaware. She'd come into my room every now and then to show me images of her dorm setup or express her excitement to begin her college trip. She once said, "Ellie, you're so lucky you learned to be independent so young. I'm not sure whether I could handle everything you do." Lucky. She believed I was lucky. I wanted to laugh in her face, but instead I simply answered, "Yeah, it's been great," and returned to my homework. The favoritism was no longer bearable. It was so obvious that I began to wonder if my parents considered me as their child, or simply a tenant who happened to share their DNA. I didn't tell anyone about how I was feeling for a long time. What was the point? My buddies were supportive, but they didn't fully understand. Bringing it up at home was like shouting into a blank. However, one night, I found myself contacting Grandpa Hank. Growing up, I spent hours in his bakery learning how to properly measure flour, crack eggs without spilling shells, and create the perfect frosting swirls on cupcakes. It was his way of telling me that hard work can be enjoyable as well. He never criticized me or put pressure on me to be perfect. He simply let me be myself. I hadn't spoken to Grandpa Hank in a long time. He and Grandma had been enjoying their best life since he retired a few years ago. The man worked his entire life to create his bakery business from the ground up, and when he chose to retire, he put it in the hands of one of his veteran managers, so he and Grandma could travel the world. They had always wanted to do it, and once he hung up his apron, they went for it. The disadvantage was that Grandpa wasn't particularly tech-savvy. He barely knew how to use his phone, let alone navigate social media, so staying in touch was difficult. He'd send the occasional postcard or phone call, but I mostly learned about their adventures via my parents. They'd barely been back for a short time when I called him that night. I suppose they choose to slow down and spend more time at home. I hadn't contacted him earlier because, frankly, I didn't want to unload my issues on him. He was retired, happy, and finally enjoying his life. The last thing I wanted to do was ruin it by dumping all my drama. But that night, I couldn't keep it in anymore. When he took up the phone, I felt my shoulders relax somewhat. "Hey, kiddo," he remarked, his voice warm and friendly. "What is going on?" I did not hold back. I told him everything. How I was drowning in expenses, how my parents were devoting all of their time and money to Lux's college plans while I was required to pay rent. I complained about the car they bought her, the allowance they planned to give her, and how I was trying to keep up in school. Grandpa listened patiently, allowing me to express myself fully. I could hear him make little acknowledgement noises every now and again, as if he was putting something together in his mind. Then he unexpectedly interrupted me. "Ellie," he began slowly. "Didn't your parents use the money I gave them toward your education?" I blinked. "What money?" There was a long gap, and when he spoke again, his tone shifted. It wasn't angry, yet, but there was a sharpness to it, as if he was striving to remain calm. "When you were 16, your grandma and I set aside $50,000 for your education fund. We handed money to your parents since they agreed to use it to pay for your tuition and expenditures. Are you telling me that they never mentioned anything to you? I felt as if I had been hit in the gut. They never said anything, I said with a trembling voice. I've been paying for everything myself. All of it. Grandpa let out a long sigh that seemed to carry years of disappointment. Ellie, the money was for you. We gave it to them to ensure that you got off to a good start and did not have to struggle. If I had realized what they were doing. He drifted off, but I could hear fury creeping into his voice. It took me a minute to understand what he was saying. I'd been informed my entire life that my parents couldn't afford to support me, and preferred that I discover independence on my own. But now I'm learning that they had $50,000 set aside exclusively for me, and they hadn't even told me about it. They lied to me, I explained. Ellie, Grandpa said, they lied to you. That money was yours, not theirs, not Lux's, yours. I wasn't sure what to say. Part of me wanted to cry, but largely I felt numb. The previous few years of scraping by, working myself to the bone and falling behind in school, all felt a lot heavier. What do you think they did with it? I inquired, my tone barely above a whisper. I don't know, Grandpa replied. And for the first time I could hear genuine rage in his voice. But I'm going to find out. There was a long gap before he said, Ellie, you're not alone in this. I will manage it. You just focus on school, okay? Hearing him say that made me feel something I hadn't felt in a long time. Relief. For years I carried everything on my own, believing that no one cared or noticed. But suddenly, for the first time, I felt like someone was on my side. Thanks, Grandpa, I responded, attempting to maintain a calm voice. Anytime, kiddo, he replied. And Ellie, don't let it crush you. You are stronger than they give you credit for. After we hung up, the numbness gave way to anger. How could my parents have done this to me? How could they hide something that was supposed to make my life easier from me, knowing how much I was struggling? It wasn't only about the money. It was the fact that they chose to let me suffer while elevating Lux. They had lied to Grandpa, taken from me, and then had the nerve to claim that I should be thankful for the scraps they provided me. That night, I was unable to sleep. My thoughts kept returning to all the times I'd begged for assistance, just a little, just enough to get by, and they'd dismissed me. Mom told me I needed to budget better while they were off getting Lux a new phone, or scheduling another campus visit. I reflected on all the sacrifices I'd made, working late hours, skipping meals, and delaying graduation because I didn't think there was any alternative. And the entire time, they had $50,000 in their pocket, which could have changed everything. The more I thought about it, the angrier I became. But I also felt something else. Hope. Grandpa was not the type of person who made hollow promises. If he claimed he would handle it, I believed him. For the first time in years, I felt less alone in this disaster. That concept didn't take away the pain, but it gave me something to hold on to. A few days after my initial conversation with Grandpa Hank, my phone displayed his name. I spoke with your parents, he began, without even saying hello. Ellie, you're not going to believe the excuses they gave me. I braced myself. What have they said? They told me they used the $50,000 your grandmother and I gave them for family expenses, he remarked, his tone stern. When I asked what that meant, they replied, your mother admitted they'd been saving it for Lux's college instead. I felt my stomach drop. $50,000. That was more than enough to cover my tuition, rent, and all of the other expenses I had been working so hard to pay off for years. They'd taken it all to ensure Lux had a stress-free college experience. They had no right, Grandpa insisted, practically enraged. The money was for you. I made it plain that they had to repay it, every dime, and if they don't, they're out of willpower. I can't stay here anymore, Grandpa, I replied abruptly. I can't look at them, knowing what they did. Then don't, he said promptly. There is a guest room here with your name on it. Pack your belongings and come over tonight. Moving out of my parents' house was the most straightforward decision I'd ever made. I didn't even bother to tell them I was going. As soon as I hung up with Grandpa, I started packing my luggage. Lux passed past my room at one point, lifting an eyebrow when she noticed the clutter. What is going on? She inquired, completely oblivious to everything that had occurred. I'm moving out, I said quickly, stuffing another bunch of items into a suitcase. She blinked. Wait. What? Why? Ask Mom and Dad, I murmured, shutting up my suitcase. I did not owe her an explanation. I didn't see my folks that night, they were both out. I put a brief note on the kitchen counter that simply read, I am going in with Grandpa. Don't call me. And suddenly, I was gone. When I arrived at Grandpa's house, he was waiting for me at the door. Come on in, kiddo, he called. This is where you belong, he said, pulling me into an embrace. The guest room was nice, with a large bed and a window overlooking Grandpa's garden. It immediately seemed more like home than my parents' house ever did. That night, for the first time in years, I went to bed without feeling as if the entire world was crushing me. However, the peace did not endure long. The next morning, the calls began. Mom was first. I didn't respond, but she left a voicemail that was so dramatic that I nearly laughed. Ellie, how could you have left like this? Do you have any notion how this affects our appearance? You are overreacting. Come home so we can speak it out. Yes, no thanks. Then Dad called. He was less dramatic, but as aggravating. Ellie, we understand you are upset, but this is not the way to handle things. We are family. We can work this out together. Sure, so they wanted to sort things out? Where was that energy when I was drowning in bills and pleading for assistance? By the end of the day, I had ignored a dozen calls and texts from each of them. The texts were a mixed bag of emotions. One minute they were apologizing, the next they were blaming me for turning Grandpa on them. Mom sent one SMS that stuck out. Ellie, you do not appreciate how difficult this has been for us. We were simply attempting to do what was best for everyone. Can't you see it? I stared at it for quite a while, before finally responding. No, Mom, you were not attempting to do what was best for everyone. You were trying your best for Lux, and you didn't care who got injured in the process. Her response arrived nearly immediately. That is not fair. We did not intend to hurt you. We believed you could handle it since you have always been so strong. There it was again. The same tired explanation. I didn't bother responding. The next day they began to visit Grandpa's house. I was sitting at the kitchen table helping him sift through some bakery paperwork, when I noticed Mom's car arrived into the driveway. I groaned. They're here. Grandpa didn't seem surprised. Let me handle this, he said, straightening up and approaching the door. I remained in the kitchen but could hear everything. Mom was already in complete breakdown mode when Grandpa opened the door. Hank, we need to talk to Ellie, she remarked. She's being completely unreasonable about this whole situation. Grandpa did not let her in. Do you mean the situation in which you stole $50,000 from her? I think she's being really reasonable. Mom stuttered, attempting to defend herself. We did not steal it. It was for the family. You thought wrong, Grandma interjected. You were aware that the money was intended for Ellie. You made her struggle while pampering Lux. You don't get to come in here and play like a victim. I wanted to cheer. Mom tries again. But Hank, we were just trying to... Grandpa shut her off. If you are not here to apologize, please leave. Ellie deserves better than you, and I will not stand by while you try to guilt her into forgiving you. There was a long pause until I heard Mom's car door slam. She didn't even get into the house. When Grandpa requested that they repay the $50,000 they had stolen from me, Mom and Dad's entire plan fell through. They had been coasting along as if nothing was wrong. But Grandpa was not fooling around. He gave them a deadline, and when they realized he wasn't lying, panic must have set in. He made it clear that they needed to repay every penny, or they would forfeit their spot in the will. The consequences hit Lux almost immediately. Mom and Dad had done everything they could to help Lux adjust to college life. She was staying in a dorm like any other freshman, but they had gone above and beyond to make her feel at home. Lux had it all: a little fridge, a high-end coffee maker, matching decor, and even some expensive equipment to help her focus. She never had to consider finances or work. Her main responsibility was to enjoy her college experience. Well, not anymore. With $50,000 to repay, Mom and Dad had to tighten their pocketbook strings. Lux's weekly care package? Gone. The spending money they intended to send her? Cancelled. Even some of the upscale amenities in her dorm had to be returned. Suddenly, Lux wasn't simply another spoiled golden child. She was a college student like everyone else. What is the best part? She needed to obtain a part-time job. Naturally, I found out on Instagram. Lux posted a selfie in the mirror of a store with this caption: "First day of work, girl. Haha. New adventures." I couldn't help laughing. She made it sound like a fun little hobby, but I knew she was miserable. Lux quickly cracked. One night she called me sobbing so hard that I couldn't understand her. Despite my better judgment, I took up. "Ellie," she said, "everything is ruined." I took a deep breath. "What has been ruined, Lux?" "My life," she exclaimed. "Mom and Dad are not sending me any more money. They claim they cannot afford it. Now I have to work and budget." She began sobbing again. I rolled my eyes so hard, I thought they'd become trapped. "Lux, welcome to the real world. You're finally experiencing what the rest of us go through every day." She did not appreciate it. "This is all your fault," she said, her voice hoarse with rage. "If you hadn't told Grandpa, none of this would have happened." That made me laugh. "Oh, I apologize. Did I ruin your little bubble of privilege? Because in my opinion, you are only now catching up to what I have been dealing with for years." Lux started to say something else, but I was in no mood to dispute. "Look," I interrupted her. "If you want to blame someone, talk to Mom and Dad. They're the ones that stole from me to support your idyllic little life." She hung up on me after that, which really spared me the hassle. The weeks that followed were nearly entertaining. Lux began making cryptic social media comments about how difficult life was, and how she felt betrayed by those she trusted the most. It was hilarious, given that she had spent her entire childhood being pampered and insulated from reality. She acted as if the world had ended because she had to confront even a fraction of the difficulties I experienced. One image caught my attention. A photo of her dorm desk with a cup of instant noodles and a message that read, "College life. It's not as glamorous as it seems." I stared at it for a moment, unsure whether to respond. I wanted to say something like this: "You've been living like this for 2 weeks. Try it for years." But I stopped myself. What was the point? Lux would not understand. However, her pity party was not unnoticed. Her friends and fans bombarded her comments with offers of encouragement, writing things like, "Stay strong, Lux," or "You've got this," as if finding a part-time job and budgeting were insurmountable obstacles. According to family gossip, Lux was having difficulty adjusting to her new reality. She grumbled to anybody who would listen about how unjust things were. However, the sympathy was not as great as she had hoped. Most people were too preoccupied with their own issues to care about hers. Naturally, Mom and Dad attempted to lessen the blow. They gave her a few care packages, not as costly as before, but enough to remind Lux that she was their favorite. The irony of the situation was not lost on me. For years they told me that struggling was good for me, and would make me stronger. Now that Lux was struggling, they were doing everything they could to keep her from completely falling apart. But even with their assistance, Lux was not thriving. She was surviving, yes, but that was it. Her grades began to slide, she struggled to keep up with her job, and the flaws in her perfect facade began to show. And honestly, I did not feel sorry for her. Meanwhile, Grandpa provided me with more than just a place to stay. He ensured that I had everything I needed to get back on track. He assisted me in organizing my money, urged me to take a full course load in order to graduate from college sooner, and even got me involved in the operations of his bakery. It was fantastic to be with someone who genuinely cared about my future. My parents continued to try to contact me. Initially, it was constant. Mom left the phone after voicemail, her tone alternating between remorse and apology. "We're sorry, Ellie, okay? We made mistakes. But we are still your parents. We love you." Sure. They loved me, but not enough to treat me fairly when it mattered. Dad's messages were more restrained, but also frustrating. "Ellie, we understand you're upset, but you have to view it from our perspective. We were attempting to do what was best for our family. This family requires your assistance right now. Please come home." I did not respond to any of them. What was there to say? They were not regretful about what they had done. They were sad they had been caught. They merely wanted me back so they could exploit me once more. The calls eventually slowed down. I believe they knew I was not going to forgive them, simply because they asked me to. Grandpa sat me down in the kitchen just before I graduated. Ellie, he continued, sliding a folder across the table. I've been thinking about the future of the bakery. I opened the folder and discovered a stack of documents outlining the business's activities. Grandpa grinned at me, his eyes crinkling as they often do when he felt proud. You've been quite helpful, and I can tell you genuinely care about this location. I want you to take control when you are ready. I looked at him, absolutely surprised. Are you serious, Grandpa? Of course I'm serious, he replied. You've earned it, Ellie, and I am confident you will make it much better. Hearing it from him was everything. For so long, I felt as if my efforts were in vain, that no one noticed how much I struggled. But Grandpa did. He always has. Following that, I focused on taking over the bakery. I put myself into learning everything I could about the firm, from personnel management to budgeting. Grandpa was right there behind me, guiding me through each step. By the time I graduated, I was ready to take the lead. Grandpa formally handed over the business, and we had a large celebration in the bakery. Friends, staff, and even some of my lecturers came to congratulate me. I hardly talk to my folks these days. They're still attempting to patch things up, as if a few apologies can suddenly make everything better. They aren't aware that Grandpa withdrew them from the will months ago. They're probably still hoping to weasel back in. But honestly, it isn't my concern. I am too busy running the bakery and creating something true for me. If they want to squander their time, that is their decision. Allow them to watch from the sidelines. I'm moving forward. And I am not looking back. My brother forged my name for a $44,000 loan, so I evicted him at his launch party in front of 40 guests and our parents. Am I the asshole? Sell your automobile. Veronica's loan is not going to pay itself. My father snapped after raising the rent on a house I secretly owned. I answered, then begin packing. You have 30 days to leave. I served the eviction notice in front of 40 guests during a backyard party. Get rid of your car, Dad ordered, not breaking his gaze from the television in front of him. Veronica's debt is unlikely to be resolved on its own. I stopped halfway to the fridge, frozen in place, the orange juice still in my hand. What have you just said? I asked. He looked at me as if I were the one acting unreasonable. Your brother is trying to make something. He is under pressure right now. And I'm not, I replied sharply. Mom sighed, standing over the stove. Leo, you do a terrific job. Veronica simply needs a little help. Again, help. Their normal technique of telling me to pay over money. I closed the refrigerator door and leaned against the counter. Remember how you almost doubled my rent? Dad waved it aside, as if I were being finicky. And you're still paying less than others. Okay, I replied bluntly. Let us double it again and call it charity. Mom made a sound with her tongue. Do not be disrespectful. Veronica is your brother. Yes, I said. He's also 32 years old, lives below without paying rent, and hasn't held a steady job in 2 years. But okay, let's squeeze me instead. Then came a lengthy, heavy pause. Dad kept going as if nothing had happened. I assumed you were always good with money since you worked. But I did not say it aloud. Since I finished school, I've been working non-stop. Full-time employment, side work, no debt, no travel, no luxuries. My car is fully paid for. My savings were gained via work. I sacrificed sleep, friends, and any sense of balance to keep ahead. Veronica dropped out of 2 schools after being duped by someone selling cryptocurrency. Now he claims to be beginning a business, but all he does is play video games till 3 a.m. and share cheesy quotes online. You said I could stay here for a year, I reminded them. Make a plan to save. I did it. Now you're raising the rent and asking me to sell my car for Veronica. He's your brother, Mom said, as if it were written in stone. Families benefit one another. I looked at both of them and laughed briefly. I'll think about it, I murmured under my breath. Dad nodded, as if it were already settled. Good. I knew you would do the right thing. I said nothing else. I returned to my room, closed the door, and sat on the bed, staring at the floor. They had no idea. No idea. I'd already made up my mind. We had no idea what was coming. Let me just say that when Veronica's big moment arrived, I had a surprise for him. Not what they were anticipating. But before we get there, you should know how it all began. This was more than simply a terrible conversation in the kitchen. It was years of silent pressure. I was always expecting from others, and I forgot how it felt to live for myself. Veronica's big day was only the spark. The fire had already been blazing for a long time. It started when I returned home after graduating college. It was intended to last a year. Dad had urged, save some money, get steady, and then move forward. That happened 3 years ago. Since then I've paid rent, bought groceries, repaired damaged things around the house, such as when the pipes ruptured, and assisted Mom with unexpected credit card payments far too many times to count. I've never spoken out. I thought this was just what a decent son should do. But the unfairness was too much to bear. Veronica, my younger brother, spent 5 years discovering himself, which largely involved spending money on pointless hobbies and failed ambitions that always required someone else's money. Mom would often remark, he simply needs more time. Dad would urge me, you're the older one, Leo, be a role model. But what does that even mean anymore? I worked 60 hours a week performing technical support. Veronica slept all morning and posted bogus hustle pics from the couch with hashtags like grind mode. Let me explain the situation. Veronica had planned to start a drop shipping firm in 2019. I covered the expense of registering his company and setting up a Shopify account. In 2020, he changed his mind and switched to YouTube. I purchased him a camera and a microphone to tide him over until the advertising revenue began to flow. He assured me that by 2021, everything would revolve on cryptocurrency. I didn't offer him any smell that time. Instead, he took out a $44,000 personal loan. He lost everything in less than 2 months. Now I'm asked to give up my automobile to help pay the loan he can't afford. This is what stings the most. I said no, and I immediately became the bad guy. One night, I returned home to find both of my parents sitting at the kitchen table, as if they were about to punish me. Veronica's not like you, Mom said. He's more emotional, she explained. You've got to work on a solid path. He's chasing something bigger. Oh, my bad, I told him. Does he break out in hives around employment? Stop being nasty, his father said. He's making an attempt, but the strain from his debt is causing him concern. Then I fired back, pawning his gaming console. Perhaps his tension will decrease if he starts planning his spending. Dad got up. No more smart remarks and no more freeloading, I said. You virtually doubled my rent, while he pays nothing. Mom said that he is family. So am I replied. They said nothing but gazed. After that night, things became worse. I started seeing little symptoms. Veronica orders takeout using the family credit card. A gift intended for me was ripped open and tossed aside. It was a new work phone. His girlfriend spent most nights there. She ate our food, insulted me for budgeting, and called me a stiff since I pay for my own belongings. Then came the breaking point. It was Sunday. I was attempting to nap before an overnight shift. Veronica rushed into my room without knocking. Hello, he said. Your credit is good, right? I sat upright. Why? He chuckled as if it were clear. I'd like to redo my loan. May I borrow your name? I'll have a better deal. I stared silently. He kept smiling, as if he had asked for a slice of bread. Do you want me to co-sign your loan? Just for a little while, he responded. You have great credit. There is no risk. It's not like you actually utilize it. Nothing to lose, right? I stood up and walked past him. Didn't say anything. He followed me. Wait, you are angry now. I didn't respond. Wow. He murmured. You always assume you're better than us just because you have money. You owe us. That word stuck. Oh, so what precisely do I owe them? For feeding me as a youngster and raising me in a family where affection was conditional, and praise was only given when someone else fell harder. They did not raise a human. They raised a wallet, a silent funding source with no rights, only responsibilities. Something inside of me shifted that night. For once I didn't feel tired. I was done. I did not yell. I did not argue. I just started making plans slowly and silently, since working in technology taught me one thing. The most effective approach to break a system is from within, and my family. That was the system. My mistake was assuming I was a part of it. I was not. I was merely the battery holding it alive, and I had finished charging it. Veronica had a big event planned. He expected a lot of excitement. I had something else planned. 30 days. One envelope. No notification, but I'm going ahead. You will understand. Veronica's big day was intended to be unforgettable. A celebration to launch his new brand. He created teas with nonsensical slogans. He prepared a promotional package using Canva. He beckoned everyone to the backyard, as if he were ringing the stock market bell. Dad asked me the night before if I could help set up the speakers. I said, "No, you're not really coming." Mom stood outside my doorway, like if I were grounded. "He's your brother. He is your mission." I told her, "Go support him." She didn't like it, but I didn't care. They had crossed all boundaries. I was just drawing a new one where they wouldn't be able to cross again. On the morning of the gathering, I printed the documents, placed them in an envelope, and went over each page twice. The law in our area requires 30 days' notice for an official removal from a resident. I followed every rule because I didn't want to burn this bridge without proof. By midday, Veronica was already outside, wearing shades and barking commands like he was directing a movie. "Where is the sound? Who's got the music ready?" He barked at nobody in particular. Dad stood by the grill, turning food. Mom was setting out fake champagne flutes on a fold-out table, as if it were a star party. I remained inside, drinking from my coffee cup. The one with a problem solver printed on it, and observed the ruckus in the backyard through the glass. It truly does fit. I waited until every guest had arrived, and then Veronica took center stage with a microphone that someone had lent him. Speaking confidently about how perseverance trumps privilege, and how none of this would have been possible without his team. I stepped out just as people began to applaud. I walked straight up to him, holding the envelope, and gave it over. "What's this?" he inquired, chuckling. "A surprise," I replied. "You've got a month," he said, laughing. "A month for what?" Dad was already on his way over, bewildered. Mom froze with her glass in midair. "To depart," I responded loudly and confidently. My voice did not shake at all. The music stopped off. "You're not serious," Veronica replied, opening the envelope. "I am," I answered. "It's a legal document. This place belongs to me. You're not a renter. You're a problem, and I'm done putting up with it." "Leo, what is this?" Dad demanded. "You can't." "I can," I interrupted. "And I already have. You almost doubled my rent. You told me to sell my automobile to pay off his loan. You called it fair." "This is not the time," Mom remarked firmly. "This is really the ideal time," I said. "Because I want everyone to hear it." I turned to face the audience. Neighbors, family, and freeloaders. For 3 years, I've been paying rent. I've covered the utilities. I repaired stuff around here while everyone else did nothing. I bought groceries, while Veronica bought supplies for his failing side hustle. I witnessed him crashing every project. Meanwhile, I became the backup plan, the emotional doormat. The family ATM. "You're being dramatic," Dad remarked again. "Am I?" I asked. Then I turned to Veronica. "Did you or did you not ask me last week to co-sign a loan for a company you haven't even launched?" Veronica's face lit up. "It was just an idea," he said. "Exactly," I replied. "You live in dreams. I live in effort." "I'm your brother," the man said. "You're supposed to support me." "I did," I replied, frigid as ice. "I helped you become someone who never had to take responsibility, but that ends now." She gasped. "You cannot say it to him." I glanced directly at her. "Do you mean the way you spoke to me? Remember when you branded me selfish for refusing to give up my car? Like how you've treated me like a bank with legs." Dad stepped in. "You are degrading the family." I gave a quick laugh. "The family has already embarrassed themselves. I am done pretending it didn't happen." Veronica's hands trembled as he opened the letter again. "You cannot toss me out. You do not even own this place." "Yes, I do," I replied. I took out my phone, accessed the house loan app, and showed Dad the screen. "I purchased it 6 months ago. I am the only one on the papers. You have all been living here on my dime." Silence. Quiet. Complete silence. It was perfect. "You never mentioned anything, Mom." "You never asked," I said. "You just kept assuming I'd bear the weight." I turned to go back inside. "Oh, and one more thing," I said, gazing over my shoulder. "No one owes me rent for the past month. You've got 30 days. But, if you're still living here, the sheriff can explain it to me. I walked back inside the home, shut the door behind me, and for the first time in a long time, I could breathe. Following the explosion in the backyard, the house went silent. No one said anything the remainder of the day. Mom discreetly disappeared into her bedroom, holding a drink can. Dad remained transfixed at the kitchen table, like a soldier trapped in a past memory. Veronica slammed his door hard enough to knock a frame off the wall. I turned up the volume on my music, shut my room, and fell asleep like never before. For the first time in a long time, I did not feel exhausted. I felt scared, but the silence did not last long. On the fourth day after delivering the documents, I strolled in to see Dad reading my letters at the dining table. He was browsing through banking information, loan paperwork, and legal documents. He did not even bother to hide it. "We're just looking to see what options we have," he explained gently. "You're not really planning to remove your own relatives, are you?" I asked, raising an eyebrow. "My relatives are the ones that raised my rent, urged me to sell my car, and treated me like a walking ATM to support Veronica's entrepreneurial dream." "That's not how we intended it," he murmured. I let out a dry laugh. "Oh, so now you're emotional landlords." He didn't answer. Instead, Mom entered the room holding a folded paper and placing it on the table like it was some kind of peace deal. It was a breakdown. Items like groceries, power bills, and home costs. Things I had been covering without complaint for years. "This is what we owe you," she added softly. "We want to do the right thing. But please talk to Veronica." My expression hardened. "I will," I said. "But not by talking." That evening, someone knocked, and I expected it was more drama, but it wasn't. It was Veronica's ex, Celeste. She appeared different, more composed, as if she had barely escaped something terrible. "I heard what went down," she continued, holding a folder. I opened the door and didn't say anything. "He informed me you agreed to back his loan," she explained. "However, this is not true. I was on it until 2 months ago, when he changed the details." I took the folder from her and froze. Veronica had forged my name, contact information, and phone number. He exploited my identity behind my back, locking my jaw, and lied. Not just me, but also the bank. "He's been dishonest with everyone," she claimed. "Even with himself." I called my lawyer. We investigated every detail, every faked line, and every falsified message. "You've got a strong case," he remarked. "Forgery, identity theft, potential fraud. It all depends on how the funds were spent." I gazed at the screen. Veronica hadn't requested my assistance. He had pretended to be me. And nobody, not even Mom and Dad, intervened. The next day I gathered them all. One last dinner. They were plainly uneasy. Dad seemed rigid. Mom grasped a Kleenex. Veronica refused to meet my gaze. I placed the folder in the middle of the table. I explained that there was no need for food. "Veronica, you forged my identity to obtain your loan." Mom gave a gasp. "That is not possible." "Look at the proof," I remarked, moving the pages forward. "Emails, logs, and signatures are all legally confirmed." Veronica stumbled. "I did not intend for it to go this far," I was about to explain. "No, I said you'd let me carry the burden while you played entrepreneur in a hoodie." Dad attempted to intervene, but I sent him a stern look. "I've already spoken with legal counsel," I explained. "If Veronica isn't gone in 10 days and the loan isn't paid off within a month, I'll take this to court." Veronica's face plummeted. "You would wreck everything. You've already ruined my credit," I said. "I am just trying to save myself." That night he left. No apologies. No goodbyes. He disappeared like a criminal in reverse. Nothing was left behind except the destruction. Mom sneaked in a few days later, while I was making coffee. She dropped a little package beside my mug. Inside was a little handwritten note. "We did not see how much you cared. We are not asking for forgiveness, but we finally understand." I read it, folded it, and did not say anything. Not yet. And soon, when I thought the dust had settled, something more appeared. Celeste sent a letter on genuine paper, with no sender specified. "I understand that this may seem unexpected," she wrote. "However, my employer currently has an opening in Boston. It's a system analyst position. They include housing assistance, You have probably had enough of cleaning up after others. However, this is not about fixing someone. If you're willing to start over, now is your chance. I leaned back and gazed at the page. Boston was a city where no one knew me. No one realized how much I'd gone through just to live in the home I had thought was mine. I folded the paper and grinned. They treated my piece as if it were free. So I took back everything else. Now I had something I hadn't had in ages, a choice. And this time, it was mine. Even now I occasionally hear it in my brain. Dad shuffled papers and sighed to get attention. Mom uses quiet as a trap. Veronica could be heard shouting down the hall. You are meant to be there for me. You are my brother. It used to break me. Now it only reminds me of why I walked away. 2 weeks after Veronica disappeared, the house collapsed. It is not tranquil, but rather artificial. For example, after a thunderstorm, the skies become excessively silent. My parents pretended everything was fine, but we all knew it wasn't. They moved about me as if I was a ticking time bomb. Every morning I heard whispering. Conversations concerning money, groceries, and home maintenance. I used to manage things quietly all the time. And this time I let them handle it. Not out of rage, but because they needed to feel it. Feel what it was like when I wasn't present. I returned home 3 days before their deadline and saw Dad on the stairs. He did not yell. He did not appear angry. He appeared small. I'm trying to rent a place, he added softly. They want proof of income. Credit scores. It's been a while. I grunted. You'll figure it out. He didn't press. I did not feel guilty. I did not say Veronica's name. We hadn't had a proper conversation in a long time. On the day they left, Mom handed me an old envelope and a plate of food. It's not much, she replied. But it's something. The envelope contained $320 in cash. I did not take it. I didn't need it. The food went unused in the refrigerator for weeks. I tossed it, but the gesture lingered with me. Veronica never reached out. No apology, no explanation, just a fresh Instagram post of myself sitting in a shared office, typing nothing meaningful, and still chasing the same dream. He referred to himself as a resilience coach now. What are you resilient to? Being told, no. The post received 8 likes. I did not give it the 9th. That should have been the end. But a month later, a message appeared. It came from Lacey, a person who knew Celeste. I read your tale on Reddit. She stated, what you did helped more people than you know. Many of us have a Veronica in our lives. We needed to see someone stand up and win. I read her message 3 times. Not because I doubted it, but because it was the first time someone recognized me as a fighter, not a villain. 2 weeks later, I packed my belongings, accepted the job offer in Boston, and began again. New job, new apartment, no leeches, no guilt trips, and no more, I should really help Veronica chats over dinner. Even yet, I occasionally find myself accessing my old bank app out of habit, seeking for lost money or waiting for another emergency request, only to find nothing. Just my money and my own life. That was when I realized they had never loved me. They cherished who I was for them. The trustworthy one, the fixer, the one who always said yes, the money machine, the unpaid parent, or the backup plan. And once I stopped playing that part, I became greedy, ungrateful, and cruel. But here, sitting at a Boston cafe, laptop open, phone silent, I finally felt what they were most scared of: freedom. I paid off the mortgage, sold the house, and placed the proceeds into investments. I have a copy of the eviction notice in my drawer. Not in rage, but as a reminder. Saying no is not unkind. Leaving is a wicked act. Boundaries are essential to survival. People ask me if I miss them. Holidays, family gatherings, and togetherness. I tell them the truth. I do not miss my family. I miss what I assumed family meant. What I had was emotional debt cloaked in false devotion. Loyalty with strings. I do not miss that. Not even a little. If you're reading this, you're their version of me. The quiet helper, the silent supporter, the person who always makes sacrifices. You are not cold. You are not broken. You are not wrong. You are just exhausted. And maybe, just maybe, it's time to give yourself back what they've taken away from you for so long. Freedom. And this is the truth. Nobody told me. Being the bad guy in their story is well worth it if it means becoming the hero on your own. Thanks for watching and being part of the drama. Don't forget to subscribe and hit the bell so you never miss a wild news story. Mom told everyone I was lucky, not smart. So I opened the letter from the 3% acceptance PhD program and watched her fake smile collapse. When you grow up in a household where love is distributed like rationed soup, one ladle per day with no refills, you quickly learn not to ask for seconds. My mother was not harsh, at least not in the ways that are commonly defined in headlines and family courtrooms. She fed me, dressed me, kept me in school, and replaced my laptop when it failed 2 weeks before senior finals. But her version of love was tinged with skepticism, as if everything nice I achieved was chance or fleeting. I used to assume she didn't believe in celebrating too soon. But by the time I was 16, I'd realized something worse. She simply didn't believe in me. She did not state it outright. That was not her style. Instead, it showed up in the 1,000 little fractures between her words. Like how she'd squint at my report cards, run her finger over the A- as if it were an error, and say, "I mean, this is good, but don't let it get to your head." Or how after I got into my first choice university, Mother responded, "Well, we'll see if you can keep up once you're there." You know, not everyone can handle that sort of pressure. When I secured a summer research position with one of my professors, her initial reaction wasn't, "Congratulations." It was, "Do they pay you?" Or, "Is this one of those free gigs that suck up your time?" Perhaps the worst part was her uncertainty. It was how Mom kept me in the shadow of a man who hadn't lived in our home in over a decade. My father, the phantom dropout, who abandoned me when I was 12 and stopped calling when I became 13. My mother avoided saying his name as much as possible, but she used his failure as a warning label. Every time I made a mistake, no matter how minor, she would say, "You're more like him than you realize." As if my DNA were a ticking time bomb, she had attempted and failed to disperse it. But here's something you don't hear about growing up with low expectations. It can either destroy you or transform you into something sharp. For me, it accomplished both. I became obsessed and relentless. I studied like the world would end if I received anything less than a 90. I filled journals with checklists and timelines, planned each semester 3 months in advance, and double-checked deadlines as if someone was assessing my life on punctuality. But I didn't tell her about much of it. Not when I was accepted into the honors program, or when my instructors nominated me for departmental awards. And certainly not when I was admitted to 3 PhD programs before graduating. I saved everything in a folder on my desk, each letter written on heavy paper with embossed heads and congratulatory signatures that virtually sparkled with approval, because I knew what would happen if I told her. She'd find a way to make it into a warning, or worse, a joke. And so, as the final semester ended, and I came across that stage with my cap falling sideways, and my tummy full of butterflies and pure defiant joy, part of me hoped, really hoped, that she'd say something different. That perhaps, just maybe, this something would shift in her. And she'd see me standing tall in that robe and know I wasn't a ticking bomb or a damaged mirror of my father. I was her daughter, and had made it. After the ceremony, she drew me into a tight hug in the parking lot and said, "Well, you didn't fall on your face, which is something." I laughed, but it did not reach my chest. A few days later, she knocked on my bedroom door as I was preparing books for storage. She had that face she used when she had an idea she knew I would agree with. Brows slightly lifted, voice falsely casual. "I was thinking," she explained, folding her arms. "We should throw you a small graduation party. Backyard. Nothing fancy. Only family and neighbors. You've earned it." I glanced at her, unsure what to say. Not that I was surprised. She enjoyed playing hostess because it made her look good, but part of me was afraid of what else she would do, or say. I paused, and it was louder than any response I could have offered. There were paper lanterns strung between the trees, one of which sagged slightly since the hook on the garage gutter rusted through last summer, and no one bothered to repair it. Plastic tables with dollar store linens bordered the yard's boundaries. Bowls of potato salad sweated in the heat, while a Bluetooth speaker on the deck played a shuffled playlist of music that tried too hard to seem festive. It wasn't fancy, but it required more effort than I anticipated. I told myself that meant something. That maybe this time the good intention would make it through her mouth without turning into a backhanded smack disguised as humor. It was my graduation celebration. The kind you only get once, unless you're the type who collects diplomas like Girl Scout awards. And I wanted to think, even for one afternoon, that I could unwind. That perhaps we could both let go of who we were, and simply enjoy it. I spent the morning hunting for a dress that felt like me, but didn't look like I was trying to impress anyone. I even did my makeup. Not because I had to, but because I wanted to commemorate the occasion by presenting a version of myself that felt worthy of being seen. Not graded, not evaluated. Simply observed. There were at least 55 people in the backyard, making it feel much larger than our small house, which can only accommodate about 15 people. Relatives, neighbors, a few classmates, and even a couple of professors appeared out of nowhere, like ghosts from the academic system I was finally breaking free from. I smiled, shook hands, accepted congratulations, and even laughed a few times, like any other person enjoying a milestone. For approximately an hour and a half, I almost convinced myself that everything would be okay. Then she raised her glass. It was nearing the end of the afternoon when the light had softened sufficiently to cast long shadows across the lawn, and people began to drift toward the dessert table for another slice of sheet cake. My mother rose up from her chair, clinking a spoon against her champagne glass in the manner that people do when they want to get someone's attention, but don't want to come across as desperate. Everyone turned. Everybody smiled. Even I grinned hesitantly, my gut tightening like a thread that had just been yanked too tightly. She cleared her throat and held her glass like a microphone and a sword. "Well," she said with a calm voice and bright eyes, "I'd like to thank everyone who came to celebrate my daughter." She pushed hard, and despite our reservations, she made it, pausing for laughing that hadn't yet begun. I felt the air shift, and then it arrived. "We all thought you'd drop out like your dad," she remarked, her smile just wide enough to be photographed. "But look at you. You're proving us incorrect." The laughter was sporadic at first. Nervous. Then somebody snorted. Then someone else chuckled. Within seconds the music spread across the yard like a slow-moving wave. I stood there transfixed and smiling, but only because I couldn't feel my face. I could not feel anything. My hands were cold. My jaw was locked. My pulse felt like it had moved to the wrong side of my throat. She was still smiling and holding her glass, as if she had just made a hilarious, innocent little toast, and couldn't understand why I hadn't joined in. And perhaps she didn't comprehend. Maybe the worst part was that she honestly thought her comment was a light-hearted little roast between loved ones. No knife, no wound, simply a jest, her way of commemorating the occasion. I looked around and noticed that no one was coming to my defense. No one was saying, "Hey, that's not funny." Or, "That was uncalled for," because it was most likely humorous to them. A snide remark from a mother who had been stern but clearly proud. Right? That is how they read it. That's how they decided to hear it. But I did not. I overheard the words she did not speak. I heard the years behind them, the whispered comparisons, the misgivings, and the continual reminders to not get ahead of yourself. I heard the voice of a lady who never imagined I'd be more than my father's daughter, who saw all of my accomplishments as a fleeting state, rather than a truth. For a minute, I saw myself through her eyes. Lucky, but not capable. A fluke, not a force. Then I reached into my handbag. My hands were still shaking, but I'd had that envelope for weeks, waiting for the proper moment to open it. I didn't expect it to be this moment, but when your mother slaps you with a smile in front of 55 people, your instincts kick in. I pulled it out. The return address is on thick ivory paper and is from a university that only accepts 3% of doctoral applicants. I raised it just high enough for everyone to notice before gently and methodically tearing it open down the side. The audience quieted. My mother's smile faded, and I stared her dead in the eyes as I unfurled the letter. When the air switches from casual to confrontational, laughing not only stops, but dies in the throat. Everyone recognizes right away that they were laughing at the wrong section of the story. That's what it felt like when I opened that letter in front of everyone in the backyard. As if I had ripped the rug out from under their cheap second-hand humor, and challenged them all to hit on something genuine for once. The ivory paper trembled slightly in my hands. Not because I was scared of what it said. I knew exactly what it meant, but I was still determining how much of myself I was willing to reveal to them. But then I looked at my mother, her champagne glass still high. as if she hadn't noticed the punchline had turned against her. I made the decision without realizing it. I wasn't intending on reading this today. I said, voice louder than I expected, the type of loudness that fills space without asking for permission. But since we're making pronouncements about who I am and what I'm capable of, I suppose now is as good a moment as any. A few people shifted uncomfortably in their plastic chairs, eyes darting from me to my mother like they were watching a slow-motion car crash, and couldn't tell which way the debris was going to fly. I cleared my throat and began reading aloud, each word like a scalpel cutting through the day's shallow ceremony. Dear Hilary Langston, we are pleased to offer you full admission to the Department of Comparative Literature's PhD program beginning this fall. In recognition of your outstanding academic record, research portfolio, and personal statement, we are also delighted to extend a full-ride fellowship package, which includes tuition coverage, a $32,000 annual living stipend, and guaranteed teaching assistant opportunities beginning in your second year. We believe you will be a valuable and remarkable addition to our academic community. I hesitated after the final sentence, allowing it to sink in and sting. My mother's smile had vanished, her lips pulled into a line so tight that they appeared to be attempting to disappear from her face completely. I noticed her gaze shift to the throng. She saw the gears turning as she tried to save the image she'd created for this occasion. Proud mother of a daughter who outperformed the odds despite not being born with potential. She seemed to want to say something. Maybe even applaud or try to laugh. But I didn't give her that chance. Funny, I said, folding the letter back into its envelope with meticulous, patient movements, since I don't recall them asking if I was more like my father. I turned and walked away. I did not say farewell. I didn't wait for reactions. I didn't even take a plate of cake on my way out, which was a real shame because I adore lemon sheet cake, and someone had undoubtedly brought a fantastic one. I just kept walking through the gate, down the driveway, and into the street, as if my feet had been waiting for this exit cue all along. By the end of the block, my phone had buzzed in my hand. That was her. The screen displayed her name, a mom in all caps, because I had never changed it since she gave me the phone in high school, and urged me to only use it for emergencies and assignments. However, neither of those things were called for, and I knew it without even responding. I gazed at the ringing phone, my finger hesitating over the screen. Part of me wanted to respond and hear what excuse she had come up with. Her well-constructed half-apology would drift past me like an emotional olive branch. Perhaps she would say it was a joke. Perhaps she would say I misunderstood. Perhaps she would cry. But I did not tap the screen. I just let it ring because I knew it wasn't going to be the kind of call where someone says, "I'm sorry I hurt you." Instead, it was going to be the kind where someone says, "You didn't have to embarrass me like that." Or, "I was just trying to be funny." Or, "I can't believe you made such a scene at your own party." People, including my mother, never apologized for the wound. They simply blame you for bleeding. The phone soon stopped vibrating, and I placed it back into my purse without hesitation. My heart was still beating, but it was due to clarity rather than panic. For the first time in a long time, I didn't feel obligated to explain who I was, or how I had gotten here. I didn't feel the need to return to that yard and smooth the edges of her misery, just so I could be comfortable in my own skin. The world did not end when I went away. In fact, it seemed like the beginning. Her first call came just after dark. And it wasn't the sound of a mother swallowing her pride. It was the voice of a lady attempting to reattach her mask before anyone noticed it had slipped. Her tone was tight, but casual, a touch too light, as if she'd practiced how she believed an understanding mother should sound like. And now she was attempting it for the first time over the phone. "Hilary," she continued, pausing just long enough to sound annoyed but not regretful. "I'm not sure why you got so furious. That was a joke. Do you know how people do those funny little roasts at graduation parties? I was just trying to make light of the situation. Everybody was laughing. Nobody thought I meant it, but she did. And we both knew it since jokes don't land as hard unless they've been honed beforehand. They don't stick unless they're immersed in something that's been seething beneath the surface for a long time. And hers had been simmering since I was 12, when my father walked out and Mom looked me in the eyes and said, "He left us because he couldn't handle responsibility. You'd better hope you're stronger than that." I spent years interpreting that remark as a prophecy, or worse, a warning. I based my entire personality on proving her wrong. But it only needed one statement at a party to remind me how little she felt I could succeed. So, when she said I was just trying to make light of it, all I could do was sit there in my apartment, phone pressed to my cheek, staring at the wall as if it might give me the words I couldn't find, and finally say, "That wasn't your moment to make light of. It was mine." She didn't respond right away, and when she did, her voice dropped into that bitter, wounded register she always slipped into when things didn't go her way. "You've been tough to communicate with for years," she responded. "It's like everything I say offends you. Your father always twisted everything I said too, and now you do it just like he did." That was the final straw. That sentence. The same ghost in each chamber was summoned again. My father. I'm not sure what drove me to do it, but after I hung up, I opened my laptop and looked for him. The last I heard, he had gone to Arizona with a new woman named Lydia, who worked with him in computer sales or something. We hadn't spoken for a decade. I wasn't sure if he wanted to hear from me, and I wasn't sure I wanted to hear from him either. But after hearing his narrative exclusively through my mother's voice for so long, I began to wonder what it sounded like on its own. It took me approximately 20 minutes to find an email address and have enough courage to write anything that did not seem like a therapeutic exercise or a demand. I replied I had graduated. "I thought you should know. If you want to talk, I am willing to listen." I did not expect him to respond. He finished within 2 hours. 2 days later, I boarded a plane and flew across 2 states to sit across from a man I hadn't seen since I was just old enough to vote. He appeared older, but not in a bad way. Grayer around the temples, slightly slower to move, but still very much himself, which was both comforting and disconcerting. We met at a quiet little diner on the outskirts of town, where no one knew our names and didn't care what we were saying, and it felt like the safest place in the world to have the kind of talk that might shatter your entire childhood. He didn't waste time exchanging niceties. "I figured this would happen one day," he said, sipping coffee from a chipped ceramic mug. "But I didn't think it would take 10 years. I nodded, not sure how to explain that it had taken 10 years, because I wasn't ready to find out that everything I'd believed about him might be wrong, or worse, that it might be correct. "I just need to know," I replied, my voice tense and my heart racing in my ears. "Why did you leave?" He glanced down for a long while, as if he were digging through a memory drawer he hadn't opened in years, and when he finally began, his voice was low and steady, without reproach, but full of weight. "She offered me an ultimatum," he explained. "The last time we fought, she said I wasn't strong enough to be your father, because I didn't treat you like a soldier. If I didn't agree to raise you the way she wanted, she would make sure you thought I was the problem. And I told her I wasn't going to turn you into someone afraid of her own mother." I packed my bag the next day. The words landed with a dull thud in my chest. I'd always imagined him walking out casually, a duffel bag slung over one shoulder, never looking back. But that wasn't the story he told. Even if it wasn't the whole truth, because every story has at least 3 sides, it cracked something open in me. For the first time, I didn't see him as a coward, but as a man who fled to avoid becoming something worse. "Why didn't you ever tell me that?" I asked barely above a whisper. "Because she told me if I tried," he said, "she'd make sure you never spoke to me again." And for a while, it worked. When I flew home the next day, I didn't call her. I didn't text her. And I didn't send her the graduation photos that my friends had taken, despite the fact that I looked genuinely happy in a few of them for the first time in months, because I had a different image in my head. A daughter standing between 2 broken people, finally asking which one handed her the hammer. Coming home from a trip that splits your reality in 2 is strange, like stepping back into a life that is still dressed in your clothes, but doesn't quite fit anymore. The furniture is the same. The kitchen smells faintly of lemon cleaner and old coffee grounds, and the front door still squeaks slightly when it opens. But you're different. Or maybe not. Maybe you're just finally aware of how much of yourself you've been squeezing into someone else's version of who you were supposed to be. The morning after I returned from visiting my father, I stood in the driveway for a full 3 minutes before going inside, just staring at the chipped paint on the front porch, and wondering how many conversations had been swallowed by the silence in that house. When I finally stepped through the door, she was sitting in the living room, her legs crossed at the ankle, reading a magazine she probably wasn't really reading. She didn't look up right away, but I could feel her sensing my presence like an animal feels an earthquake. Tense, alert, pretending everything's still calm. When she finally met my gaze, her expression was carefully neutral, as if she was waiting to see which version of me had returned home. "Did you have a good trip?" she asked, as if we were two coworkers passing each other at the water cooler. Not a mother and daughter whose last conversation had ended in public humiliation and a 10-year secret detonating in my chest. I didn't respond. Instead, I put down my bag, walked to the edge of the living room rug, and stood there just far enough away that she'd have to tilt her head to meet my gaze. I didn't sit either. I didn't drop my keys. I didn't pretend this was anything other than what it was. An exorcism of every unspoken thing that had been rotting between us since the day my father left, and she decided to turn that into her power play. "I talked to Dad," I said, letting the words hang like smoke. She blinked but didn't flinch. "Oh," she said, as if I'd mentioned running into an old high school friend. "How is he?" "He told me why he left," I said. "He told me everything." She put down the magazine, then slowly, carefully folded it closed as if it mattered. "I'm sure he did," she said, crossing her arms, "and I'm sure he made himself sound like the hero." I took a deep breath, not to calm down, but to study the blade I was about to lay across the table. "He said you gave him a choice, and that staying would have meant watching you transform me into a version of yourself. He couldn't stand that you said he wasn't strong enough to raise me right, and that if he left, I'd think he was a coward." Her lips twitched slightly. "And you believed him?" she asked, her voice flat. "I didn't want to," I said. But then I thought of the toast. I recalled every time you compared me to him as if it were an insult. I reflected on how you made me feel as if loving him meant betraying you, and how you utilized his quiet to create the tale that worked for you. Something flickered in her eyes then. Maybe regret, or the first crack in the armor she'd been wearing so long it probably felt like skin. But she didn't say anything, and I didn't stop. "You told me he was weak, and maybe he was, but you made strength look like punishment, and love feel like a challenge I had to pass. And you act like I've been angry for no reason, like I've spent years trying to push you away. But you never looked at how hard I had to fight just to keep myself together around you." She stood slowly, arms still folded, but her voice softer now. "I did the best I could," she said. "I know, and I don't hate you for it, but your best left a mark." There was a long pause, then, a silence so thick, I could feel it pressing against my ribs. I picked up my keys from the counter, the ones I'd been carrying since high school. I looked like I didn't care, but I did. "I'm not trying to punish you," I added. "I just needed to say it out loud. Not for revenge, not for drama, but for me." She nodded stiffly, uncertainly. Still wearing the same fading purple lanyard with the little cracked charm at the end, I walked to the front door, opened it halfway, and then stopped. She didn't ask me to stay or tell me to leave. She just stood there. And I stood there. For a moment I wondered if this was the end, or if it was just the beginning of something quieter, slower, less about blame and more about what remains when all the illusions are gone. I stared down at the key in my palm. She built a house with guilt in its walls, then asked why I never felt at home. Thanks for watching and sticking around till the end. If you enjoyed these stories, make sure to subscribe and hit the bell so you don't miss the next drama-filled episode. Dad told me I wasn't his son anymore on Father's Day. So I cut them off, and now they're begging me to save the business I built for them. On Father's Day my father brought my brother and his sons fishing. I discovered it by looking at images online. I called him. He said, "You're not a part of this family in the same way they are." I questioned what he meant. He responded, "You're a disappointment. I don't tell people you're my son." My mother got on the phone and said, "Why are you having difficulties again? Let them enjoy the day." I said, "Understood." That night, I cut contact. Later, I made a decision that struck them hard. Now they're knocking on my door. "Please chat to us. We need you." So, this is probably going to be buried because I don't post often and it's long. But or perhaps someone will get it or simply roast me. I do not care. Also, I'm typing this on my phone in the kitchen because I can't sleep. So that's why it's so messy. So Sunday was Father's Day, to be honest. I didn't think much about it at first. My family isn't particularly close, but it's also not the type that never talks. Usually there is some group chat spam. Perhaps a meme. My mom is guilt-tripping everyone into calling dad or anything. This year. Nothing. Not a single text from my brother, father, or mother. It felt strange, but not too strange. Sometimes they just become busy. I figured maybe they were doing something. Perhaps I will hear from them later. But then I'm just scrolling through stories on my phone, as usual. And my cousin tweets a fuzzy photo of a group of people on a dock holding up fish and grinning. I didn't think much of it until I discovered it was my father, brother, and their 2 sons. In the backdrop, I notice my uncle and a few other relatives. So it's obviously an entire thing, not just a casual fishing trip. And my father is right in the midst, looking like he just won the lottery, holding up this hideous catfit. They're at the lake we used to go to as kids. I zoom in, and it's definitely them. So I read back over my text to see if I missed anything, but there's nothing. Not even a hello. Wanna come out? Do not bring snacks. Nothing. I even checked the previous group conversation. Just died. Not gonna lie, it hurt. However, I was more perplexed than anything else. I haven't had any major disagreements with anyone lately. And I was genuinely at my parents' house last week helping my father set up his new phone because he despises technology. He said nothing about this, just acted normally. Even asked if I could assist him get his email to function. So, it bothered me for a long time. I texted my brother Oliver. Just a hello, are you guys at the lake? Like I'm fishing for information while trying not to sound salty. He leaves me on read. I tried my father. Just call him up and get it over with. He picks up, doesn't even say hello, and seems annoyed, as if I disrupted something important. I inquire whether they're having a nice time. He acts as if he does not understand what I am saying. So I inquire if they're at Lake Charlie. That's the location. He becomes quiet, then replies, "Yeah, we're out here. It's Father's Day. You know how it is." So I just ask directly, "Why didn't anyone invite me?" And he gets this tone like he's weary of me. Says it's just something for the genuine family. He says, "I'm not a part of it the way Oliver and his boys are." I chuckle because I believe he's joking. But he's completely serious. I'm thinking, what does that even mean? Then he says, "You're a disappointment, Elio." I don't tell people you're my son anymore. I just stare at the wall. I can hear folks in the background fooling around, with one yelling about a fish. I inquire if Mom is present, and he says, "Yes, she's here." Suddenly she's on the phone. She has her "I'm so tired" voice, as if I just woke her up at 3 a.m. She tells me, "I'm constantly making problems. Why can't I just let them have their day? Let them enjoy themselves. Stop trying to drag everyone down." I ask her if she really thinks I'm doing that, and she just sighs and says, "Elio, can you just let it be for once?" So I simply responded, "Okay, understood." I hung up. I don't slam the phone down since it's my phone and I'm not an idiot. But I put it down so hard on the counter that it rattles my cup. Then it just goes quiet. I try to do something else but can't. I go out back and sit on the stairs for a while. Do not even smoke. I quit last year. This nonsense is not going to happen again. I keep thinking, did I do something? Did I neglect something important? But nothing. I always show up, help others and keep my head down. I'm not flawless. But I am not a criminal. I just don't fit their definition of a legitimate son. I guess I start remembering all the times this has happened, albeit in lower doses. They just texted me, as they did on my birthday last year. No dinner. Nothing. When my automobile broke down, my father told me to be more responsible. When Oliver's automobile broke down, his father drove out in the storm to help. Did not even complain. I'd always known I was the odd one out, but I assumed it was just my imagination. It turns out, they see it too. And they're not hiding it anymore. I return inside, and my phone vibrates. I glance, and it's a text from my mother. "Please don't make this a thing. Not even a question." I don't respond. I go dark on them right then. I block the group chat, mute their numbers, and remove my father's contact information. I take their pictures from my phone and fridge. I'm not even sure why. It just feels like the right thing. I slept like garbage that night. I kept repeating the call in my head, attempting to figure out what I did. But after a while, I became upset. Like, screw it. I am not begging anyone to include me. Do you desire a family made up entirely of actual people? Fine. Have fun. See how it works out when I'm not around to rectify your mistakes. Because here's the thing. For years I've been dealing with all of their trash. Bills, technology, and even some financial details. Because my father can't figure out online banking. They never thanked me for it. I just acted like it was my job. I guess I was hoping that one day they'd notice or just treat me like everyone else. But no. And to be honest, I'm weary of appearing as if it doesn't bother me. I am not going to try to win them over. So it was Sunday. I have not heard anything since. I know they'll come running soon since they always do when something breaks or someone needs money, but this time, I don't believe I'm concerned. Actually, rethink that. I am kind of looking forward to it. Anyway, I'm not sure if anyone has ever had this happen, or if I'm simply yelling into the abyss. Nigel, I'm strangely cool about it now, but also just finished. So, Father's Day 2024, the year I discovered I'm not even related apparently. I'm not sure what comes next, but I'm not going to just take it. Not this time. I'll keep you updated if anything exciting happens, but for now, I'm going to go eat the leftover pizza they didn't ask me to. LMAO, Update 1. Okay, so here's the next round. I didn't expect to be back so soon, but things moved faster than I anticipated. The energy some of you brought to my previous post was incredible, so I guess I'll simply keep it as authentic as possible. I'm not going to stretch this out with big life lessons or anything. This is exactly what happened next. So following Father's Day, I switched into full ghost mode. I muted the group chat and banned the primary numbers, but I didn't block everyone since I wanted to see how long it would be before anyone noticed I was gone. It turns out not long at all. The next morning, I receive one of those missed call notices from my brother Oliver, which I ignore. Like 2 hours later, my mother texts, "Just can you help with Dad's TV? He says it's not working again." Bro, I just was told I'm not family, and now I'm supposed to play tech support. I simply leave her to read. I suppose that was my first taste of vengeance, but it didn't feel adequate. The group chat resumes its activity on Tuesday. I see a preview on my lock screen. I didn't leave. I only muted to see them squirm a little. Mostly it was my mother and Oliver. Mom is saying things like, "Don't ignore us. It's childish." Oliver's got the classic, "Bro, stop making things weird for everyone. You always do this." I keep not replying, which seems to irritate them more than simply cursing them out. I go about my day, getting groceries, vacuuming my flat, and playing around online. Every few hours, I receive another text. Nothing from my father, which is not surprising. That person will wait till everyone else has done his dirty job before acting like he is the victim. Now, this is where things become interesting. Some background. For the past few years, I've been in charge of most of the family's mundane tasks. Utilities, phone subscriptions, and even certain account logins from my father's side business. He can hardly operate his own phone. So I set up all of his business information online. I never received payment for it. Never received a thank you. I just got told to take care of it because I know computers. So I recognize that if they want to cut me out, that's great. They can sort it all out on their own. So I start by logging into the shared utility account. I check that all of the bills are up to date. I pay them every month. They just sent me some money using Venmo. Sometimes late, sometimes not at all. I remove my card, remove my name from the approved user list, and send a generic email to the provider instructing them to put the account in my father's name. Then I do the same with the phone plans. I text my brother, "You and Dad are responsible for your own lines now." I'm done. No smiling face, no drama. I waited a day and received nothing. Then the calls began. Oliver, of course, comes first. He leaves a very passive-aggressive voicemail about how I'm making a big deal out of nothing, and that Dad is too old for this stress. I don't respond. My mother is next. She is crying. I can hear it in her voice, but she's also upset. As if I'm being unfair. I feel a little awful, but then I recall Sunday, and it all goes away. On Thursday, my father finally called. He doesn't even say hello before going on about how I'm being dramatic, how I usually do this, and how I'm causing problems for the family. I push back, telling him that he made it obvious that I am not family, so why should I do family chores? He attempts to explain that he didn't intend it that way, but then instantly tells me to stop acting out and grow up. I advise him to place the accounts in his name or lose the services, and then hang up. He calls back. I don't respond. While all of this is going on, I'm receiving texts from my aunt, dad's sister, and even my cousin, the person who posted the fishing pic, asking what happened. I just sent screenshots of the texts from my father and mother. There is no explanation, only the facts. I don't want to engage into a huge controversy with the extended family, but I also don't want them to think I flipped out for no reason. Friday is when things really begin to fall apart for them. My brother sends me texts in all caps. Why is the internet turned off? Dad is freaking out. I urged him to call the firm. That was not my problem. He tries calling me. I forwarded it to voicemail. My mother arrives at my apartment, knocks for around 5 minutes, and when I open the door, she tries to walk by me into the kitchen as usual. I block her with my arm, telling her she cannot just walk in. She pushes past me nevertheless, goes straight to the refrigerator, and then starts complaining about how I'm spoiling everything. I ask if she wants a drink. She slaps my hand away, saying I am not humorous. She's not crying this time, just angry. She says I'm acting unusual. I told her she'd made me one. She slammed the refrigerator door. I tell her to leave. She eventually does, slamming the front door shut. Now, I am not claiming it felt fantastic, but it also did not feel horrible. I return to my phone, read through social media, and notice that my brother's wife has posted a passive hostile meme about people only phoning when they need something. I kind of giggle because she has always acted as if Oliver is the golden child, and I am just the spare. My cousin sends me a direct message wondering if I'm okay, so whatever. I'll just leave it to read. By Saturday, Dad's side gig account has been flagged since he is unable to log in. I modify the security information so that he can't just reset the password. I received a call from an unknown number. It's my father using someone else's phone. I guess he became turned off since the plan changed. He's ranting, claiming I'm destroying everything he's built. I tell him I'm not fixing anything. He can work things out like a true father. He hangs up. The problem is, my father treats me like this because he has always wanted a smaller version of himself. Someone who enjoys outdoor activities, sports, and fishing. I've never really fit into it. Oliver did, therefore he received the attention. I just get the chores, the dull stuff, and the invisible work. I believe he genuinely believes I owe him for not being the son he desired. However, I no longer do. The only time I feel uneasy is when my nephew texts me and asks if I want to play online with him. He's not sure what's going on. He's only about 10. I ignore it because I'm not going to get drawn into it. Later, my brother texts me and says I'm a jerk for upsetting his child. Says I'm punishing the entire family for Dad's error. I don't respond. I'm not taking the bait. So, now it's Sunday again, 1 week after Father's Day. There are no utilities in their name, no phone, and no account access. I heard from a neighbor that my mother was at the store asking folks if they knew anyone who might help her get her phone to operate. My father's side gig has essentially stalled. Oliver is posting less online, which is the strangest aspect of all of this. The nicest thing is that I know they are all waiting for me to give in. They believe that if they guilt trip me enough, I will show up as usual and cure everything. Not this time. I am done. I know this isn't a thrilling conclusion, but it's just getting started. I still have a few plays remaining, and next week promises to be much more interesting. I'll provide another update if things become more complicated. For the time being, I'm eating chips and binge-watching YouTube like a villain. Update 2. So, I guess this is part 3 of Not Gonna Lie. Things got far messier than I expected. As I mentioned in the previous remarks, I was tired of being the family guy or whatever, and I'd already removed my name on bills and tech, but I had no idea how quickly the consequences would go beyond them texting me like angry children. So, first weird thing. Wednesday night, I'm boiling up some frozen noodles when I hear a loud beating on my door. I check the peephole, and it's my brother Oliver. I don't respond at first since I'm not trying to get involved, but he just keeps hitting. So I open the door slightly. He appears angry and tells me to grow up and stop toying with the family's belongings. He attempts to push the door open with his shoulder. I hold it and encourage him to relax. He gets this face and says, "I'm ruining everything for Dad and Mom." I tell him he can call customer service like everyone else, and he snaps, pushes the door harder, and nearly gets inside. I shove him back and tell him to get off my porch. He calls me a loser and walks away, slapping the railing. I shut the door and stood there for a moment, listening to him stomp down the stairs. I check my phone and discover that my mother has also been calling. She leaves a voicemail, her voice unsteady, informing me that I'm making your father sick from stress. Oliver claims that he is unable to reconnect the utilities, and that his father's business has been frozen. I get about 4 more texts from her inside the next hour, all variants of, "Come talk to us. Stop this. You're making it worse." One enraged one simply said, "This is not what family does." I nearly laughed. Yes, no kidding. The next day, as I go back from the store, I see my father's car in the parking lot. I try to escape, but he catches me and calls my name. He looks tired, as if he hasn't slept, and he simply starts talking about how I'm being selfish, how I know how much he depends on me, and how I need to let this go. When he declared I wasn't his son, I promised him I'd let it go. He acts as if he can't remember saying it, tries to claim I twisted his remarks. I tell him he cannot have it both ways. Either I am family, or I am not. And if not, I'm not performing the job. He turns red. Says I am keeping the entire family hostage. I shrug. Say perhaps he should have considered that previously. He slams his car door so hard that I can hear it from halfway across the lot. By the weekend, I start receiving messages from folks I've barely spoken to. My aunt and cousin are the ones who uploaded the fishing choice. Even Anita, my brother's wife. Anita's message is simply, "What did you do?" Oliver is losing it. "Your father cannot access his bank account. Mom is constantly crying." I said, "Ask them." She responded with a torrent of text about how complicated family is, and how I shouldn't make this a public disaster. I do not reply. Then there is the group chat. They all unmuted and begin wandering off. Oliver accuses me of acting like a baby and blaming everyone. My mother pulls the guilt trip, claiming that grandma is worried and sick. Dad simply says enough, and asks me to come fix it. I'll publish one message. If I'm not family, please don't ask me to undertake family work. Then I muted again. So the real fun begins on Sunday. Because apparently my father's side project requires him to have access to specific internet resources I put up for him. He is unable to invoice people. He is unable to access the primary account. And a client begins phoning my phone number because I was the original contact. I instructed them to call my father. Not my problem. Dad blows up my phone. Leaves voicemail messages. One in which he is nearly spitting out his anger. Says I'm trashing his reputation and years of work. I removed them that night. My mother returns to my apartment, beats on the door, and when I open it, she attempts to guilt me, saying, "Are you really going to let your father's business break apart?" I tell her, I'm not doing anything until they start treating me like I matter, not just the family janitor. She accuses me of being overly theatrical. I tell her to leave. She slaps my arm hard before storming out, slamming the door behind her. I lock it and sit at my kitchen table, eating cereal. The next morning, I see my brother's wife at the store, but she doesn't look at me. My cousin texts me and asks if I could just fix things for grandma. I tell her I'm not from the family, remember? She doesn't respond. What's wild is how quickly everything snowballs. Dad's business is essentially dead for the week. Oliver's credit card gets frozen because I remove my name from the family account. Mom is asking neighbors if they know anyone who can fix her Wi-Fi. I heard from a friend that my father was moaning about me at the local pub, calling me ungrateful and spoiled. Meanwhile, I'm simply hanging out at home, cleaning my bathroom, watching YouTube, and scrolling through memes. I start getting strange messages from individuals I haven't spoken to in years, including my Uncle Zane, who believes that family should be about forgiveness, not revenge. I merely advised him to talk to my father about it. The issue is, I understand exactly why my father is like this. He had always wanted Oliver to be the golden boy. And because I wasn't into the same things, he just kept me in the background. I was always the person mending stuff, never the one invited out. And now that I'm gone, he has to deal with all I've done. And it's wrecking him. He's not dumb. He just never imagined I'd walk away. I know some would accuse me of being harsh, but honestly, I'm tired of having them walk all over me. They want to treat me as an outsider. They can handle life without me. The last thing I heard this weekend was Oliver leaving a voicemail at midnight. Says I'm ruining the family, and if I don't repair it, don't bother coming back. I erase it, switch off my phone and simply sit in the dark for a bit. So, I suppose this is what happens when you push someone too far. I'm not sure what will happen next, but I will not back down. They can continue smashing doors and leaving angry voicemails. I am actually sleeping better than I have in months. I'll keep you updated if anything else exciting happens. I might go have some pizza. I don't know. Final update. So, I suppose this is the final post because there isn't much else to tell unless the home actually burns down or something. I'm not making predictions, just saying. Anyway, congratulations to everyone who suggested I avoid touch and let them stew. You received your wish, Ningle. I didn't even need to do anything. I just maintained my limits and let them tackle their own issues. But they were able to make it a disaster, all on their own. This week started strangely. I awoke early Tuesday morning because someone was knocking. Like, not just regular knocking, but the kind where you know the individual is angry or desperate. I ignored it at first, but then the doorbell rang. I get up and notice my brother's automobile parked crookedly outside my house. I stood in the hallway for a brief moment, listening to him grumble outside. He finally went, slamming the car door. Not barely 1 hour later, my phone explodes. Oliver sent 11 messages. First it's just picking up. Then it's all capitals. What have you done? She refuses to stop crying. Simply pick up. I stare at it, wondering, who is she? I know his wife is not the sort to cry. Then I see a missed call from my mother, a few from my father, and even my aunt. I simply shut my phone and prepared coffee. I'm not going to get drawn into any morning drama. A few hours later, I go to check my mail, and who is waiting in my lobby but my mother? She's wearing sunglasses, which reflects her whole, I'm not crying attitude. She asks me, "Are you really going to let this family fall apart?" I answer, "I didn't start it." She continues, "Your dad can't even look at your brother right now." Anita, my brother's wife, is saying she might take the kids and go stay with her sister, and grandma is phoning every day to find out what happened. I tell her, "Ask Dad." She says, "You know, he won't." Then she takes my arm firmly. And I ask her to let go. She simply lets go and stands in the hall, blocking the door, saying, "If I just come over and help them for one day, she'll make sure Dad apologizes." I tell her, "There's nothing you can give me." "I want to." She continues, "You're being so cold, Elio." "This isn't you." I shrug, saying, "Perhaps you don't know me." She shakes her head and storms out, slamming the lobby door. Not even 5 minutes later, my brother calls again. Now he's leaving voicemails, his voice cracking, saying, "You ruined everything. Dad says he won't speak to anyone until you solve the business." Anita is preparing bags. The children are weeping. I just sit there browsing through my feed. I received a message from my cousin. I simply ask, "Is everything okay?" and do not respond. I believe what really got to them was that I didn't give in. I assumed that after a few days of silent treatment, they'd move on and figure it out. But they're utterly coming apart. I believe they always assumed that if they pushed me hard enough, I'd give in and fix everything. And now that I am not there, they have no idea what to do. So by Thursday, I'm getting texts from individuals I rarely speak to. My Uncle Zane left me a voicemail telling me to think about the broader picture and forgive for Grandma's sake. My aunt phones and says, "Your father's business is about to fail, and no one can access any of the accounts." I tell her the same thing I told everyone else, not my problem. That night, my brother returns and begins hammering on my door again. I cracked it open. He tries to push past me, but I shove him back. He says, "You're going to destroy this family." I tell him, if it was that easy to destroy, maybe it wasn't strong in the first place. He tries to say, I'm being dramatic. I tell him, I'm just tired of being the backup plan. He throws his hands up, says, "Fine, do whatever you want," and storms out. Friday morning, my mother texts me and says, "Your father is sick. He's not eating. You're torturing him." I just leave it to read. I spend the day cleaning up my place, watching idiotic movies, and doing usual things. And all the while I'm thinking about how incredible it is that for years I was in charge of making sure the bills were paid, the accounts were set up, and the business ran well, and no one cared. Nobody noticed, honestly. But the moment I quit, the entire thing falls apart. And now, I'm the villain. They could have learnt how to accomplish these things, but they didn't bother. They basically thought I'd always be present. On Saturday night I received a DM from Anita, my brother's wife. She says, "I don't care what occurred, the children are afraid. Oliver refuses to speak to anyone, and your father just sits in the living room staring at nothing." I do not respond. Yesterday, I ran into my father at the store. He looked like he hadn't slept in days, barely looked at me, attempted to murmur something, then shook his head and continued going. So that's where we are now. My phone is still filled with unread messages. Most of them just say, "Please talk to us. We need you." My brother sent 11 SMS in a succession, both angry and imploring. Grandma even called and left a message saying, "I don't know what's going on, but I hope you come home soon. I won't call her back." I know some people will tell me I should feel awful, but I don't. Not right now. I spent too many years as the family ghost, clearing up problems no one saw. I'm not going back because they're terrified of their own disaster. They made their decision. I'm simply giving them exactly what they wanted. So I think this is the moment at which I will stop updating because, honestly, I don't care what happens next. I'm simply going to live my life and eat my chips while they figure out how to be a family without me. Nell, it's quiet, tranquil. Thanks for watching and being part of the drama. Don't forget to subscribe and hit the bell so you never miss a wild news story. Mom threw me out like garbage. Months later, Dad called, furious about his repossessed truck. I simply said, "I stopped paying for it." Mom slammed the door in my face. I slept on the floor for weeks. Then Dad called screaming, "Where's my truck?" I told him the truth. This is how my story began. Mom cried, "Get out, you're a leech." So I left. Months later, Dad demanded to know why his truck had gone. My response left them stunned. Thank you for being with us today. Before we get started, I'd like to know where you're watching from. Leave a comment with the city where you live. Now, let us get into today's story. I'm 22, standing in the living room where I've spent my entire life, and Mom's speech rips through me like a dull knife. "You're a selfish leech, Tom. Get out and don't come back." Her face is flushed, her eyes wild, as if I've damaged something she can't repair. Dad is sitting by the recliner, staring at the floor, his silence as heavy as her words. My older sister, Jenna, leans against the wall, her lips twisted in a triumphant smirk. Kyle, my younger brother, mumbles "good riddance" under his breath and kicks the carpet. I've always been the odd one out. Working late at the auto business to help pay bills, electricity, Wi-Fi, and other necessities that they take for granted. Tonight's fight? I missed Jenna's birthday dinner. I was doing a double shift that month, covering their internet. Nobody cared. We've had arguments before, but this one feels different. Final. Mom's words are more than just the heat of the moment, they are like a door slamming shut. I go to my room, with the creaky bed and faded baseball posters, and take my duffel bag. I pack jeans, a few shirts, and an old jacket, things that smell familiar, like motor oil and laundry soap. My hands shake, yet I continue to move. I want to say something to get them to notice me, but my throat is constricted. So what's the point? They have already chosen who I am. I go outside, and the night air hurts my face. The porch light hums, casting shadows on the blue mailbox that we painted when I was 10. I hear the door lock clicking behind me. My beat-up Chevy was parked out front, with $200 and a half-empty tank. I step in, holding the steering wheel, and feel the weight of everything: Mom's rage, Dad's silence, Jenna's sneer, Kyle's punch. I'm not simply leaving a house, I'm losing them. The road ahead is dark, and I have no idea where it leads, but I start the engine, promising myself that I will make it. I slept very little for the first few nights after leaving home. Mike, my auto shop mate, allows me to crash on his couch, which I appreciate, but it is not home. His apartment smells of coffee and dog fur, and his pit bull Rusty snores like a carburetor. I lie there, staring at the ceiling fan's blades, which wobble like my thoughts. I keep picturing Mom's angry face and Dad's gaze locked on the floor. I wonder whether they're sleeping well, if Jenna is still smirking, and if Kyle feels any guilt. Mike doesn't press me to communicate, he simply hands me a beer and says, "You'll figure it out, Tom." He has his own bills, however, and I can't remain forever. I spend my days looking for a place of my own. The car shop pays well, but rent is expensive in this town. I travel about, examining gas station message boards and flipping through greasy classifieds. Most apartments require first and last month's rent, as well as a deposit, which is prohibitively expensive with $200 on a tight budget. I'm not picky, but I want something that is mine. A space to breathe in. After a week, I discover a listing for a studio on the outskirts of town. It's an old brick building with a partially operational buzzer and a dumpster in the back. I meet the landlord, a man in his 60s with a sandpaper handshake, who looks at my work boots and says, "You seem like you'll pay on time." The apartment isn't particularly impressive. It's a single room with a dripping sink, a fridge that hums like it's planning something, and a window that's stuck shut. The carpet is stained, and the lights flicker if you turn the switch too quickly. But standing there with my duffel bag thrown over my shoulder, I get a rush of something. Maybe pride, maybe relief. I sign the lease, hand over every cash I own, and receive a key that feels heavy in my hand. That night, I move in with just a sleeping bag on the floor. The walls are naked, and the silence is loud. But it is a start. I go to the thrift store the next day, my budget as tight as a rusted bolt. I discover a mattress, lumpy but clean, for $20 and a lamp with a dented shade. The cashier, a woman with silver hair and a lovely smile, inquires whether I am putting up my first place. I nod without saying much, yet her kindness stays with me. Back at the apartment, I put the mattress beside the window and plugged on the lamp. It casts a soothing glow that makes the room feel less vacant. I take out a poster from my bag, a tacky mountain scene from a yard sale years ago, and tape it above the bed. It's not much, but it is mine. That matters. Lying on the mattress that night, I can hear the neighbor's TV through the wall, a game show with clapping that feels like a planet away. I remember the house I left, with Mom's meatloaf in the oven, Dad's baseball games on the radio, and Jenna's playlist playing. I used to fix their leaky faucet and mow the grass before work. Did they notice I was gone? I tightened the sleeping bag, my chest heavy, not with rage, but with something softer and sadder. I'm not sure who I am without them. I spent so long trying to keep everything together, paying bills they never thanked me for, working multiple shifts so Kyle could get new sneakers. Now it's just me, and I'm not sure if that's freedom or a void I can't fill. I close my eyes, the trickle from the sink calculating the seconds. I convince myself I can make this work. I'll acquire a chair, maybe a rug, to make this space feel more real. I see the car shop tomorrow, the familiar clank of tools, and the guys laughing over lunch. It isn't family, but it's something to hang on to. I'm not sure where I'm going, but I have a key, a bed, and a light that I own. For the time being, that's enough to keep me going, day by day. The car shop is now my lifeline, a noisy refuge of clanging tools and engine oil. I'm up before dawn, putting on my worn boots, the soles peeling like old memories. My studio is still bare, only the mattress, lamp, and that mountain poster, but I'm out the door quickly, coffee thermos in hand. The business is a mile distant, so I walk to save gas. The air is crisp, smelling of dew and asphalt, and I let the rhythm of my steps drown out the silence in my mind. I don't think about Mom's voice or Dad's silence, not out here. At work, I'm in my element. By 8 p.m., I'm wrist deep in a Chevy engine, troubleshooting a misfire while the radio plays classic rock. Pete, Carlos, and Big Ray make good company. They tease me about my coffee addiction, but they don't ask. I like it. I'm not ready to talk about being kicked out or how my family treated me like a leech while I was the one keeping their lights on. Instead, I concentrate on spark plugs, oil changes, and the gratifying click of a wrench. I work every additional shift I can, going late to rebuild transmissions or balance tires. The overtime is a lifesaver. My rent is paid, and I have enough for a foldable chair and a microwave. Small victories, but they add up. Lunch breaks are my favorite. We sat outside on milk crates, eating sandwiches from the deli across the street. Pete's always got a story, some wild one from his trucking days, and Carlos laughs so hard that he chokes on his soda. I join in, chuckling, but I keep my own stories private. I don't tell them how I used to eat supper with Kyle and make jokes about superhero movies. Or how Dad and I would experiment with his old radio in the garage. Those moments seem to be from someone else's life right now. Still, the guy's conversation fills a void and helps me feel like I belong somewhere, even if only for an hour. But then, one evening, my phone vibrates as I'm closing the business. It's Kyle, and my stomach twists. I have not heard from him since that night. His writing is concise and crisp. Real nice, Tom. Bailing on us and still owing Jenna for that phone bill. Low, even for you. I stare at the screen, the words blurred. I paid the bill, $120, last year after Jenna promised to repay me. She never did. And now Kyle has twisted it, making me the deadbeat. My thumb hangs over the keyboard, itching to respond, to tell him that I had covered their Wi-Fi and food for years. But I stop. What's the use? They have already written a version of me. I shove the phone in my pocket and walk home, which is longer than normal. The streetlights flicker, forming shadows on the cracked sidewalk, and I experience a burning sensation in my chest. Not simply anger, but something deeper, like a bruise that goes unnoticed until you press it. I remember coming home from work and finding Mom preparing the table, the aroma of her meatloaf in the air. I'd repair whatever was broken, a leaking sink, a wobbling shelf, because that's what I did. Did Kyle forget that? Did they all? Or did they simply not care? At the apartment, I fall onto the mattress, the springs creaking beneath me. The neighbor's TV murmurs through the wall, some cookery show with cheery noise. I take out my phone again and reread Kyle's text. Part of me wants to phone him and ask why he is doing this. But I'm sure it won't change anything. Instead, I place the phone face down and stare at the poster, its painted peaks glimmering faintly in the lamplight. I'm exhausted, not just from work, but from bearing this weight, this aching that I can't describe. I believe in myself. Tomorrow's another day, another shift, another chance to build something new. I close my eyes, the microwave buzzing softly, and hang on to that thought, small as it is, because it is all I have. I'm at the kitchen counter, which is really just a slab of formica in my studio, when I discover my bank account is bleeding. It's Sunday. The shop is closed, and I'm sipping instant coffee while going through my phone. Rent is paid. Groceries are stocked, mostly ramen and canned soup, but the figures do not add up. I've been cautious, avoiding diner runs with the men and purchasing only what I need. So, why is my balance decreasing each month? I search through the statements, my thumb smearing the screen, and find it. A regular payment. $180 per month, tagged Auto Loan D. Harper. Dad's truck. My heart pauses and thuds fiercely. I've been paying for his truck since I was 19, when he swore it was just for a while. He didn't mention it again. I never stopped. I put the phone down, my coffee had gone cold. The flat is silent, with only the hum of the refrigerator and a distant automobile horn outside. I remember bringing them cash from my first shop salary, proud to help. Dad's moderator simply said, "Good job, Tom." And that was enough. I didn't question it, just as I didn't question paying for their Wi-Fi or Kyle's phone plan. It was something you did for your family, correct? But now, sitting here, I see everything clearly. They leaned on me, and I allowed them, invisible like a worn-out tire. I grab my jacket and make my way to the bank, my legs going faster than my head. As I cancel the payment, the teller, a woman with a name tag that reads Doris, smiles at me pleasantly. "You sure?" she asks, her spectacles falling. I nod, keeping my voice steady. "Yeah, I'm done." Walking back, the air is heavy with imminent rain, yet I feel lighter. I feel like I've removed a coat I hadn't realized I was wearing. But there is a tug, a persistent doubt. What happens if Dad is unable to cover it? What happens if they lose the truck? I envision him in the driveway, polishing that ancient Ford as if it were his pride and joy. Mom brought him iced tea on hot days. I shake it off and kick a pebble down the pavement. They kicked me out. They called me a leech. I do not owe them anything, not anymore. Even still, the concept stays like grease under my nails, making it difficult to remove. Back at the apartment, I clean up to keep my hands busy. Stacking dishes and folding my only nice towel. I look at the mountain poster, its peaks are sharp against a phony sunset. And I wonder whether Dad even realizes I was paying. Did he think it was magic? Do trucks just pay themselves? I snort, but it isn't humorous. I've spent years supporting them, my checks vanishing into their life while they looked straight past me. Canceling that payment was about more than just money. It drew a line. Saying that I too matter. I go to the corner store later, seeking air. The clerk, an older man wearing a Vietnam vet cap, talks about the weather while ringing up my bread and milk. "Storm's coming," he adds, nodding to the dismal sky. I smile, but my thoughts are elsewhere, rehearsing Doris' inquiry. The weight of the cancelled payment. Back at home, I make a sandwich. The bread is a tad stale. And eat standing up, gazing out the blocked window. The first raindrops hit and streak the glass. And I can feel the bruising in my chest again. Not rage, but something gentler. Raw. I am free of their load. But it's not a triumph. It's like finishing a book that you'll never read again. Knowing the ending isn't what you expected. I sit on the mattress. The lamp casts shadows. Let the rain's beat fill the silence. I don't know what happens next. Work tomorrow, maybe a new chair if I save enough. But I know one thing. I'm done carrying what isn't mine. It's a modest step. But it moves onward. And that's all for now. I am sweeping the shop floor, the broom's bristles grating on concrete. When my phone vibrates in my pocket. It's a slow afternoon. The kind where you can hear the hum of the neon sign in front. I have kept my head down since I halted Dad's truck payment. Concentrating on my work and the small life I'm building. The apartment now has a second-hand table. I received a wobbling object for $10. And I've been sleeping well. The leak from the sink is almost comfortable. But as I look at my phone, my stomach drops. There's a screenshot from Carlos, One of the shop employees. Jenna has posted on social media. A photograph of mom, eyes red, seated at the kitchen table where I used to eat. The caption reads, "Tom walked out on us. Left mom like this. Some family, huh?" There is a thread of remarks. Strangers called me a deadbeat. My thumb hangs over the keyboard, itching to respond, to tell him that I had covered their Wi-Fi and food for years. But I stopped. What's the use? They have already written a version of me. I shove the phone in my pocket and walk home, which is longer than normal. The street lights flicker, forming shadows on the cracked sidewalk, and I experience a burning sensation in my chest. Not simply anger, but something deeper, like a bruise that goes unnoticed until you press it. I remember coming home from work and finding mom preparing the table, the aroma of her meatloaf in the air. I'd repair whatever was broken, a leaking sink, a wobbling shelf, because that's what I did. Did Kyle forget that? Did they all? Or did they simply not care? At the apartment, I fall onto the mattress, the springs creaking beneath me. The neighbor's TV murmurs through the wall, some cookery show with cheery noise. I take out my phone again and reread Kyle's text. Part of me wants to phone him and ask why he is doing this. But I'm sure it won't change anything. Instead, I place the phone face down and stare at the poster, its painted peaks glimmering faintly in the lamplight. I'm exhausted, not just from work, but from bearing this weight, this aching that I can't describe. I believe in myself. Tomorrow's another day, another shift, another chance to build something new. I close my eyes, the microwave buzzing softly, and hang on to that thought, small as it is, because it is all I have. I'm at the kitchen counter, which is really just a slab of formica in my studio, when I discover my bank account is bleeding. It's Sunday. The shop is closed, and I'm sipping instant coffee while going through my phone. Rent is paid. Groceries are stocked, mostly ramen and canned soup, but the figures do not add up. I've been cautious, avoiding diner runs with the men and purchasing only what I need. So, why is my balance decreasing each month? I search through the statements, my thumb smearing the screen, and find it. A regular payment. $180 per month tagged Auto Loan D. Harper. Dad's truck. My heart pauses and thuds fiercely. I've been paying for his truck since I was 19, when he swore it was just for a while. He didn't mention it again. I never stopped. I put the phone down, my coffee had gone cold. The flat is silent, with only the hum of the refrigerator and a distant automobile horn outside. I remember bringing them cash from my first shop salary, proud to help. Dad's moderator simply said, "Good job, Tom." And that was enough. I didn't question it, just as I didn't question paying for their Wi-Fi or Kyle's phone plan. It was something you did for your family, correct? But now, sitting here, I see everything clearly. They leaned on me, and I allowed them. Invisible like a worn-out tire. I grab my jacket and make my way to the bank, my legs going faster than my head. As I cancel the payment, the teller, a woman with a name tag that reads Doris, smiles at me pleasantly. "You sure?" she asks, her spectacles falling. I nod, keeping my voice steady. "Yeah, I'm done." Walking back, the air is heavy with imminent rain, yet I feel lighter. I feel like I've removed a coat I hadn't realized I was wearing. But there is a tug, a persistent doubt. What happens if Dad is unable to cover it? What happens if they lose the truck? I envision him in the driveway, polishing that ancient Ford as if it were his pride and joy. Mom brought him iced tea on hot days. I shake it off and kick a pebble down the pavement. They kicked me out. They called me a leech. I do not owe them anything, not anymore. Even still, the concept stays like grease under my nails, making it difficult to remove. Back at the apartment, I clean up to keep my hands busy. Stacking dishes and folding my only nice towel. I look at the mountain poster, its peaks are sharp against a phony sunset. And I wonder whether Dad even realizes I was paying. Did he think it was magic? Do trucks just pay themselves? I snort, but it isn't humorous. I've spent years supporting them, my checks vanishing into their life while they looked straight past me. Canceling that payment was about more than just money. It drew a line. Saying that I too matter. I go to the corner store later, seeking air. The clerk, an older man wearing a Vietnam vet cap, talks about the weather while ringing up my bread and milk. "Storm's coming," he adds, nodding to the dismal sky. I smile, but my thoughts are elsewhere, rehearsing Doris' inquiry. The weight of the cancelled payment. Back at home, I make a sandwich. The bread is a tad stale. And eat standing up, gazing out the blocked window. The first raindrops hit and streak the glass. And I can feel the bruising in my chest again. Not rage, but something gentler. Raw. I am free of their load. But it's not a triumph. It's like finishing a book that you'll never read again. Knowing the ending isn't what you expected, I sit on the mattress, the lamp casts shadows. Let the rain's beat fill the silence. I don't know what happens next. Work tomorrow. Maybe a new chair if I save enough. But I know one thing. I'm done carrying what isn't mine. It's a modest step, but it moves onward. And that's all for now. I am sweeping the shop floor, the broom's bristles grating on concrete. When my phone vibrates in my pocket, it's a slow afternoon. The kind where you can hear the hum of the neon sign in front. I have kept my head down since I halted Dad's truck payment. Concentrating on my work and the small life I'm building. The apartment now has a second-hand table. I received a wobbling object for $10. And I've been sleeping well. The leak from the sink is almost comfortable. But as I look at my phone, my stomach drops. There's a screenshot from Carlos, one of the shop employees. Jenna has posted on social media a photograph of Mom, eyes red, seated at the kitchen table where I used to eat. The caption reads, "Tom walked out on us. Left Mom like this. Some family, huh?" There is a thread of remarks. Strangers called me a deadbeat. A selfish jerk? Worse. My palms feel clammy as I lean the broom against the wall. The shop is empty, leaving only me and the faint odor of oil and rubber. I scroll through the post. Every word is like a punch. Jenna created a tale in which I am the villain. Abandoning them without explanation. There's no mention of how I paid their bills. They fixed their leaks. Keeping them aloft. There's no mention of Mom screaming at me out the door. The comments hurt. Most individuals I've never met are judging me. Their words were sharp and thoughtless. "What a loser," someone says. "His poor mom," another comments with a crying emoji. I want to type back and tell them the truth. But my fingers freeze. What could I say without sounding desperate? As if I were asking to be believed? I shove the phone aside and go outside. The air is warm and heavy. The parking lot is calm, with only one stray cat running past the garbage. I sit on the curb with elbows on my knees. Try to breathe. It's not only the post, it is the weight of being obliterated. I become someone I am not. I think of Mom's table. The one I had sanded down when I was 16. How we'd chuckle at her sloppy mashed potatoes. Was she crying for real? Was it staged for Jenna's camera? The concept twisted something in me. Not quite rage, more of a hollow aching. Back inside, I'm having trouble concentrating. Pete observes and asks if I am okay. But I simply shrug and say, "Rough day." He nods and doesn't push, which I appreciate. Later, I clock out and proceed to the shop's rear lot. I have been fiddling with an ancient motorcycle. I found a beat-up Yamaha for cheap. It's a mess, the structure is corroded and the engine coughs, but I'm responsible for fixing it. I grab a wrench and start working on the carburetor. The metal felt cool under my fingertips. Each move and change feels like something I can manage. The shop's radio plays at low volume. An ancient country song about losing and moving on. I let it sink in. This bicycle isn't ideal, but it is honest. There are no lies to untangle. I work till sunset, with the sky bleeding purple. My hands are smudged with grease. The engine sputter represents a modest victory. It's getting closer to running. I wipe my brow, thinking of Jenna's post. Mother's face, those comments. Yes, they hurt. However, they do not provide the full story. I envision my apartment, the table, the lamp's brightness. It's not much, but it's genuine, built with my own sweat. I don't need their interpretation of me. On my way home, I pass the corner store, its lights buzzing. The cashier, the vet with the old cap, waves as I grab a Coke. "You look like you're carrying the world," he says, partly smiling. I manage to chuckle. "Just a piece of it," I say. Back in my room, I sit on the mattress while the neighbor's TV plays game show Cheers. I do not check my phone again. Jenna's post can remain there, unanswered. I'm tired, not of labor, but of their weight and falsehoods. But, as I lie back, the bike's hum remains in my thoughts. I sense a spark of something. Hopefully, maybe, or simply stubbornness. I will keep going, one bolt at a time. My phone calls as I'm wiping oil off my hands at the shop sink. The sound contrasted sharply with the twilight hum. It is Dad. I haven't seen this name on my screen since I walked out months ago. My pulse races, but I dry my hands with a cloth and respond, stepping into the break room for some peace and quiet. His speech is harsh, like if he had chewed gravel. "Tom, why was my truck repossessed?" "No hello. No, how are you?" Just one question, as hefty as a dropped wrench. I lean against the vending machine, its quiet buzz stabilizing me, and take a deep breath. I stopped paying for it, I answered calmly, despite the knots in my stomach. Dad, you kicked me out. I don't owe you that anymore. There is a pause. Long enough, I hear a dog barking somewhere on his end. Maybe a neighbor's mutt. I envision him in the kitchen, standing beside the fridge with the chipped handle I repaired last year. You can't just do that, he continues, his tone increasing. That's my truck, Tom. I close my eyes, the break room smelling like burnt coffee and engine oil. I could yell and tell him I'd paid for years, but he said nothing? But I don't. Instead, I maintain an even tone. I've covered it since I was 19. You never asked how. Never thanked me. I'm finished carrying that. He sputters, his words tumbling over each other. That's not how family works, he replies, as if I had broken a rule. I almost laugh, but it sticks in my throat, sharp and bitter. Family. I think about Jenna's post, Kyle's SMS, and Mom's scream. I think about my studio, the rickety table, and the motorcycle I'm trying to revive. That is what I am now constructing. Not their idea of family. Maybe not, I said. But I'm doing what I need to. My hands are now steady, holding the phone. And I sense a shift, like a bolt clicking into place. Dad tries again, his voice lower and seemingly bewildered. You're making this hard, son. Son. The term hurts. Not because I want it. However, it feels hollow, like an old tire with no tread left. I peek at the break room clock, which is creeping beyond 6. I have dishes to wash at home and a carburetor to adjust tomorrow. I've got to go, I say. Not harsh, that's it. He begins to talk. But I hung up. The stillness is louder than his words. I stroll outside, the shop's lot drenched in dusk's gray lighting. A breeze delivers the scent of cut grass from someplace. And I stand there, phone in my pocket, feeling raw yet solid. Dad's call shook me, yes. But it did not shatter me. I am no longer the kid who paid to be needed. I stroll home, the sidewalk familiar beneath my feet. And know that I meant all I said. I am still catching my breath after Dad's call. My phone buzzes again, as the shop lot fades into twilight. Mom's name flashes like a warning light. I wait, thumb lingering, before answering. Bracing myself. Her voice breaks through, high and ragged. Tom, how could you do this to us? That truck was your dad's lifeline. I'm walking home now, boots scuffing the sidewalk and street lights flashing on. I don't interrupt her. Instead, I let her speak. After years of paying their bills, what do I get? You're tearing us apart, she says. I can hear Jenna in the background, piling on. Tom, you're so callous. They always were. Kyle is also there, I can tell, but he is quiet, like if he were holding his breath. I stop by the corner store, with its neon sign humming. And lean against the brick wall, phone pressed against my ear. I could shout back. List every dime I spent. Every late night at the shop so they could get cable, groceries, and Jenna's phone. But I don't. My voice comes out low and calm, as if I were speaking to a customer. Mom, I've paid for that truck for years. Wi-Fi and bills, all of it. You never said thanks. You called me a leech, and urged me to go. I am done carrying you all. There is a beat of silence. The air was heavy, as if it were about to storm. I hear a chair scraping. Maybe Mom is sitting down. Jenna mutters something I can't understand. I push off the wall and continue walking, the store's brightness dimming behind me. Mom tries again, gentler and almost imploring. We are family, Tom. You don't just quit. I think about my studio. The unsteady table. When I started the motorcycle last week, it sputtered. That is my family. Now, I built things rather than asked for them. For family members to see each other, I say, my throat tight yet steady. You didn't see me. I'm at my building, the buzzer buzzing as I enter. I hang up before she can respond, and the click is definite, like a door locking. Inside, I collapse onto the mattress, the lamp making a warm circle on the wall. The neighbor's TV plays a rerun, the laughter artificial and distant. My hands tremble, not from fear, but from something else, like a weight being lifted. I hear their voices, Mom's desperation, Jenna's vitriol, and Kyle's stillness. They wanted me to fold and apologize, but I did not. I made my peace, plain and simple, and it feels like standing after a long fall. I take a Coke from the refrigerator, the cold can sting in my palm, and sit by the window, watching headlights cut through the darkness. I am not angry, not anymore. It's quieter, sadder, like losing a song you once knew by heart. But I am here, in my own place, and that is something they cannot tolerate. Tomorrow I'll be back in the shop, wrench in hand, building what's mine. It's been 6 months since I hung up with Mom, and the pain hasn't gone away completely. It's quieter now, like a radio turned down and buzzing in the background. My studio is now home. Still small but mine. The unsteady table has a plant on it, a cactus that I have not yet destroyed. The motorcycle is finished, with its chrome glittering under the shop lights. Riding it down rural roads, the wind blowing past, feels like soaring. I don't hear much from my family. Dad texted me once, implying that we'd talk soon, but I ignored it. Carlos informed me that Jenna was still sore from her post, which did not ruin me. And Mom tells everyone I went my own way. Kyle is the weird one. Pete noticed him at the deli and claimed he seemed to want to say something. However, they did not. I'm fine with the stillness. The shop is my anchor. Pete, Carlos and Ray are no longer just co-workers, they are the guys that show up. On slow days, we grill hamburgers out back and laugh at Ray's awful jokes. I have a routine. Work, ride, and experiment with a new project, perhaps a coffee table next. My refrigerator contains more than ramen. I occasionally eat steak when I'm feeling fancy. Last week, I repaired the sink. Stupid little thing. That felt huge. I am not wealthy, but I am steady. Creating a life that suits myself, not them. Nights are when I think the most. I sit near the window, the lamp on, the neighbor's TV playing late-night chat shows. In my head, I picture Mom's kitchen, the sanded table and Dad's radio, which is crackling with baseball. I'm curious if they miss me, or if I'm just a narrative they tell differently today. It aches, for sure. But it's no longer crisp. I have my own stories. How the bike exploded into life. Pete clapped my shoulder when I received a raise. Those are more important. I've learned that family is more than just who you were born to. It is about who stays. Who sees you? I spent years chasing their adoration, believing that my salaries could cover it. I was mistaken. Love is not a ledger, it is a decision. And they chose to overlook me. Being kicked out broke something. But it also built something. I discovered my worth, not in their words, but in my hands. Repairing engines. Planting cacti. Riding freely. I am not flawless. Some nights, I consider what I could have said. But I am at peace. I live in a place where I am visible. To anyone out there carrying too much, hear this. You're enough. It's hard to let go. But it's how you find your own path. It is worth every step. I lean back, the cactus reflecting the light, and smile. I don't need their approval to know I'm all right. I have my keys. My bicycle. My days. That is enough. Thank you very much for viewing this video all the way through. Family may be a source of affection or the darkest form of grief. If you've ever felt abused or taken for granted by those closest to you, please share your thoughts in the comments. You never know who else may need to hear your tale. Thanks for watching and diving into this wild family drama with me. If you love Reddit family drama, don't forget to subscribe and turn on notifications so you never miss the next one. Mom whispered, "If you die, your sister gets the house," right before my surgery. I woke up, listened to 70 voicemails, then took everything back. They thought the story would end with my death. They never imagined I'd survive, with the deed, the scar, and a plan they never saw coming. Stay with me, this is where it turns. As the anesthesia began to cloud my vision, right before they wheeled me into the operating room, my mother leaned over and took my hand as if she were the distraught matriarch in an off-Broadway play. In that syrupy sweet voice she saved for funerals and fundraising dinners, she remarked, "If you don't make it, at least your sister gets the house." Her breath had a subtle scent of mint tea and guilt. I avoided arguing, flinching, and even making eye contact with her. Like any good daughter, I simply nodded, but not for the reason Mother believed. A machine beeps continuously next to me, and I woke up 2 days later in a hospital room that smelled like bleach and resignation. A steady ache pressed down on my chest like a toddler sitting there, reminding me that I had survived. I did really well, the nurse said. The physicians were impressed. I had good vitals. In contrast, my sister hadn't even bothered to arrive, and my mother had already left for her afternoon bridge session. I wasn't thinking about God, second chances, or even what happens after death as I lay there and stared up at those ceiling tiles that were patterned like dull snowflakes. That house was on my mind. The home of my father. The magnolia tree that flowered late every spring no matter what, and the one with the crumbling stone walkway. He constructed it by hand in the late 1970s, hauling boards up that hill each weekend while Evelyn remained in the city, Too preoccupied with committees and cocktails to give a damn. I should have had that house as soon as he left. For years though, the deed hung over my head like a poker chip, held by my mother Evelyn, who always behaved more like a real estate salesperson than a parent, with insignificant remarks like, well, if you ever settle down, or Nicole has more space in her apartment, maybe we give her a wing. Nicole. The golden girl who was unable to manage a mortgage, much less caring for a plant. I had previously altered the will, which is the problem. I called Greg a few weeks prior to the procedure when the cardiologist began discussing percentages and unforeseen issues. Greg has been both my friend and my lawyer since college. On a soggy Thursday, we sat in his office, and I signed each form with steady hands. I left the house for someone none of them would have anticipated, not Nicole or Evelyn. They believed I wouldn't be strong enough to fight. They believed they would ultimately prevail if I had the procedure. Evelyn, grinning smugly. Nicole daydreams about her fortune. They believed that the story would finish with death. However, I had spent years organizing this chapter. I hit the nurse call button because I wanted someone to make sure I was still alive, breathing, and in control, not because I needed anything. I asked if she might pass my phone to me as she entered, her hands delicate and her expression pleasant. It sat on the window ledge in a small plastic bucket, its screen flickering like a desperate lighthouse every few seconds. Voicemails were left. A lot of voicemails. Evelyn, who was brisk and emotionless, asked when I would be released so she could arrange her calendar. That was the first 10. Nicole sent me the next several, which were all sugar and syrup, asking how I was doing, if I needed anything, and if she could take over some of the duties while I healed. Translation: allow me to sniff around the filing cabinet and take a look at your documents. However, voicemail number 23 was the culprit. It was the one that caused me to hesitate. I had to play it again to be certain. In that one, her voice lacked sweetness. It broke. Just a tiny fracture down the middle, nothing major. She said, "You're making a mistake." It was supposed to be mine. Mine was the word that struck me like a second knife. The daughter who never contacted, never assisted with dad's hospice care, and only came to the house for Christmas selfies was the legitimate heir, as if there was a divine inheritance plan written in the stars. I closed my eyes and allowed the message to repeat itself, allowing her desperation to envelop me like a protective layer. It had nothing to do with love. It had never been. Power was at issue here. Concerning control. I was told for years that I was too independent, too irascible, and too angry. However, now, I had the deed now. The papers? The attorney. And I have a huge scar down my chest that proves I've survived them all. Additionally, survival offers you some opportunity to exact revenge. I just needed to wait now. When I first became aware that my mother had a different perspective on us, I was 9 years old. Not merely in passing, but in a manner that would, like a seam in an old shirt, tear a childhood in two. On a July afternoon, Nicole was sitting on the couch with her feet tucked under her, eating a bowl of Neapolitan ice cream, while I was outside cutting the lawn, sweat running down the back of my neck and the mower vibrating through my slender arms. Through the open curtains, I could see her gaze up at me. Without a second thought, she waved, smiled, and returned her attention to the TV. Evelyn responded, "Your sister's delicate. She's not built for this kind of work. You are. You're the tough one," when I questioned her later about why Nicole didn't need to assist. "You're the difficult one" became the catchphrase of my youth, as though taking on responsibility was some perverse form of compensation. I was the one with the wrench when the pipes under the sink burst. I was the one who learned how to clean a feeding tube and endured the chemotherapy when Dad became ill. Evelyn clung to Nicole like she was the widow and I was the hired staff at the funeral, while Nicole drifted in and out with condolence cards and platitudes. As I lay in that hospital bed with brand new staples in my chest, I listened to voicemail after voicemail until they all blended together. Nicole's phony compassion, Evelyn's icy professionalism, and their tolerance gradually eroding. Nicole began to falter around message 20. The pauses grew longer and the words tighter. To be honest, I enjoyed every moment of her cracking. By message number 34, she was completely in a panic. Her words, "This isn't fair," were abrupt. "You don't even live there? You're barely even part of the family anymore. You've been gone for years and now you just take it?" It still hurt to breathe too hard, but I wanted to laugh. Nothing had been taken by me. I had always guarded what was rightfully mine. I hadn't done it by myself either. Greg was the type of guy who could explain legalese without coming across as a patronizing jerk and who remembered birthdays without Facebook reminders. We connected via terrible cafeteria food and awful roommates, met at college freshman orientation, and managed to stay close through heartbreaks, career changes, and everything else in between. He didn't recoil when I called him regarding the will. "Let's make it airtight," he simply said. He created 2 different trusts, one of which protected the property in my name and the other of which directed the profits from the basement rental unit to a charity shell corporation I had thrown together on a whim years prior. He then put everything in a domestic LLC just for peace of mind. Greg boldly tapped the folder with his pen and remarked, "It's like having 3 houses in one. Or it might have been 4. No, 3, for sure." It was bulletproof, anyway. To reverse Greg's actions, Nicole and Evelyn would require a group of attorneys, a great deal of luck, and perhaps even supernatural intervention. They also weren't particularly renowned for their ability to think strategically or be patient. Evelyn wasn't a lawyer, she was a social tactician. Nicole was also as focused as a moth at a disco ball. Instead of confronting me directly, they attempted to gain access by manipulating me and claiming remorse in the hopes that I would give in to pressure if they left many voicemails. However, they didn't realize how well I knew them. Like in a game of emotional chess, I had studied their moves for years. When Evelyn began using phrases like, "We should talk," I could tell she was losing control. Additionally, Nicole was running out of ways to act as though she didn't have any entitlements when she began to change her voicemail style from sweet to sour in a single message. On a Friday morning, Greg sent the certified letters. They were hand-delivered in substantial envelopes that needed return receipts. One went to Nicole's expensive studio, where she kept her plants alive long enough for Instagram pictures, and the other went to Evelyn's condo uptown. The letters were straightforward. They only served as official notification that the house had been legally transferred and that the trust had revoked any claims against it. Permanent, clean, and cold. The messages began to slow down that night. Less words? More quiet. Once so confident and upbeat, Nicole's voice started to unravel like a ribbon that was tugged too tightly. Message 41 follows. Evelyn was the one. She spoke in a softer tone than usual. Not as well polished, as if she hadn't practiced her speech beforehand. "We ought to speak," she said. "Nicole's condition is not good. She has a special meaning for this house. Don't penalize her for what I said." As if she had finally come to the realization that what she had muttered prior to my operation might have been a bit more than accidental timing, that was the first time she had acknowledged it, her words. As though perhaps, just possibly, she was aware that she had chosen the wrong daughter to underestimate. However, that was too late. With a manila folder on the seat behind me and a level of composure that wasn't appropriate for someone facing a knife, I drove to Greg's office the week before the operation, when I could still walk without someone holding my elbow and breathe without smelling metal. For the first time in months, I wasn't terrified when the warm, low sun shone through the windshield. Not passing away. Not of what followed. The thought of waking up with tubes in my body and discovering nothing had changed frightened me more. The same chilly mom. The same sugar-coated sibling. Where love should have existed, there was the same quiet. When I slid the folder across Greg's desk, he hardly even arched an eyebrow. When I said, "I want to update the will," he gave me the impression that he was anticipating the joke. I continued, seeing the realization fall into his eyes like dust on a shelf that had not been touched in years. "And I want them both out of it," I said. Everything he would require was in the folder, including the trust documents, property deeds, and even a copy of the original title to the house, which had my father's handwritten signature at the bottom. I had kept the paper close at hand like a covert weapon, anticipating the moment when I might have to use it. The day had come. Janet, my quiet neighbor who wore orthopedic shoes, talked to her tomatoes, and had more dignity in her pinky toe than my entire family tree combined, was the reason I left the house, not Evelyn or Nicole. When no one else was there, Janet had been. She maintained the garden alive with her own hands, brought in my mail while I was recovering, and once discovered me on the kitchen floor after collapsing. She remained with me until the ambulance arrived and never mentioned the tears I shed that night. Evelyn had never cared to get to know my father the way she had. Until the HOA wrote a letter, Evelyn rolled her eyes and said she was the kind of person who would collect animals and garden gnomes while he talked to her over the fence about soil kinds and storm drains. Unlike them, Janet never made a request. I trusted her with everything because of this. As Greg slipped the updated will into a padded envelope, I said, "Blood isn't always family. Family just bleeds you dry sometimes." He remained silent. Within an hour, he simply nodded and had it notarized. I didn't want to share it with Evelyn or Nicole, not quite yet. Let them believe they were still eligible for whatever remnants of love or legacy they believed my father had left behind. I wished for their comfort. I wanted them to be caught off guard. Because there's something delectable about being 5 steps ahead when you've lived your entire life as the afterthought. Of course, when people start looking for inheritance, secrets don't remain secret for very long. Emotional sabotage had always been Evelyn's forte. Nicole, on the other hand, used sympathy as a weapon as if it were a degree. By midweek, the messages had become sour. Next, the general public. On Facebook, Nicole shared a photo of our house, where we grew up. It was the one where Dad's rusting wind chime was still hanging on the porch and the old oak tree in the front yard was slanting sideways. The caption said, "I've only ever known one home, and my sister is taking it away. Please offer up prayers for our family's harmony." Naturally, I was tagged. 10 common friends were also tagged. Additionally, the comments came in faster than I could read them since everyone enjoys a heartbreaking narrative in cursive font. Remain resilient, Nicole. You have such courage. Family comes first? I'm hoping you can speak with her. She'll change her mind if you send her a love girl. I didn't answer. I didn't remove my tag. Not even Messenger opened on my end. I was aware of what was waiting there, which was pages upon paragraphs of people who hadn't called in years suddenly behaving as though they were interested in my choice. As if I was too chilly to care and pain and guilt were a 2-for-1 deal. However, I was concerned. Not about them though. Janet called me on her landline that evening. She still has one, yes. She said, "Someone is on my porch." Janet remarked softly, in the same level voice she used when the neighbor's dog was struck by a delivery van, "She's not crying. She is yelling." I didn't need to inquire about its identity. Even across the street, I could hear her over the receiver, her voice trembling on the brink of despair and anger. "She is shouting your name," Janet said. What ought I to do? With the lights off, I gazed out my kitchen window and saw my sister's figure thrashing on Janet's porch, her arms whirling like shattered windshield wipers and her voice hitting pitches that ought to have been marked with a warning sign. "Nothing," I answered, sounding more composed than I actually was. "Allow her to scream." 2 days after the porch incident, Janet delivered the mail by hand, wearing the same stern look she used when she argued with cable repairmen or defended the right way to grow hydrangeas. My name was written in her exquisite script on a thick white envelope. Rachel. Not Rach. No, dear. Not a moniker that attempted to mitigate malice. Only Rachel. That alone convinced me that this was neither drama nor gossip. It was a heavier object. 2 pages of the mail were folded exactly in thirds, and a photograph dropped out and fell face down on the counter. I started by reading the letter. The words, which Janet had handwritten, oozed through the lines as if they had been inside her for too long. She said that she had known for years that something wasn't right but didn't want to get involved. 6 years ago, she said, Evelyn called her once to ask if she felt I was unstable. Janet responded, "No, of course not." Evelyn hung off without saying goodbye, muttering something about me being ungrateful. The fact that Janet had seen Nicole moving money from Evelyn's account, however, was what really got me to sit down at the kitchen table with my heart pounding in that steady, perilous rhythm I had grown all too familiar with. First, little sums. $50 here, $100 there, then larger ones. Enough to be noticed, enough to cause pain. Janet didn't pry. She simply became aware of something. When Evelyn's arthritis flare-up, she occasionally assisted her with internet banking. Even though the withdrawal was recorded as medical costs, Nicole said she was present on the day Evelyn promised her money for a new car. Evelyn knew, according to Janet. Well, Nicole needs it more than I do. She responded after taking a quick glance at the transaction history. She then poured herself another glass of wine and shifted the conversation to whether the area should adopt a new gate code. Rachel has always been self-sufficient. I turned the picture over and looked at it for a long time. Nicole was standing in front of a dealership, perhaps 5 years ago, holding keys in one hand and wearing a smile that stopped short of her eyes. Beside her, Evelyn was carrying a check. The name of the dealership may be seen in the backdrop. The date scribbled on the back seemed familiar to me. It coincided with the week Nicole told me she had independently saved money for her first car. I should have been astonished, perhaps even devastated. Mostly, though, I felt worn out, as if someone had finally drained the pool after I had been swimming through molasses for years. I listened to the voicemails again until I reached number 66. It was only a dozen seconds long. "Please, Rach," pleaded Nicole in a hoarse, desperate voice. "I was unaware of your seriousness. Just speak to me, please." After pausing, I clicked reply. I invited them over to the house for coffee. I will give them credit for making a daring move. Both of them arrived on schedule, dressed as though they had just left a church service. Hair coiled, pearls on the neck. Like a specter from my early years, Evelyn's unpleasant aroma filled the hallway. Even though Nicole appeared exhausted, Her shoes were still clicking too loudly on the hardwood. Evelyn also brought foil-wrapped lemon bars, as if this were a reconciliation potluck. I poured them both coffee without asking how they were feeling, and we sat in the sunroom, which my father had constructed with his bare hands before his arthritis took over. For a full minute, no one spoke. Evelyn then let the floods come. With a composed and rehearsed voice, she started, "I think emotions got the best of all of us. Perhaps it's time to talk about a different arrangement. One that is equitable, just that term. As if I had taken something that had once been theirs." Nicole gazed at her cup as if it were a window into the future. Her eyes were glassy as she whispered, "Dad would have wanted me to have it. It would have been mine. Once, when I was 16, Dad told me that." I refrained from arguing. I didn't speak louder. I just took out the photo and the copy of the bank ledger that Greg had printed for me that morning by reaching into the folder that was resting on the seat cushion next to me. They sat nicely between them after I moved them both across the table. I looked into each of their eyes and remarked, "Funny, since Dad had stated otherwise." In text. Healing is always discussed as though it were an uphill trek, with one steady foot in front of the other, and that once you reach the top, you feel complete again. In actuality, though, there are days when it feels more like you're sitting at the bottom of a drained pool, rubbing your hands across a cracked tile, and wondering whether you ever imagine the water. To be honest, I never thought I would feel pleased with myself for excluding them. I didn't anticipate feeling triumphant. However, I also didn't anticipate feeling this weighty peace, as if my bones had finally stopped vibrating from trying so hard to win over people who would never applaud me. After that coffee meetup, the calls couldn't stop. Until the letter finally arrived at the courthouse at the end of that week. Nicole sounded like she was playing sadness on a stage where only I could cheer, and her voice messages started off in the same over-perfumed manner. At one point, she said, "You're being dramatic. You're making things more difficult than they need to be." However, it changed rapidly. There was shouting after message 32. "I'm swearing." She tried to push her brittle voice into my ear while yelling about injustice, betrayal, and what our father would have wanted. It sounded as though she had something in the car that he would never have signed a check for if he had known. Nicole's voice had become desperate by the time we reached message 70. "Mom isn't doing well," she muttered. I briefly stopped the recording because I was experiencing an unidentified sensation in my chest. However, it went away, much like a pain you ignore for a while until it becomes a part of your own body's background hum. It was ironic that Evelyn had ended up in the hospital following what they described as a small stroke, given that she had used words as weapons for the most of her life and was now unable to create half of them. Greg answered the questions. The cease and desist threats are passive-aggressive. Nicole made ridiculously baseless claims of elder abuse to get past a new lawyer who obviously didn't know what he was getting himself into. Janet, meantime, moved into the ground floor guest room without discussing rent or a timeline. As if she had always been there, she simply showed up one morning carrying her old kettle and a bag of supplies. I hadn't asked, but she began by clearing away the old garden beds. With a kind of grace that made my chest tight, I watched from the window as she chopped the dead things down to their roots and tossed them into a wheelbarrow. When I was strong enough, I finally joined her, and we replaced the withering flowers with lavender. Lavender is more durable. It defends itself. Several days a week Tyler, the adolescent neighbor who skateboarded up and down the block like it was a runway, began to show up. He wasn't asked to. After making a single knock and displaying a pair of gloves that were obviously not his, he added, "Janet said you're regrowing stuff. You need help." Hands in the soil, trying not to think too much, simply doing something that felt real, he reminded me of myself as a child. I once wrote Nicole a reply. One restless night at around 3 in the morning, I typed it out on a notes app. Suddenly I thought I could be swallowed whole by the stillness. Nothing was sugar-coated by me. I told her everything I knew, what I had always known, about Janet, and about the automobile. I informed her that I was simply exhausted and no longer upset. With my thumb poised over send, I gazed at the message for a while before deleting it. The next morning came message number 104. Now her voice was no more than a whisper. "Please," she said. "Just one conversation. I miss my sister." I didn't even finish playing it. When I hit delete, I only saw the tiny blue dot go. Later that day, I watched Tyler water the fresh row of marigolds we had planted between the tomatoes and the herbs in the garden. The porch I had previously scrubbed for a mother who never expressed gratitude was bathed in a warm, golden glow as the sun perfectly illuminated the side of the home. I also came to a realization I had been reluctant to share. The house was not something I regretted retaining. I had no regrets about the silence, the will, or the trust. I wished I hadn't waited so long to claim it as mine. The problem with surviving, I suppose, is that people think you're the same person. But on that table, I kind of died. Thanks for watching and sticking around till the end. If you enjoyed these stories, make sure to subscribe and hit the bell so you don't miss the next drama-filled episode.